The cries of a newborn pierced the stillness of the night, mingling with the rustling of palm trees swaying gently in the warm breeze. The village of Igadu, tucked within the embrace of golden savannas and shimmering streams, had not seen such a birth in generations. The child was no ordinary infant, even the midwives whispered it among themselves. She arrived bathed in an ethereal glow, her eyes wide open, reflecting the light of the full moon as if it lived within her. Oshun, they called her, the name rolling off tongues with reverence and a tremor of awe. Her mother, Abani, gazed at her daughter with a mixture of fear and love. Abani was known for her quiet strength, but as she held Oshun, she felt the weight of something far greater than herself. The villagers gathered at dawn, their footsteps careful as they approached the small hut. Even the air seemed different, thicker with a sense of something unspoken. From her earliest days, Oshun was unlike any other child. She had a laugh that made the winds pause to listen and eyes that seemed to see through walls and into hearts. The villagers spoke of her as a blessing, though a few muttered of omens. It wasn't her fault that the rains fell in abundance when she first toddled to the riverbanks, or that the village crops seemed to flourish where her small feet tread. Children her age adored her, often clustering around as she weaved stories under the shade of the irako tree. Adults, on the other hand, were divided. Some marveled at her charm, how she danced with the spirit of the river at every festival, her movements fluid and magnetic. Others kept their distance, wary of the inexplicable peace she carried with her, as if the world bent to her presence. One sweltering afternoon, a commotion broke out near the river. A young boy had fallen into the water, his cries lost beneath the current's roar. Abani screamed for help, but the villagers froze, unsure what to do. Before anyone could react, Oshun, no older than 7, ran forward. Her small frame should have been no match for the raging waters, yet as she stepped into the river, the current softened, their fury subsiding. She pulled the boy to safety, her tiny hand steady and sure. From that day, the whispers grew louder. She carries the river's spirit, some said. Others were certain, Oshun is no ordinary child. Still, Abani shielded her as best as she could, insisting Oshun was just her beloved daughter, nothing more. But even Abani could not ignore the signs. At night, the river called to Oshun in murmurs only she could hear. It sang to her of ancient things, of love and despair, of power and sacrifice. She would sit by its banks, her feet brushing against the cool water, and listen with her whole being. Once, she spoke to her mother of the voices she heard, the songs that filled her soul. Abani's face grew pale, and she clasped Oshun's hands tightly. "Do not speak of such things," she whispered, her voice trembling. As Oshun grew, her gifts became impossible to hide. Plants seemed to blossom at her touch, and animals, even the skittish ones, would follow her, their trust unwavering. The elders often watched her from afar, their expressions unreadable. One night, the oldest of them all, Baba Ifedeo, approached her under the canopy of stars. "You are marked," he said softly, his voice a blend of caution and wonder. "Do you understand what that means?" Oshun tilted her head, her gaze unflinching. "I do not know why I am this way," she said, her voice steady. "But I feel it here." She placed her hand over her heart. Baba Ifedeo nodded, his weathered face lined with something that looked like regret. "The river has chosen you, child. And the river's choice is never without reason." That night, Oshun could not sleep. She stared at the shadows dancing on the walls, her mind heavy with questions she dared not ask aloud. Why had the river chosen her? What did it mean to be marked? Her answers came sooner than she expected. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the sky in hues of molten gold, Oshun heard a cry from the forest. It was faint but unmistakable. She followed the sound, her feet moving as if guided by an unseen force. She found a wounded deer, its leg caught in a hunter's trap. The animal's eyes were wide with fear, its breath shallow. Oshun knelt beside it, her hands trembling. She murmured soft words, though she didn't know where they came from. Her touch was gentle, her fingers tracing the wound with a tenderness that brought tears to her own eyes. The deer stilled, its breathing easing as if it understood she meant no harm. And then, Before her very eyes, the wound began to close, the torn flesh knitting itself back together. Oshun gasped, pulling her hands back, but the deer only gazed at her, a quiet understanding in its eyes. It limped away, disappearing into the shadows, leaving Oshun alone with the realization of what she had done. When she returned to the village, her hands still shaking, Ebony was waiting. Her mother's face was a mixture of relief and dread. "You healed it, didn't you?" Ebony asked, her voice barely audible. Oshun nodded, tears streaming down her cheeks. "I don't know how," she whispered. Ebony pulled her into a fierce embrace. "You are special, my child. But being special comes with burdens you cannot yet understand." The words haunted Oshun. She began to notice the way the villagers looked at her, some with admiration, others with fear. Her friends, once so eager to play, now kept their distance, their parents warning them to stay away from the girl who was touched by the gods. But Oshun could not change who she was. She continued to visit the river, to listen to its songs and feel its currents as they wrapped around her feet like an embrace. The river became her refuge, the one place where she felt wholly herself. It was there, one moonlit night, that she saw it, the golden shimmer in the water. It was faint, like a trick of the light, but it called to her. She waded into the river, her breath catching as the water rose around her. The shimmer grew brighter, enveloping her, and for a moment, she felt weightless, as though the river itself had claimed her as its own. When she emerged, dripping and trembling, something had changed. She felt it in her bones, in the way the world seemed to hum with life around her. She was no longer just a girl from Igadu. She was something more, though she couldn't yet name it. The river had spoken. And Oshun, whether she was ready or not, was bound to its will. The villagers whispered that her beauty could stop time itself. When Oshun stepped into a room, conversations faltered, breaths caught, and even the wind seemed to pause, as though afraid to ruffle her delicate features. Her presence was an unspoken melody, one that played softly in the hearts of those who dared to look at her too long. Her skin, kissed by the sun, shimmered like polished bronze under the faintest light. It was not merely the color that enchanted, but the way it seemed alive, as if warmth radiated from her very essence. The glow of her skin told stories, of rivers flowing, of golden sunsets that lingered too long on the horizon. Her hair cascaded in lush waves, a black so rich it seemed to drink in the moonlight. It fell freely around her shoulders, each strand moving as if it held secrets of its own. Children often said her hair smelled like rain after a long drought, fresh and full of promise. When she braided it, intricate patterns appeared, each plait telling silent tales of resilience, joy, and quiet strength. But it was her eyes that left the strongest mark. They were large and luminous, framed by thick lashes that curled upward like whispers of the wind. Her gaze held an intensity that could unsettle even the bravest. Those eyes saw everything, the pain hidden behind a smile, the love buried under years of hurt. They weren't just windows to her soul, they were mirrors reflecting the truths others wished to keep hidden. Her lips, full and shaped like the bow of a young moon, spoke with a softness that could soothe even the most restless spirit. Yet, when she laughed, a sound rare and precious, it carried a warmth so profound that strangers would stop in their tracks, longing to hear it again. Oshun's beauty went beyond what the eye could see. It lived in the way she moved, graceful and unhurried, as if every step was in harmony with the earth beneath her feet. When she danced during village celebrations, her movements seemed to summon the elements themselves. The flames of the bonfire flickered brighter, the drums beat louder, and the stars hung closer, eager to watch. She did not dress in opulence. Her garments were simple, often dyed in soft hues of gold and white. Yet even in simplicity, she dazzled. Her jewelry, handcrafted from beads and river stones, held more meaning than wealth. A bracelet gifted by a grateful mother. A necklace threaded with the feathers of a bird she once nursed back to health. These ornaments were a reflection of her kindness, tokens of lives she had touched. But Oshun's beauty was not her own to hoard. It was a gift she shared without restraint. It lived in her voice, soft yet commanding, capable of quieting anger and lifting despair. When the old woman in the market cried over her broken pottery, it was Oshun who knelt beside her, mending the shards with hands as steady as her gaze. When the orphaned boy wandered the streets, it was Oshun who took his hand and shared her meal, her smile carrying a promise of belonging. There was a purity to her heart, an unshakable belief in the goodness of others, even when they faltered. When others lashed out in anger or jealousy, Oshun did not retaliate. Instead, she met cruelty with compassion, a quiet defiance against bitterness. Her strength was not in fists or sharp words, but in her unyielding refusal to let darkness dim her light. Even the river loved her. Its waters wrapped around her ankles as though they were alive, rippling with delight whenever she approached. The villagers said the river recognized its own in her, for she moved like its currents, gentle on the surface, but with a depth and force that could reshape worlds. There were those who envied her. Whispers of jealousy floated through the village, but they were powerless against the overwhelming tide of love she inspired. For every bitter word spoken behind her back, there were 10 voices ready to defend her. And those who looked at her too long, hoping to find some flaw, some imperfection to cling to, came away only more entranced. Yet Oshun never sought admiration. Her beauty was not a crown she wore to garner praise, but a reflection of the love she carried for everything around her. She could find joy in the smallest moments, a butterfly landing on her hand, the laughter of children echoing in the fields. Her eyes lit up not for treasures or riches, but for the simple, unspoken wonders of life. It was said that her inner beauty had the power to heal. And perhaps it was true. When a hunter returned wounded from the forest, it was Oshun who stayed by his side, her voice weaving stories that distracted him from his pain. When crops withered under the harsh sun, she walked the fields, her hands brushing the brittle leaves as she whispered prayers of hope. Her laughter was a balm, her tears a quiet rain. And though she carried her own pain, hidden deep within, she never let it cloud her love for the world. When she cried, and she did, often in solitude, it was not for herself, but for others. For the lost and the lonely. For the wounds she could not yet mend. Her beauty was an open door, an invitation for others to step inside and find comfort. It was the way she remembered everyone's name, the way she noticed when someone's smile didn't reach their eyes. It was the way she sat with the grieving, her silence more soothing than words could ever be. And yet, there was a mystery to her, an unknowable depth that even those closest to her could not touch. It wasn't a wall but an ocean, vast, unending, and full of secrets not meant to be spoken. This mystery didn't detract from her beauty, it magnified it. It reminded those around her that Oshun was not theirs to keep or fully understand. She belonged to something greater, something eternal. In the quiet moments, when she sat by the river with her feet submerged in its cool embrace, her face reflected in the shimmering surface, she looked like something not of this world. A vision of peace, strength, and love. Those who saw her then, even from afar, felt a pang in their hearts, as if they were in the presence of something sacred. The air was thick with tension, voices raised in anger, and tempers threatening to spill over like an untamed storm. 2 neighboring villages, long allies, now stood at the edge of conflict. Men clutched their spears tightly, their eyes sharp with distrust, while women clutched their children, their faces pale with worry. It seemed nothing could mend the broken trust between them until she arrived. Oshun stepped into the center of the gathering, her presence commanding without force. The sun caught the golden threads of her garments, making her look almost otherworldly. She raised her hands, not to silence, but to call attention. Slowly, the murmurs faded, and all eyes turned to her. Her voice, calm yet firm, began to weave a story. It wasn't just a tale, it was a reminder of shared memories, of bonds formed in times of hardship and joy. Her words wrapped around the people like a warm embrace, softening even the hardest hearts. By the time she finished speaking, there were tears in the eyes of the once angry chiefs. Without blame or bitterness, Oshun had shown them the path to forgiveness. A simple nod from her was all it took for the men to lower their weapons, and the peace that followed was as sudden as a gentle rain after a drought. Oshun had a way of understanding people that no one else did. It was more than intelligence, it was a gift. She could see past words and gestures, straight into the core of what someone was feeling. and she knew just what to say to bring calm where there was chaos. Diplomacy wasn't something she learned, it was something she was born with, a skill honed not through study but through her endless love for harmony. Her skills didn't end with words. Oshun's hands carried a power that felt like magic. When sickness swept through the village, leaving the young and the old gasping for breath, it was Oshun who stayed by their sides. Her remedies were simple, herbs gathered from the forest, roots dug with her bare hands, but in her touch was something far greater. One day, a child, feverish and fading, was brought to her hut. His mother wept, clutching at Oshun's arms as though her grief alone could draw out the sickness. Oshun placed a hand on the child's chest, her palm warm and steady. She closed her eyes, not to pray, but to listen, to the rhythms of the boy's breath, the pulse of his heart, and the whispers of his body. She crushed a handful of leaves, mixing them into a paste, and gently fed it to him. All night, she stayed beside him, humming a soft melody that seemed to rise and fall with the boy's shallow breaths. By morning, the fever had broken. The child opened his eyes, weak but alive, and his mother collapsed into Oshun's arms, sobbing her gratitude. Oshun didn't smile or celebrate, she simply stroked the mother's hair and whispered, "He is strong, just like you." It wasn't just sickness she healed. When a young girl limped into the village with an injured bird cradled in her hands, Oshun was the first to kneel and inspect the tiny creature. The bird's wing was bent at an unnatural angle, its feathers matted with blood. Gently, Oshun set the wing, her fingers moving with such care it seemed as though she feared hurting the air itself. The girl watched in awe as Oshun's voice, low, soothing, and filled with tenderness, seemed to calm the trembling bird. Days later, the bird flew again, its song filling the skies. The girl, now emboldened by what she had witnessed, became Oshun's shadow, eager to learn the ways of healing. But perhaps the most mesmerizing of Oshun's gifts was her dance. It was said that when she danced, the earth held its breath. The rhythm of the drum seemed to flow from her body, not the other way around. Her movements were fluid, her steps light yet deliberate, each one telling a story older than time itself. During festivals, when the village gathered around the fire, it was Oshun who brought the night to life. With a flick of her wrist, she called the flames higher. With a tilt of her head, she summoned the stars to shine brighter. Her dance wasn't just a performance, it was a conversation with the spirits, an offering to the ancestors, and a promise to the generations yet to come. One evening, as she danced under the full moon, a woman approached her, tears streaming down her face. She had been unable to bear children and had carried the weight of her sorrow in silence. But as she watched Oshun, something within her broke free, an old grief, a buried hope. Oshun stopped mid-step, her chest rising and falling with the rhythm of her breath. She reached for the woman's hands, holding them tightly. Without words, Oshun began to move again, this time slower, more deliberate. The woman followed, unsure at first, but then with growing confidence. Together, they swayed to the heartbeat of the drums, their steps a prayer of release and renewal. Months later, the woman gave birth to a healthy son, and she named him after the river that Oshun loved. Even when faced with darkness, Oshun's gifts never faltered. When a stranger stumbled into the village, his body bruised and his mind shattered from war, it was Oshun who tended to him. He spoke in broken fragments, his eyes haunted by things he could not forget. Oshun sat with him by the river, her voice a quiet melody, her hands weaving patterns into the sand. Over time, his words came more easily, his wounds healed, and his laughter returned. Her gifts were not for herself. She danced not to dazzle but to inspire, to remind the people of the beauty in their own hearts. She healed not for praise, but because she could not bear to see another in pain. Her words, her touch, her movements, they were all threads in a tapestry she wove, one that brought her people closer together. Oshun's talents were not just skills, they were extensions of her soul. Each gift was a reflection of her love for the world, her unshakable belief in its potential for kindness and joy. Those who saw her at work didn't just witness her gifts, they felt them, as though her touch had reached into their own hearts and left them forever changed. The night was heavy with silence, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves in the cool breeze. Somewhere in the distance, a mother's quiet sobs could be heard, a sound muffled by her attempt to stay strong. Her son had gone missing hours ago, swallowed by the dark edges of the forest. Fear had spread through the village like wildfire, but no one dared to venture into the trees. They whispered of beasts and spirits, of dangers no man could face. Then she arrived. Oshun's steps were sure as she entered the heart of the gathering, the golden beads in her hair catching the faint moonlight. Without a word, she moved toward the forest's edge, carrying nothing but a small lantern. "Wait," someone called out, desperation thick in their voice. "It's too dangerous." She paused, her eyes steady and unyielding. "A child is out there," she replied softly, her voice as firm as the earth beneath her feet. "No danger is greater than his life." The forest seemed alive, its shadows twisting into shapes meant to intimidate. The cries of nocturnal creatures echoed through the trees, each one louder and more menacing than the last. Yet Oshun walked with purpose, her lantern casting a warm glow that felt like a shield against the darkness. She followed no trail, but it was as though the trees themselves parted for her, their gnarled branches bending back in deference. She found the boy curled at the base of a tree, shivering and frightened but unharmed. His tear-streaked face lit up when he saw her, and she knelt down, wrapping her arms around him as though to absorb all his fear. She whispered words of comfort, her voice so soothing that even the forest seemed to hold its breath. By the time they returned to the village, the boy asleep in her arms, the once frightened villagers erupted into cheers. But Oshun only smiled faintly, her eyes scanning the crowd to ensure all was truly well before retreating quietly into the night. Oshun wasn't just a protector in moments of peril, she was a constant, unwavering presence. When drought threatened to destroy the crops, it was she who walked to the riverbank, her steps deliberate and her gaze unwavering. She sang, her voice a melody that seemed to carry the prayers of the entire village. The river, once reluctant and slow, began to flow with renewed vigor, its waters clear and abundant. "It is because she cares," the elders whispered. "The river listens to her heart, not just her words." It wasn't only the grand gestures that made her beloved. Oshun had a way of noticing the small, quiet struggles that others overlooked. A widow struggling to carry firewood would find Oshun by her side, the load halved without a word of complaint. A child too shy to speak up in the marketplace would feel her hand on their shoulder, her gentle encouragement turning their timid voice into one of confidence. Her presence in the community was like the river itself, steady, life-giving, and vital. When disputes arose, it was Oshun who stood between the warring sides, her words like balm to wounded pride. She didn't take sides, she saw each person's pain and held it as her own until the anger softened into understanding. The people trusted her not because she demanded it, but because she earned it, day after day, through her actions. There was a time when a neighboring village raided their fields, taking what little food remained after a harsh season. Anger flared among her people, and there were cries for retaliation. Oshun stood before them, her face calm but her eyes blazing with conviction. "We will not spill blood to fill our bellies," she said, her voice cutting through the clamor. "There is another way." She traveled to the raiders' village, her steps steady despite the hostility in the air. Their chief, a stern and towering man, sneered at her approach. "You come alone to beg for what we took," he mocked. But Oshun didn't flinch. Instead, she offered him a simple meal, what little her village could spare, and spoke of cooperation instead of conflict. Her words were like water on a fire, quelling his anger and leaving him thoughtful. By the time she left, the raiders had not only returned the stolen crops, but had pledged to help plant the next season's harvest. Her courage was matched only by her compassion. When a young woman was cast out of the village for an act of desperation, Oshun was the one who found her sitting by the river, tears staining her face. She knelt beside her, neither scolding nor consoling, but simply listening. And when the woman's story unfolded, a tale of hunger, shame, and fear, Oshun took her hand and led her back to the village. "No one is beyond redemption," she told the elders, her voice unyielding. "Let us not judge when we have not walked in her footsteps." Even nature seemed to bow to Oshun's protective spirit. When a swarm of locusts threatened the fields, the villagers prepared for devastation. But Oshun stood among the crops, her arms outstretched and her voice rising in a melody that carried on the wind. The locusts paused, their chaos stilled by something unseen, and then they turned, vanishing into the horizon. The people fell to their knees, weeping with relief, but Oshun merely knelt to touch the earth, her gratitude as humble as her heart was vast. Her protection wasn't limited to the living. During a time of mourning, when the village lost one of its elders, it was Oshun who led the ceremony. Her words didn't erase the grief, but they gave it a place to rest, a meaning that made the pain bearable. She spoke of the elder's life, not as an end, but as a legacy that would flow through the generations like the river's current. By the time the sun set, the villagers felt less alone, their sorrow softened by her presence. It was this boundless kindness, this unwavering commitment to her people, that made Oshun more than a protector. She was their heart, their guide, and their source of hope. Wherever she walked, life seemed to bloom in her wake, not because of magic, but because of the love she poured into every step, every word, every gesture. The market was alive with color and sound, a tapestry of life woven together by the calls of vendors and the laughter of children chasing each other through narrow paths. The air was heavy with the aroma of ripe fruits and spices, and the heat of the sun seemed to make every hue more vivid. Oshun stood at a stall, her fingers brushing over strands of golden beads that shimmered in the light. She was always drawn to beauty, even in the smallest things, and the beads seemed to hum with a quiet, magnetic pull. Then, she felt it, a presence. It wasn't the kind of feeling that came with someone brushing past her or speaking her name. It was deeper, like a note struck on a hidden chord of her soul. She turned, her eyes scanning the crowd, and there he was. He didn't look like anyone remarkable at first. His clothes were simple, his hands carrying a small wooden staff. But there was something in the way he stood, as though the world bent around him without him asking it to. His eyes caught hers, dark, endless, and filled with something she couldn't name. A shiver ran through her before she could stop it. He smiled, a small curve of his lips that felt like a secret only they shared. "You have an eye for beauty," he said, his voice smooth but carrying a weight that made her heart quicken. She should have walked away, should have let the moment pass like a breeze through the market. But something in her kept her rooted. "And you have a way with words," she replied, a hint of mischief in her tone. She wasn't one to be easily swayed, yet there was a pull between them, undeniable and electric. They talked, the world around them fading until it was just the two of them standing in the market's chaotic heartbeat. His name was Alade, he said, a wanderer with no fixed home. He spoke of distant lands, of stars that seemed close enough to touch, and rivers that sang at night. Oshun found herself laughing, her guard slipping with every word. There was a light in him, a warmth that wrapped around her like the sun. Days passed, and he kept appearing, at the riverbank where she went to collect water, at the village square where she danced during celebrations, even at the quiet corners where she retreated to think. He never imposed, but his presence filled the spaces around her in a way that felt like they had always been meant for him. She tried to resist. Her role in the community left no room for selfish desires. Her heart belonged to her people, her spirit tied to the river and the land. Yet every time she saw him, the barriers she'd carefully built began to crack. He wasn't like anyone she'd ever known. He didn't ask for her attention or try to charm her with grand gestures. He simply existed, a steady presence that made her world feel fuller. One evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of dusk, she found him waiting by the river. The water reflected the fading light, turning it into a pool of liquid fire. He was sitting on a rock, his staff resting across his knees. She hesitated, her heart pounding in a way that felt both thrilling and terrifying. "You shouldn't be here," she said softly, her voice carrying a mix of warning and yearning. "And yet, here I am," he replied, standing and meeting her gaze. His expression was unreadable, but his eyes burned with something she couldn't ignore. "Do you truly wish me to leave?" She didn't answer. She couldn't. Instead, she stepped closer, her bare feet sinking into the soft earth. The air between them was heavy with unspoken words, their breaths mingling as the distance disappeared. I don't know who you are, she whispered, her voice trembling. I'm whoever you need me to be, he said, his hand brushing against hers. The touch was light, but it sent a jolt through her, like the first drop of rain in a parched season. She wanted to pull away, to remind herself of the rules she had always lived by. But then he reached up, his fingers brushing a stray strand of hair from her face. His touch was gentle, reverent, as though she were something precious he had stumbled upon and couldn't bear to lose. Time seemed to stop. The river's song faded, the world holding its breath as their eyes locked. She saw something in him then, a flicker of power, of something ancient and vast. It was gone in an instant, but it left her reeling. Who are you? She asked again, this time her voice stronger. A friend, he said, but there was a sadness in his smile, as though he knew this wasn't the whole truth. Nothing more, nothing less. They sat by the river until the stars emerged, their light reflected in the water. He spoke of things that made her laugh, stories so absurd she forgot to guard her heart. But when he left, slipping away into the night as quietly as he had come, she felt a weight settle in her chest. It was as though a piece of her had gone with him, a part she hadn't even known existed. It wasn't until much later, when she caught sight of him beneath the moonlight, that she saw the truth. His disguise had slipped, just for a moment, but it was enough. His staff shimmered like gold, his form radiating a divine light that made her breath catch. He wasn't just a Lade. He was an Orisha, one of the sacred beings who walked between the worlds of mortals and gods. Her heart clenched with a mix of awe and betrayal. He had hidden his true self, but why? Was his presence a blessing or a test? Questions swirled in her mind, but one truth remained clear. Whatever he was, mortal or divine, she had fallen for him. And that truth scared her more than anything she had ever faced. The festival had always been a time of joy. The village square brimmed with life as music filled the air, and laughter echoed against the surrounding hills. People wore their finest garments, vibrant and colorful, their spirits high with celebration. Oshun stood at the heart of it all, her golden adornments catching the light, her smile as warm as the sun. She moved gracefully among the crowd, her hands offering food, her voice filled with kind words that seemed to weave a spell of happiness around her. But even in the midst of celebration, shadows crept in. Not everyone who danced and sang that day carried joy in their hearts. Eyes lingered on Oshun, not with admiration but with jealousy. Among the crowd was a woman named Aduk, whose beauty had often been praised before Oshun came into prominence. Aduk's bitterness grew each time Oshun's name was spoken with reverence. It wasn't just her beauty that Aduk envied, it was her kindness, the way people gravitated toward her as if she were the very embodiment of love and light. As the festivities continued, Aduk's jealousy simmered into something darker. She began to whisper, her words dripping with malice, planting seeds of doubt among those who once adored Oshun. How can one person be so perfect, she would say, her voice sweet but her intentions bitter. No one can be that selfless without hiding something. At first, the rumors were small, like tiny ripples in a vast lake. But as Aduk's whispers spread, they grew, taking on a life of their own. People began to question Oshun's motives, their trust chipped away by the poison of envy. One evening, Aduk approached Oshun under the guise of friendship. She brought a gift, a small, intricately woven bracelet, and a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "You've done so much for everyone," Aduk said, her voice syrupy. "Let me do something for you." Oshun, always seeing the good in people, accepted the gift with gratitude, unaware of the trap that had been set. The bracelet was cursed. Aduk had sought out a sorcerer who infused it with a spell designed to tarnish Oshun's grace and turn her kindness into suspicion. When Oshun wore it, subtle changes began to unfold. Her once effortless charm seemed strained, her words, though still kind, were met with skepticism. The villagers, influenced by Aduk's whispers, began to look at her with wary eyes. Oshun felt the shift like a cold wind. She didn't understand why the people she loved were pulling away. Children who once ran to her for comfort now hesitated, their eyes filled with confusion. Friends she had laughed with avoided her gaze. The weight of it pressed on her heart, but she refused to let bitterness take root. She continued to offer her help, her smile unwavering even as her spirit trembled. Then came the betrayal that cut the deepest. A young man named Kihind, who had often sought Oshun's counsel, claimed she had cursed his crops. He stood in the village square, his voice trembling with anger as he accused her. "She pretends to care," he shouted, his words striking like arrows. "But it's all a lie. She's the reason my fields are barren." The accusation spread like wildfire, and soon others came forward with similar claims. Oshun, the woman who had given so much of herself, was now painted as a villain. She tried to defend herself, her voice steady even as her heart broke. "I would never harm you," she said, her eyes searching the crowd for understanding. But the doubt sown by Aduk had taken root, and her words fell on deaf ears. As the village turned against her, Oshun retreated to the river, her sanctuary. She knelt by the water's edge, her tears falling into the current. The river seemed to mourn with her, its gentle ripples carrying her sorrow downstream. She prayed, her voice trembling as she sought guidance. "What have I done to deserve this?" she asked, her words swallowed by the night. In her moment of despair, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was Orunmila, the wise and ancient Orisha of divination. He approached her with a quiet strength, his presence a balm to her wounded spirit. "Kindness is a powerful gift," he said, his voice like the rustling of leaves. "But it is also a burden, for it shines a light that some cannot bear." Oshun looked up at him, her face streaked with tears. "I only wanted to help," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "And you have," Orunmila replied, his gaze steady. "But even the purest intentions can be met with darkness. It is not your kindness that is flawed, it is the hearts of those who cannot see it." With Orunmila's guidance, Oshun uncovered the truth about the bracelet and Aduk's betrayal. She did not seek revenge, for her heart was not one for vengeance. Instead, she used her gifts to break the curse, her healing touch restoring harmony to the village. She confronted Aduk, not with anger, but with compassion. "I forgive you," she said, her words soft but firm. "But forgiveness does not erase the pain you've caused. It is now your burden to carry." Aduk, humbled by Oshun's grace, wept at her feet, her jealousy dissolving into shame. The villagers, seeing Oshun's unwavering kindness even in the face of betrayal, begged for her forgiveness. She granted it, not because she owed them, but because her heart knew no other way. Though the scars of the trials remained, they became a testament to her strength and resilience. Oshun's kindness, once tested by jealousy and betrayal, emerged even brighter, a light that no shadow could dim. The river always called to her, a voice only she could hear. It was not a sound but a pull, a hum in her chest that grew stronger with every step she took toward its banks. On this particular evening, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky in hues of amber and violet, Oshun felt the call more intensely than ever. Her feet moved instinctively, as if guided by an invisible thread, weaving her through the village paths and down to the water's edge. The river shimmered in the fading light, its surface alive with the colors of the setting sun. It wasn't just water, it was a living, breathing presence, pulsating with an energy that seemed to wrap around her like a tender embrace. Oshun knelt by the bank, her fingertips grazing the cool surface, and for a moment, everything else faded away, the voices, the expectations, the weight of her own heart. Here, there was only stillness, and in that stillness, a quiet knowing. She dipped her hand deeper, letting the water run over her palm, and it was as if the river responded to her touch. Tiny ripples spread out in delicate patterns, and she felt it again, the hum, the connection, the indescribable bond that seemed to tie her soul to the water. The sensation was both comforting and overwhelming, as if the river knew her in ways she had yet to understand. Oshun closed her eyes and leaned forward, pressing her forehead against her hands. She had felt this connection since she was a child, long before she understood what it meant. The river had always been there, a constant presence in her life. It wasn't just a source of sustenance for the village, it was her sanctuary, her refuge. And yet, it was more than that. It was alive in ways no one else seemed to notice, a spirit that spoke in whispers only she could hear. That night, as darkness settled and stars began to scatter across the sky, something extraordinary happened. The river stirred, its calm surface shifting as if responding to a hidden force. Oshun felt it before she saw it, a warmth that started in her chest and spread through her body, pulling her closer to the water. She opened her eyes, and there, just beyond her reflection, she saw a glimmer of light, soft and golden, moving beneath the surface like a living thing. She reached out, her breath caught in her throat, and as her fingers touched the light, a wave of emotion washed over her. It was as if the river was speaking to her, not in words, but in feelings, ancient and profound, carrying memories that were not her own. She saw visions of flowing streams carving through mountains, of rain falling from the heavens to feed the earth, of life blossoming wherever the water touched. And within those visions, she felt the river's love, its boundless, unwavering devotion to the world it nurtured. Tears streamed down her face, though she didn't know why. The connection was too vast, too beautiful to comprehend. It was like holding the weight of the universe in her heart, and yet, she felt no burden. Instead, she felt whole, as if the river had filled every empty space within her, soothing wounds she hadn't realized were there. The light faded, but its warmth remained, lingering like a soft glow inside her chest. Oshun sat back, her hands trembling as she looked out at the river, now calm and quiet again. But she knew it wasn't the same. Something had shifted, and she could feel it in her very bones. The river was no longer just a place of peace for her, it was part of her, as much a part of her as her own heartbeat. As she sat there, a memory surfaced, faint and distant, like a dream long forgotten. She remembered a night much like this one, when she was a child. She had wandered to the river after a storm, drawn by the sound of its rushing waters. She had slipped on the wet stones and fallen into the current, the water swallowing her small frame. Panic had seized her, and she thought she would drown. But then, just as suddenly, the river had cradled her, holding her steady, carrying her gently to the shore. She had told no one of the experience, not even her family. But now, sitting by the water, she realized what she had felt then was the same as what she felt now, a love that defied explanation. The next morning, Oshun returned to the river, her steps lighter, her heart steadier. She knelt once more, her reflection staring back at her with an almost knowing smile. This time, when she touched the water, she wasn't just seeking comfort, she was offering herself. She whispered words of gratitude, her voice carried away by the gentle current. The river responded in kind, its surface shimmering as if in acknowledgement. And in that moment, Oshun understood that the bond she shared with the water was more than a connection, it was a promise. The river would always be there for her, just as she would always protect and honor it. They were two halves of the same spirit, bound together in a way that transcended time and understanding. Even as the days passed and life pulled her in different directions, the call of the river never faded. It remained with her, a quiet presence that reminded her of who she was and where she belonged. And no matter how far she wandered, she always found her way back, her heart guided by the hum that only she could hear. The air was electric, the kind of stillness that held its breath before something extraordinary happened. Villagers had gathered beneath the vast canopy of the evening sky, their murmurs soft as the first stars began to twinkle. Oshun stood in their midst, her golden adornments glinting in the firelight, her presence commanding yet serene. There was something in her eyes that night, a light, a depth, that made people pause mid-sentence, their words faltering as if caught by some unseen force. It had started with the rain, or rather, the lack of it. For weeks, the crops had wilted under a relentless sun. The river, once lively and flowing, had grown shallow, its voice reduced to a hushed whisper. Fear gripped the village as they watched their lifeline dwindle. Prayers were offered, rituals performed, but the skies remained obstinate and dry. And then there was Oshun. She had risen before dawn, her golden bracelets jingling softly as she walked barefoot to the river's edge. The villagers, anxious and sleepless, followed her at a distance, curious yet hesitant. They watched as she knelt by the water, her hands cupping the last remnants of its flow. She closed her eyes, her lips moving in words too quiet to hear, her face a portrait of focus and grace. The wind stirred, gentle at first, then gathering strength. The villagers whispered among themselves, clutching each other's arms as they felt the shift in the air. Clouds began to gather, dark and heavy, their edges illuminated by flashes of lightning. Oshun did not flinch. She remained kneeling, her hand still cradling the water, as the first drops of rain kissed the parched earth. The heavens opened, and rain poured in torrents, drenching the fields, filling the river, and quenching the land's thirst. The villagers fell to their knees, their voices rising in cries of relief and gratitude. But their eyes were fixed on Oshun, who rose slowly, her face glistening with raindrops, her expression calm and knowing. They could not explain it, but they knew in their hearts that this was no ordinary woman. She had called the rain, and it had obeyed. The whispers began that night. Stories spread of her quiet power, her ability to bring life where there was none. Children pointed at her with awe, their parents bowing their heads in reverence. Oshun, for her part, did not boast or claim credit. She simply smiled, her warmth a balm for their weary souls. But the signs could not be ignored. There was the time she saved a young boy, feverish and on the brink of death. The healer had done all she could, yet the child's condition worsened. Desperate, the boy's mother carried him to Oshun, her sobs shaking her frail frame. Oshun took the boy in her arms, cradling him as if he were her own. Her touch was cool, soothing, as she whispered words the mother could not understand. The boy stirred, his labored breaths easing, his cheeks flushing with color. Within hours, he was sitting up, laughing weakly as his mother wept with joy. The healer, astonished, declared it a miracle, but the villagers said it was Oshun's doing. How else could they explain the boy's recovery when all hope had seemed lost? And then there were the birds. They came to her in flocks, their feathers a kaleidoscope of colors that seemed brighter in her presence. They perched on her shoulders, sang at her feet, and followed her as she walked through the village. Even the wildest among them, birds that no one could tame, seemed drawn to her as if she carried the essence of the earth itself. One evening, a hunter returned with a tale that left the villagers speechless. He had ventured deep into the forest, where the trees grew thick and the air was heavy with the scent of moss. He had spotted a deer, its coat gleaming like polished mahogany, and raised his bow. But just as he was about to release the arrow, the deer turned, its eyes meeting his with a startling clarity. Before he could react, Oshun stepped into the clearing, her movements so fluid it was as if she had appeared from the very air. She placed a hand on the deer's neck, her touch gentle yet commanding. The hunter lowered his bow, transfixed as the deer nuzzled her hand and then bounded away, disappearing into the shadows. Oshun turned to him, her gaze soft yet piercing, and said only one word, life. The hunter returned to the village, his bow untouched, his heart heavy with awe. Even the elders, wise and skeptical, began to accept what the younger villagers already believed. Oshun was no mere mortal. The way the earth seemed to bloom beneath her feet, the way the rivers sang a little louder when she was near, the way even the fiercest storms softened at her presence, all of it pointed to something greater. But Oshun carried this with humility. When asked about her powers, she would laugh, a sound as light as the breeze, and say, "I am only who I have always been." Yet her eyes told a different story, a story of a woman who knew the weight of her own spirit, who understood that her gifts were not her own but belonged to something far beyond her. The villagers began to see her not just as a protector but as a bridge between the mortal and the divine. They left offerings at the river's edge, not out of obligation but out of love. They sang her praises, their voices rising with the dawn, carried by the wind to places unseen. And Oshun, ever graceful, continued to walk among them, her presence a reminder of the beauty and mystery that lived in their world. She was their light in the darkness, their rain in the drought, their hope in the face of despair. And though she never claimed to be more than one of them, the signs were there for all to see. She was a gift, a blessing, and in her, they saw the divine made flesh. The gathering was unlike anything the world had ever seen. The night sky, thick with stars, seemed to bow in reverence as the celestial energy in the air grew undeniable. A great circle had formed atop the sacred hill, where no mortal dared to tread without purpose. Flames from towering torches swayed with a hypnotic rhythm, casting long shadows over the faces of the Orishas who had assembled. At the center of it all sat Obatala, the high Orisha, his white robes radiant as if spun from moonlight itself. Oshun knelt before him, her golden adornments shimmering softly in the firelight. Her heart beat loudly in her chest, but her face betrayed no fear. She was calm, yet something within her stirred, a pull, an ache, a knowing. All eyes were on her, some filled with wonder, others with envy. The winds whispered through the trees, as if the world itself were waiting for what Obatala would say. His voice, when it came, was deep and deliberate, each word carrying the weight of ages. Oshun, he began, his tone both gentle and unyielding, child of grace, bearer of waters, the time has come to reveal what the heavens have whispered about you. Oshun raised her gaze, meeting his eyes. They were ancient and knowing, filled with a wisdom that seemed to see past flesh and bone, straight into her soul. She did not speak, for there were no words she could offer in the presence of such power. The rivers sing your name, Obatala continued, his voice filling the night. The winds carry your essence to the far corners of the earth. You are not bound by the limits of this world, Oshun. Your spirit reaches beyond what is seen, and your destiny is unlike any other. A murmur ran through the crowd of Orishas. Some nodded solemnly, while others exchanged furtive glances. But Obatala silenced them with a single gesture, his hand lifting slowly, commanding their attention. There will come a time, he said, when you will stand at the crossroads of creation itself. You will be called upon to balance what is broken, to heal what is wounded. It will not be easy, for even the brightest light casts a shadow. The path ahead is not without pain, but it is yours, and yours alone. The word struck Oshun like a wave, powerful and unrelenting. She felt their truth resonate deep within her, yet she could not understand what they fully meant. What crossroads? What wounds? She wanted to ask, but the air around her seemed to hold her in place, urging her to listen, to feel, to trust. You are water, Obatala said, his voice softer now, almost tender. You will flow where others cannot. You will nurture and destroy, soothe and surge, create and cleanse. Through you, the world will learn the beauty of balance, the power of compassion. But know this, Oshun, your kindness will be tested, your spirit challenged. There will be those who seek to dim your light, who will twist your love into a weapon. Be strong, for the river does not stop flowing because of stones in its path. A flicker of doubt crossed Oshun's mind, but it was quickly replaced by a fierce determination. She could feel the weight of Obatala's words settling on her shoulders, but instead of burdening her, it seemed to fortify her, as if she had been waiting for this moment her entire life without knowing it. Obatala's gaze softened, and for a moment, it was as if he saw her not as an Orisha but as a child, as the girl who had once laughed by the riverbank, who had loved and lost, who had given of herself endlessly. You will not face this alone, he said, his voice a promise. The rivers will guide you, the winds will carry you, and the earth itself will rise to meet you. But the choices will be yours to make, Oshun. Do not fear them. As he spoke, the flames of the torches flared brighter, their light casting golden halos around Oshun. The Orishas watched in stunned silence as the ground beneath her feet seemed to shimmer, the grass growing greener, the earth warmer. A soft hum filled the air, a sound that was neither song nor silence, but something in between, something ancient and eternal. Then, as if drawn by an unseen force, a single drop of water rose from the ground. It hovered in the air, glistening like a pearl, before drifting toward Oshun. She reached out instinctively, her fingers closing around it. The moment she did, a wave of warmth surged through her, spreading from her fingertips to her heart, filling her with a sense of purpose so profound it brought tears to her eyes. Obatala smiled, his expression one of pride and tenderness. The waters recognize you, he said. They have chosen you, just as you have chosen them. Remember this moment, Oshun, for it marks the beginning of what you are meant to become. The drop of water seemed to melt into her skin, leaving behind a faint glow that lingered for only a moment before fading. But Oshun could feel it within her, a quiet strength, a connection to something vast and infinite. The Orishas began to stir, their whispers growing louder, but Obatala's voice rose above them once more. "Let it be known," he declared, his tone commanding, "that Oshun is more than she appears. She is the keeper of waters, the bringer of balance, the light in the darkness. Her path is hers to walk, but her spirit belongs to all." The declaration hung in the air, heavy with meaning. The Orishas bowed their heads, some in reverence, others in reluctant acceptance. But Oshun remained kneeling, her mind racing, her heart steady. She knew now that her life would never be the same, that the world would see her differently. But she also knew that this was only the beginning, that the true test lay ahead. Obatala stepped forward, his hand resting lightly on her shoulder. "Rise, Oshun," he said, his voice soft yet firm. "The world awaits you." And so, with the weight of prophecy and the light of purpose, Oshun rose, her heart steady, her spirit unyielding. The torches burned brighter, the wind sang louder, and the stars above seemed to shine just a little more brightly. The village had grown quiet. The usual hum of life, children laughing, elders sharing stories, women singing as they worked, had been swallowed by an ominous silence. The river, once Oshun's playful companion, now lay still, its surface reflecting the pale, sickly light of a sun that seemed unwilling to shine. The air was heavy, thick with fear and sorrow. Crops had withered in the fields, the ground cracked and thirsty. The people's faces were hollow, their hope dwindling like the last flicker of a dying flame. Oshun stood at the river's edge, her bare feet sinking into the cool, wet earth. Her golden ornaments felt heavier than usual, as if they carried the weight of the world's despair. She could feel their eyes on her, the villagers, desperate and pleading, though they dared not speak. They had given up on words, they had nothing left to say. Only Oshun had the power to act, though even she did not know if it would be enough. The gods had been silent for too long. The rain, the lifeblood of the land, had ceased, leaving the earth parched and barren. The people had prayed, danced, and sung to the heavens, their voices raw with desperation, but their cries had gone unanswered. Oshun had pleaded with the Orishas, begging for mercy, but their faces were as unreadable as stone. It was then that she realized the truth: the balance of the world had been broken, and no one but her could restore it. She knelt by the river, her reflection staring back at her. It seemed distant, unfamiliar, as though it belonged to someone else. The water rippled, disturbed by a single tear that fell from her eye. It was not fear that filled her heart, but a deep, aching sorrow. She knew what must be done, though it pained her more than words could express. Oshun closed her eyes, her hands resting lightly on the surface of the water. She whispered words that only the river could understand, her voice trembling but resolute. The water began to stir, a gentle current that carried her voice to the depths of the earth. She called out to the spirits of the land, to the essence of life itself, offering something no one else could give. The air grew colder, the wind picking up as if the world itself were holding its breath. The villagers watched from the shadows, their hearts pounding with both hope and dread. They did not know what Oshun had promised, but they could feel the shift in the air, the unspoken power of her words. The river responded first. Its stillness broke, the water bubbling and swirling as if awakening from a deep sleep. The ground beneath Oshun's feet trembled, and the sky above began to darken, clouds gathering with an urgency that sent chills through the crowd. It was then that Oshun stood, her head held high, her eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. The Orishas appeared, their forms shimmering like mirages in the stormy air. Obatala stepped forward, his expression unreadable. "Oshun," he said, his voice carrying both admiration and sorrow, "you know what you are offering." She nodded, her gaze unwavering. "I do." Obatala's face softened, a flicker of pain crossing his ancient eyes. "Once given, it cannot be undone." "I understand," Oshun replied, her voice steady. "But I cannot stand by and watch them suffer. If my life can bring balance, then so be it." The villagers gasped, their whispers rising like a tide. They had not known the depth of her sacrifice, the cost of her love for them. Some fell to their knees, their tears mixing with the rain that had begun to fall, a soft, tentative drizzle that carried the scent of life. Obatala raised his hand, silencing the murmurs. Then let it be so, he said, his voice heavy with the weight of eternity. But know this, Oshun, your sacrifice will not be in vain. You will be remembered, not as a mortal, but as a force eternal. As the words left his lips, the rain grew heavier, the droplets cold and cleansing as they fell upon the dry earth. Oshun stepped into the river, her movements graceful and deliberate. The water embraced her, rising to meet her as if it had been waiting for this moment. She turned to face the villagers one last time, her smile soft and full of love. "Do not weep for me," she said, her voice carrying over the storm. "This is not the end, but a beginning. Take care of one another. Honor the rivers, the rains, the earth that sustains you. And remember, even in the darkest times, love is the greatest power of all." The river surged around her, its currents glowing with a golden light that seemed to come from within. The villagers cried out, their voices mingling with the thunder that rumbled in the distance. Oshun closed her eyes, surrendering herself to the water, to the world, to the balance she had sworn to protect. When the light faded, she was gone, but the river roared to life, its waters spilling over the banks and rushing through the land. The rain fell in torrents, soaking the earth, filling the empty wells, breathing life back into the fields. The people stood in awe, their faces wet with rain and tears, as the miracle unfolded before them. The Orishas watched in silence, their forms fading into the storm. Obatala lingered a moment longer, his gaze fixed on the river that now flowed with a strength it had not known in ages. "You have done well, Oshun," he murmured, his voice lost to the wind. "May your light guide them always." The villagers, their spirits renewed, began to sing. Their voices rose like a prayer, a hymn of gratitude and remembrance. Though Oshun was no longer among them, they could feel her presence in the rain, in the river, in the life that now surrounded them. She had given everything, and in doing so, had become something far greater. The storm subsided, leaving the world cleansed and renewed. The river sparkled in the sunlight, its waters clear and full of life. And in its gentle currents, the people swore they could still hear her voice, a soft, melodic whisper that reminded them of her love, her sacrifice, and the gift she had given them all. The river was alive that day. Its waters shimmered under a sunless sky, a quiet, luminous pulse running through it like the heartbeat of the earth itself. Yet, it was restless, swirling and churning as if it carried a secret too heavy to hold. The villagers stood at its edge, silent and afraid, their hands clasped together in prayer or desperation. They had heard of miracles before, whispered tales of gods and mortals intertwined, but now, as their hope waned, all they could do was watch. Oshun stepped forward. The river seemed to react to her presence, its currents slowing as though bowing in reverence. She had always felt a connection to it, a bond that had no explanation, as natural as breathing and as profound as the stars. But today, the river was more than a companion. It was the last thread between life and death for her people. Her golden bracelets jingled softly as she raised her hands, her face turned toward the waters. Her voice was calm, yet it carried a depth that silenced even the wind. "You have nourished us, sustained us," she murmured, as though speaking to an old friend. "Now I ask for one last gift. Not for me, but for them." The villagers couldn't understand her words, but they felt the weight of them in their chests. Mothers clutched their children, tears streaming silently down their faces. Men who had known her as the spirited girl who danced by the river now saw her as something else entirely, something divine, untouchable. The river began to glow, a soft golden hue that spread through its currents, reaching out toward Oshun. The air grew warmer, thick with the scent of rain and earth. The people gasped as the waters rose, not in a violent surge, but in a graceful ascent, wrapping around Oshun like a silk scarf caught in the wind. She didn't flinch. Instead, she stepped deeper, her feet disappearing beneath the surface. The light grew brighter, almost too bright to look at. Oshun's figure became indistinct, her golden ornaments melting into the radiant glow. The river seemed to hum, a low, resonant sound that echoed in the hearts of everyone present. It was as though the earth itself was singing, a song of sorrow and hope entwined. Oshun closed her eyes. She could feel the river's spirit, a vast, ancient presence that spoke without words. It welcomed her, embraced her, as though it had been waiting for this moment. She thought of the people behind her, their faces etched with hunger, their souls weighed down by despair. She thought of the children, their laughter stifled by fear, and of the elders who had taught her to respect the land and its gifts. They had given her so much, and now it was her turn to give. The light surged, a burst of golden brilliance that washed over the riverbank, illuminating the faces of the villagers. The ground trembled, not in anger but in renewal. The river roared, its waters rising higher, spilling over its banks and rushing into the parched fields. The villagers cried out, some in fear, others in awe, as the dry earth drank deeply, cracks vanishing, life returning. And then, just as suddenly as it began, the light faded. The river settled, its surface calm and clear. The villagers searched for Oshun, their eyes scanning the waters, but she was gone. In her place, the river shimmered with a new vitality, its currents alive with a golden glow that seemed to dance in the sunlight. It was as though the river itself had been reborn, carrying with it the essence of Oshun. A child stepped forward, her small hand reaching out to touch the water. She gasped, pulling back as a soft, melodious voice filled the air. It was Oshun, her tone as warm and soothing as the river's embrace. "Do not be afraid," she said, her voice carried by the wind and the water. "I am with you, always. When you drink, when you bathe, when you plant your seeds, know that I am here." The people wept, their tears falling into the river as they knelt before it. They understood now that Oshun had not disappeared but had become something greater. She had given herself to the river, merging with its spirit, so that her people might live. The river would flow forever, nourishing the land, sustaining life, a constant reminder of her sacrifice. In the days that followed, the rain returned, gentle and steady, filling the wells and reviving the fields. Crops sprouted where there had been only dust, and the air grew thick with the scent of flowers and fresh earth. The people sang songs of gratitude, their voices rising like prayers to the heavens. They spoke of Oshun with reverence, calling her the spirit of the river, the one who had saved them all. And when they stood by the water's edge, they swore they could feel her presence, a warm, comforting touch that reminded them of her laughter, her kindness, and her unyielding love. The river had become more than a source of life, it was a symbol of her devotion, a testament to the power of selflessness and the enduring bond between a goddess and her people. The heavens trembled with a light so vast and pure that even the stars seemed dim in its presence. In this radiant expanse, where time and space held no dominion, Oshun stood, her form shimmering with the golden essence of the river she had become. Yet, she was not alone. Before her was Olodumare, the supreme force of creation, a presence that felt both infinite and intimate, as though every breath of life and every grain of sand belonged to this being. The silence that followed was not empty, it was alive, pulsing with the echoes of creation itself. Oshun felt it in her soul, a weightless pull, as though the universe was gazing back at her. She looked down at her reflection, though it was no longer hers alone. The river flowed through her veins, its spirit intertwined with her own. She was no longer merely Oshun. She was something greater, something eternal. "You have come far," a voice said, deep and resonant, yet gentle as the first drop of rain after a drought. Oshun lifted her eyes. Olodumare's form was beyond comprehension, shifting and glowing, yet she felt no fear. Instead, she felt a warmth that seemed to cradle her very existence. "I did only what was needed," she said, her voice steady but filled with humility. "The people, they were dying. The land was barren. I could not stand by and watch." Olodumare studied her, though no words or gestures betrayed their thoughts. The air between them grew thick with energy, swirling with colors that danced and wove themselves into patterns too intricate to describe. It was as though the entire cosmos had paused to witness this moment. "Selflessness is rare," Olodumare finally said, their tone heavy with the wisdom of ages. "Even among those touched by divinity. What you have done, Oshun, is not a simple act. You gave yourself to the river, to the people, to life itself. You surrendered your essence, not for glory, not for reward, but out of love." Oshun's gaze fell, not from shame, but from the raw power of those words. She thought of the villagers, their tears, their prayers, their desperate hope. She had not acted with the intention of being remembered. She had only wanted to save them. The river now carries your spirit, Olajamere continued. It nourishes the earth, brings life where there was none, and offers solace to those in need. Your sacrifice has created a legacy that will outlast even the stars. But such acts cannot go unnoticed. The heavens seemed to shift, glowing brighter as if in agreement. Oshun felt a strange sensation, like the pull of the river's current, but stronger, deeper. She could hear whispers now, faint yet distinct, a chorus of voices from the earth below. They were calling her name, not in anguish, but in reverence, in love. You have become more than mortal, Olajamere said, their voice filling the expanse. You are now a part of the eternal flow, the balance between creation and destruction, joy and sorrow, life and death. You are the embodiment of love's power and the proof of its endurance. Oshun looked up, her eyes glistening with emotion. What does that mean for me? She asked, though her voice held no fear, only curiosity. It means your sacrifice has elevated you, Olajamere replied. You are no longer bound by the limitations of the flesh. You are now a force of nature, a guardian of the waters, a spirit that flows through the hearts of those who call upon you. You are not lost, Oshun. You are transformed. The words wrapped around her like the river's embrace, filling her with a warmth that resonated in every fiber of her being. She thought of her people, their laughter, their resilience, their prayers of gratitude that now reached her through the very waters they drank. She thought of the children who would grow up strong, the crops that would flourish, and the songs that would carry her name for generations. You have given life, and so life will honor you, Olajamere said. From this day forward, you shall be known as the goddess of the river, the spirit of fertility and love, the healer of wounds both seen and unseen. Your name will be spoken with reverence, and your essence will guide those who seek your blessing. Tears streamed down Oshun's face, though they were not of sorrow. They fell into the golden light below, merging with it as if to seal the bond between her and the divine. She knelt, not out of submission, but out of gratitude, her hands clasped over her heart. Thank you, she whispered, her voice trembling with emotion. For seeing me. For trusting me. Olajamere's presence grew warmer, almost tender, as though the universe itself smiled upon her. It is not trust, Oshun, they said. It is certainty. You are and always have been destined for this. Go now, and let your waters flow. The world awaits you. The light around them began to fade, though its warmth remained. Oshun felt herself descending, the heavens receding as the earth grew closer. The whispers grew louder, clearer, until they were no longer whispers but songs. Songs of her name, of her sacrifice, of the love that had saved them all. As her feet touched the ground, she stood once more by the river's edge. The villagers were there, their faces lifted in awe as they beheld her. She no longer looked the same, her form glowed with a soft, golden light, her movements fluid like the river's current. She was still Oshun, yet she was something more. The people knelt, their voices trembling as they called her name. She smiled, her heart swelling with love for them. She stepped into the river, its waters welcoming her like an old friend. And as she walked, the river seemed to rise, its currents dancing around her, alive with the essence of the goddess she had become. The sky was alive with colors no human eyes had ever seen. Shades of gold and crimson wove themselves into patterns that pulsed like a heartbeat, as if the heavens themselves were preparing for something extraordinary. A great circle of Orishas gathered, their presence shimmering like the light reflecting on water, each radiating an aura that spoke of power and purpose. It was a gathering unlike any other, a convergence of divine energies, and at the center of it stood Oshun. She looked both radiant and humble, her form glowing softly like the first rays of dawn. The river's spirit coursed through her, a quiet but unyielding force that steadied her as she gazed at the assembled Orishas. This was a moment she had not sought but was destined to embrace. Her heartbeat echoed in her ears, matching the rhythm of the celestial drumbeats that began to resonate through the air, calling all creation to witness. Obatala, the oldest and wisest of the Orishas, stepped forward. His form was serene, his eyes deep pools of understanding that seemed to see not just Oshun, but the essence of who she was. In his hands, he carried a staff carved from a tree older than time itself, its surface etched with symbols of creation and balance. "The time has come," he said, his voice as steady as the mountains and as soft as the wind that carried it. "Oshun, daughter of the river, spirit of love, you have walked the path of sacrifice and emerged transformed. Today, you will take your place among us." The words carried a weight that pressed against her chest, not in fear but in awe. She felt the eyes of the Orishas upon her, Chango, whose fiery gaze spoke of storms and passion, Yemaya, the mother of the oceans, whose gentle smile carried the depth of all waters, and Ogun, the unyielding warrior whose strength was matched only by his sense of justice. Each of them regarded her with something more profound than respect. It was recognition. A soft hum began to rise from the circle, a sound that seemed to emerge from the fabric of existence itself. It grew louder, richer, until it became a melody, a song of the universe that resonated with her very soul. The Orishas raised their hands, and in unison, the song poured into her like a river meeting the ocean. Her body trembled as the energies of creation, destruction, and renewal swirled within her, each one finding its place, each one strengthening her. Obatala extended his hand, and in it appeared a golden chalice, its surface glimmering with the light of countless stars. He held it before her, his eyes steady. "Drink, Oshun. This is the essence of the divine, the bond that will unite you with the Orishas. With this, you will carry the wisdom and power needed to guide those who call upon you." Her hand shook as she reached for the chalice. The moment her fingers touched it, a surge of warmth flowed through her, and she gasped. It was as though every prayer ever whispered, every tear ever shed, and every act of love ever performed had been captured within this vessel. She lifted it to her lips and drank. The liquid was neither warm nor cold, but it seemed to ignite something within her. Visions burst forth, of rivers teeming with life, of parched lands turning green under the touch of rain, of hearts mended and spirits uplifted. Each vision was a fragment of what she would become, of what she already was. As she lowered the chalice, the hum around her grew louder, transforming into a thunderous roar. The Orishas began to chant, their voices weaving together in a language older than words. The ground beneath her feet glowed, intricate patterns of light spiraling outward from where she stood. She felt herself lifted, not by hands, but by the energy surrounding her, cradling her like the river's gentle current. "Oshun," Obatala intoned, his voice rising above the chant, "you are no longer merely of the earth. You are now a guardian of its waters, a protector of its people, a bringer of love and healing. You are one of us." A crown appeared in his hands, crafted from sunlight and river reeds, adorned with pearls that shimmered like tears of joy. He placed it gently upon her head, and as he did, a burst of light erupted from her, spreading outward in waves that seemed to touch every corner of existence. The Orishas raised their arms in unison, their voices rising in exultation. She felt it then, the bond that tied her to them, to the earth, to the river, to the very essence of life itself. It was overwhelming and beautiful, a sensation that brought tears streaming down her cheeks. She was no longer merely Oshun, the woman who had given herself to save her people. She was Oshun, the Orisha of the river, of love, of fertility, and of unwavering strength. The chanting softened, and the light around her dimmed, though it did not fade entirely. She stood once more on the ground, the crown warm against her brow. The Orishas stepped forward one by one, each placing a hand on her shoulder, each offering a blessing that resonated in her heart. Yemaya was the last. She embraced Oshun, her touch as soothing as the ocean's embrace. "You are my sister now," she whispered, her voice carrying the weight of tides. "Together, we will nurture and protect. Together, we will heal." The words filled Oshun with a peace she had never known. The ceremony was complete, but the journey was only beginning. She looked around at the faces of the Orishas, and for the first time, she saw herself reflected in their eyes, not as a mortal, but as one of them. The realization brought with it a quiet strength, an understanding that she was exactly where she was meant to be. The air shimmered as if alive, thick with an energy that sent shivers racing through Oshun's body. The ceremony had ended, the voices of the Orishas still echoing faintly in the celestial space, but a silence had now settled. It was a silence not of emptiness but of anticipation, as though the universe itself was holding its breath. Oshun stood still, the golden crown on her head glinting softly in the ethereal light, her heart pounding like a drum in her chest. Then it happened. A light brighter than the sun descended from above, swirling in colors that defied description. It didn't burn or blind. Instead, it wrapped around her, warm and weightless, carrying with it a sensation of infinite love and acceptance. Her breath caught as the light seemed to seep into her skin, a force awakening within her that felt both foreign and deeply familiar. She felt the presence before she saw him. Olodumare, the supreme deity, the creator of all things, appeared before her, not as a form but as an essence, vast and unfathomable. His voice, when it came, was not a sound but a resonance that echoed within her very soul. Oshun, it said, each syllable a wave of power, you have proven yourself worthy. The river flows in you, but you are now so much more. These gifts I bestow upon you are not for your glory, but for the world you will nurture, the hearts you will heal, and the lives you will guide. Carry them with wisdom and love. Her body trembled as the first gift revealed itself. She gasped as her hands glowed, golden streams flowing from her fingertips. It was the power to heal, not just wounds of the flesh, but the unseen scars that lingered in hearts and minds. She could feel it, the energy, gentle yet mighty, humming within her. A memory surfaced of the many faces she had seen in sorrow, the tears she had witnessed. Now, she could mend them, soothe their pain with a mere touch. A sudden gust of wind swirled around her, carrying the scent of flowers and fresh rain. She felt her feet lift from the ground, her body weightless as if carried by unseen wings. A new power surged through her, flight, not just through the air but across realms, across the divide between the living and the divine. She would never again be bound by the limits of earth or time. Wherever her people called her, she could be there, her presence a balm to their struggles. Her heart raced as a torrent of water materialized around her, dancing and swirling as though alive. It was not the river she knew, but something far more profound, a connection to all waters everywhere, oceans, lakes, streams, and the tears of every living being. With a flick of her wrist, she could summon waves to protect, currents to guide, or gentle rains to nurture life. The waters answered to her now, their rhythms in perfect harmony with her own. Then, a burst of light enveloped her head, and she gasped as the knowledge of the cosmos poured into her mind. The stars whispered their secrets, the earth shared its history, and the future revealed its endless possibilities. This was the gift of wisdom, the ability to see beyond the surface, to understand the interconnectedness of all things. It was a weighty gift, and she felt its responsibility settle on her shoulders, but she welcomed it with quiet resolve. The final gift came with a sound, a melody so hauntingly beautiful that it brought tears streaming down her face. It was the song of creation, the harmony that bound the universe together. She realized then that she could sing it, her voice carrying the power to inspire hope, to unite divided hearts, and to call forth life itself. It was the purest expression of her essence, a reminder of the love and joy she was meant to bring to the world. As the light began to fade, the gift settling into her being like seeds taking root, Oshun sank to her knees, overwhelmed by the magnitude of what she had received. She pressed her hands to the ground, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath her, the heartbeat of all creation. Tears streamed down her face, not of sorrow but of gratitude and wonder. The Orishas approached her one by one, their faces alight with awe and pride. Yumaya knelt beside her, wrapping her in a gentle embrace. "You are the river, the life it brings, and the love it carries," she whispered, her voice trembling with emotion. "You are Oshun, the heart of us all." Chango stepped forward, his fiery presence tempered with an uncharacteristic gentleness. "With these gifts, you will shape the lives of many. Use them boldly, for your strength is boundless." Ogun nodded, his steady gaze meeting hers. "And remember, your compassion is your greatest weapon. Let it guide your every action." As the Orishas stepped back, Oshun rose to her feet, her posture no longer weighed by uncertainty but radiating quiet confidence. The gift she had been given hummed within her, not as separate entities but as parts of a whole, each one enhancing the other. She was not merely the goddess of the river. She was a protector, a healer, a guide, and a source of endless love and hope. The skies above shimmered one final time, the colors blending into a golden glow that bathed her in its warmth. The ceremony was complete, but the journey had only just begun. She turned to face the horizon, her heart full, her spirit unshakable, ready to embrace the destiny that awaited her. The land was parched, its once vibrant fields reduced to a cracked and brittle wasteland. Rivers that had danced joyfully under the sun now lay dormant, their beds dry and lifeless. The cries of children echoed through the village as mothers searched in vain for water to soothe their thirst. Even the skies seemed indifferent, a relentless sun blazing down without mercy. In the midst of this despair, Oshun felt the weight of every withered plant, every aching heart. Her connection to the waters, the pulse of life itself, throbbed in her veins. She could feel the river's silent warning, their absence leaving an ache in the world. It was not just the earth that needed water, it was the soul of the people, the unspoken hope that their prayers would be answered. One night, as the moon hung low and full, Oshun stood at the edge of a forgotten spring. Her golden robes shimmered softly, their glow reflecting in the faint trickle of water that remained. This spring, hidden deep in the forest, was ancient, untouched by human hands for generations. Yet it held a secret, a power older than the stars, a gift meant only for those who could guard it with unwavering devotion. Kneeling beside the spring, Oshun dipped her hands into the cool liquid, feeling its energy surge through her. It was unlike any water she had ever known, alive with a sacred essence. It whispered to her, not in words, but in feelings, a call to protect, to nurture, and to share its blessing with those in need. She closed her eyes and made a silent vow, her heart swelling with purpose. As dawn broke, the villagers awoke to an astonishing sight. Oshun stood in the center of their gathering place, a clay pot in her hands, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to glow in the morning light. Her presence was radiant, her smile warm but commanding. Without a word, she lifted the pot, tilting it slightly, and a single drop of water fell to the ground. That single drop was magic. Where it touched, the earth shuddered as if waking from a long sleep. Grass sprouted, green and vibrant, spreading outward like ripples on a pond. The villagers gasped, their disbelief melting into awe as the barren land transformed before their eyes. Streams began to flow where none had existed for years, their gentle murmurs filling the air with a melody of renewal. But Oshun was not finished. She spoke, her voice steady and filled with authority. "This water is sacred," she said, holding the pot high for all to see. "It is the water of life, a gift from the divine. It can heal, it can restore, but it must never be taken for granted. Those who drink from it must do so with pure hearts and good intentions." The villagers listened, their heads bowed in reverence. One by one, they came forward, cupping their hands to receive the blessed water. As they drank, their weary faces transformed, their eyes brightening with newfound vitality. The elders, bent and frail, stood straighter, their years seeming to lift away. The children laughed, their joy uncontainable as they splashed in the newly formed streams. Oshun watched, her heart full, but she knew her task had only begun. The water of life was not just for this village, but for all who suffered, all who hungered for hope. Yet it was not limitless. It required a guardian, someone who could protect its purity, someone who could ensure it was used wisely. Her first test came swiftly. Travelers from a distant kingdom arrived, their clothes fine but their eyes hollow with greed. They had heard rumors of the miraculous water and sought to claim it for themselves. They approached Oshun with false smiles, offering gold and jewels in exchange for the pot. Oshun stood firm, her gaze unwavering. "This water cannot be bought," she said, her voice ringing with the strength of the river's current. "It is meant for those who are worthy, those who will use it to uplift, not to hoard." When they tried to take it by force, a storm gathered in the sky. Thunder rolled, and rain poured down in torrents, blinding them and driving them away. Oshun's power as the guardian of the sacred waters was undeniable, her connection to the elements a force that no greed could overcome. In the days that followed, word of Oshun's role spread far and wide. Pilgrims came, not with demands, but with prayers, seeking her blessing. She welcomed them, her hand steady as she poured the water of life into their outstretched palms. Each drop carried not just nourishment but a piece of Oshun's heart, her love flowing as freely as the rivers she protected. Yet there were moments of sorrow. Some who came were not ready, their spirits burdened by selfishness or anger. Oshun saw their struggles and guided them gently, teaching them the value of humility and compassion. For those who returned with changed hearts, the water welcomed them, its magic a testament to their growth. As the seasons turned, Oshun's role as the guardian of the sacred waters became more than a duty, it became her identity. She was no longer just a goddess of the river but a symbol of hope and renewal. Her presence brought peace to those who feared drought and despair, her laughter a reminder that life, like water, must flow freely and joyfully. One night, as she stood by the spring, now brimming with crystal-clear water, Oshun felt a sense of fulfillment unlike any she had known. The moonlight danced on the surface, and she could hear the voices of the Orishas in the wind, their pride and love surrounding her. The water of life was safe, its blessing spreading to all corners of the land. But Oshun knew it was not just the water that sustained the people, it was the spirit behind it, the understanding that true power lies in giving, in caring, and in protecting what is sacred. She smiled, her reflection rippling in the water, and whispered a silent prayer of gratitude. The air was thick with the scent of jasmine and wildflowers, their fragrance mingling with the fresh mist rising from the riverbanks. It was dusk, the sky painted in shades of pink and orange, as though the sun itself had wept a final, fiery tear before slipping beneath the horizon. Oshun stood at the water's edge, her reflection shimmering in the surface, her golden skin glowing faintly in the fading light. She had always been beautiful, yes, but it was more than her outward appearance that made her captivating. It was the aura she carried, the warmth of her soul that reached out like an open hand to those in need. She had once been the goddess of the river, the guardian of waters, the one who could bring life to barren lands. But as time passed, something deep within her began to shift. She felt the stirrings of something greater, something more profound than the currents of the rivers or the blessings of the waters. It was as if the universe had whispered her name, calling her to something far more eternal. She began to understand that her power lay not just in the flow of water, but in the flow of love itself. One evening, as she sat by the river's edge, she saw a young couple, their faces full of longing and sadness. They sat together on the shore, their hands intertwined, but the weight of their world was too heavy for them to bear. The woman had been unable to conceive a child, and her heart ached with the emptiness of unfulfilled dreams. The man held her tightly, but he too carried the burden of her sorrow. Oshun watched them silently, her heart breaking for the pain they carried. She felt their grief as if it were her own. She had always been compassionate, always ready to soothe those who suffered, but this was different. She understood that their sorrow was not just for the child they yearned for, but for the love that had somehow been overshadowed by their desire. Oshun rose to her feet, her dress swaying gently with the breeze. Her voice, soft as the river's lullaby, broke the silence. "Why do you weep, my children?" she asked, her tone tender, yet strong. The woman's eyes, filled with unshed tears, met Oshun's gaze. "We have been together for so long, but our hearts ache for a child that we cannot have. We are lost in our sorrow, unable to see beyond it." Oshun smiled gently, her eyes reflecting the warm glow of the sunset. She knelt beside them, her hands resting on the ground, close to the earth that had witnessed so many such stories. "Your love is powerful," she said. "It is the foundation of everything. But love, my dear ones, is not just about what you desire. It is about what you give. It is about the joy you share, the laughter that echoes in your hearts. And love is patient. In time, it will reveal its true form." The woman looked at her with disbelief, but Oshun's presence was calming, her words like a balm on an open wound. "But how?" the woman asked. "How can we find peace when we are consumed by this longing?" Oshun's smile widened, a warmth spreading through her being. You must first love each other without expectation. Your hearts must be open, free from the weight of desire. The child you seek will come, but only when you have nurtured your love, when you have created a space that is full of peace, full of joy. She reached out and touched the woman's hand, her fingers sending a pulse of energy that seemed to radiate through her entire body. Feel the love between you, Oshun whispered. That is the power of creation. You already have it within you. The couple sat in silence, their eyes filled with a new understanding. They had been so caught in their yearning that they had forgotten to truly cherish the love they already shared. Slowly, they rose to their feet, their hearts lighter, their burdens forgotten for the moment. Oshun watched them walk away, hand in hand, their spirits now bound by a different kind of hope. As the seasons passed, Oshun's understanding of love deepened. She came to see it not just as a feeling or a bond between two people, but as the very force that bound the world together. It was love that made the rivers flow, that caused the flowers to bloom, that brought the rain after a long drought. It was love that healed, that nurtured, and that gave life to all things. One day, as she stood by the river, a group of women approached her. They were joyful, their eyes shining with excitement and hope. Each one held a small bundle in her arms, newborn babies, their tiny hands clutching the warmth of their mothers. They had all come to thank Oshun for the blessing of children, for the miracle of life she had given them. Oshun looked at each mother, her heart swelling with pride. She had seen these women's struggles, their battles with infertility, their moments of doubt and despair. But now, here they stood, their faces radiant with the joy that only motherhood could bring. It was a joy that could not be contained, a love so pure that it shone through every wrinkle, every crease of their skin. She touched the head of each child, her fingers glowing with a soft golden light. You are all miracles, she said softly, her voice full of affection. You carry the love of your mothers, the love of the earth, the love of the river in your hearts. Never forget that. As she spoke, the sky above her seemed to brighten, as though the very stars were listening, their light flickering with approval. Oshun felt her heart expand, her connection to everything around her deepening. She had become more than just the goddess of the river, more than just a figure of beauty and grace. She had become the embodiment of love itself, the source of all creation. Her power was not just in her beauty or her fertility, it was in the way she could touch the hearts of others, the way she could heal broken spirits and bring hope to the hopeless. Oshun had become the goddess of love, not because she could make the world perfect, but because she understood the truth that love, in all its forms, was the greatest gift of all. And through her, the world had learned that love was not something to be sought, it was something to be given, shared, and cherished. The air was thick with the scent of blooming flowers as Oshun walked by the river, her golden skin glistening in the warm embrace of the sun. Her hair flowed like a river of honey, catching the light and scattering it in soft waves. She was a vision of grace, her every step exuding both power and gentleness. There had always been something special about her, something that drew people to her, an irresistible warmth, a deep understanding of the heart's desires. But that day, something had shifted within her. She could feel it, like a new rhythm within her blood, a hum of energy that pulsed through her veins. She had always been the goddess of water, the guardian of the rivers, the one who nurtured life with her touch. But now, she was something more. Love had found its way into her heart, and she had come to understand that love was not just a fleeting feeling, but a force of nature itself. It was the river that flowed endlessly, the wind that whispered secrets through the trees, the earth that cradled all life. Oshun was no longer just a goddess of water, she had become the embodiment of love itself. It began on one of those quiet nights when the moon hung high in the sky, its pale light casting shadows on the earth. Oshun had walked to the riverbank, troubled by a deep longing she couldn't quite place. Her mind had been restless, as if the universe itself was calling to her. She sat by the water, letting the cool breeze touch her skin, the sound of the river lulling her into a quiet meditation. It was then that she heard a soft voice. Oshun, the voice whispered, gentle but commanding. You are more than what you think. You have within you the power to heal, to give, to create. You have the power to embody the purest form of love. At first, she thought it was the wind, or perhaps the river itself speaking to her. But the words, so clear and direct, could not be ignored. In that moment, Oshun realized that her beauty, her grace, had always been tied to the love that flowed through her. It wasn't just the rivers she nurtured, but the hearts of the people. It was her compassion, her understanding, her gentle spirit that had made her so beloved. But now, she was being called to something even greater. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the earth, Oshun's transformation began. Her heart swelled with a newfound power, a love that could create life itself. She walked through the village, her presence radiant, her every step leaving a trail of blossoming flowers behind her. The people who saw her were entranced, as if they had seen the very essence of life in her gaze. One by one, couples came to her, their hearts heavy with the longing for children. There was a woman whose arms had never held a child, a man whose house had no laughter. They approached Oshun with prayers and offerings, their eyes filled with hope and desperation. Oshun smiled at them, her eyes shining with the depth of the river. She placed her hands on their foreheads, sending a gentle pulse of energy through their bodies. The love that surged within her flowed into them, a gift from the earth, from the very heart of the world. "Your love will bear fruit," she said softly, her voice like the music of the river's song. "Your love is the seed, and in time, it will blossom." As she spoke, the air seemed to shimmer with an unseen energy. The woman's eyes brightened, and the man's posture straightened, as if a weight had been lifted. They looked at each other, their hearts filled with a new sense of peace. It wasn't just the promise of children they had received, it was the gift of love itself, pure and unburdened. Word of Oshun's power spread like wildfire, and soon, all those who had been struggling to find love, to build families, came to her. She gave them her blessings, and the world began to change. Children were born, families were formed, and love seemed to flow freely, like the river itself. Oshun's heart, once only filled with the desire to care for the world, was now overflowing with the gift of creation. She had become the goddess of love, not just in name, but in essence. As time passed, Oshun's power grew. She could feel it in every moment, in the way the earth seemed to respond to her presence. Flowers bloomed with each step she took, rivers flowed more freely, and the air itself seemed to shimmer with the potential of life. She had become more than just a goddess of water, she was the goddess of all things that grew, all things that thrived on love. She would often sit by the river, her hands resting gently on the surface of the water, watching as it moved with an ever-present grace. The river, she realized, was not just a symbol of her power, it was a reflection of the love that flowed through her. It was the love that had created the world, the love that had brought her to life, and the love that she now shared with all who came to her. There were days when she would think back to the time before she had become the embodiment of love, to the moments when she had struggled to understand her place in the world. But those doubts had faded, replaced by a deep knowing that love was the essence of everything. It was the force that connected all things, the thread that wove the world together. And so Oshun continued to walk among the people, her presence a reminder of the power of love. It was in the touch of her hand, the warmth of her gaze, the kindness in her words. She had become the goddess of love and fertility, but she was also the protector of hearts. Her power was not just in creating life, it was in nurturing it, and allowing it to flourish and grow. Through her, love was no longer just a feeling, it was a force that could heal, that could build, that could bring about miracles. And as she walked the earth, her heart would always beat in time with the rivers, the wind, and the very earth itself. For Oshun had become the living embodiment of love, and in her presence, all who sought it found a home, a place to rest, and a heart that could grow. Oshun stood on the banks of the river, her reflection dancing in the shimmering water like a golden flame. She gazed at her reflection for a long while, the weight of her new responsibilities settling on her shoulders. She had always been a goddess of love and fertility, nurturing life with her touch, but now, she was something more. She was becoming a keeper of balance, a force that would ensure harmony among the Orishas and among the realms they ruled. Her heart swelled with a mixture of pride and uncertainty. It was a heavy burden, but she was no stranger to the weight of power. The other Orishas had watched her grow, each one seeing the change in her. They knew that Oshun was not just another goddess. They could feel the depth of her wisdom and compassion, the strength that came from the balance she brought between creation and destruction, love and power. They knew that the time had come for her to step into a new role, a keeper of the sacred balance. But how would the others accept her? Would they recognize her as an equal? Would they trust her to maintain the delicate harmony among them? These were questions that kept her up at night, her thoughts tumbling like the rushing river before her. The first to approach her was Shango, the Orisha of thunder and fire, whose temper was as fierce as the storms he commanded. He was a king among gods, and his power was unmatched. But there was something about Oshun that even Shango could not deny. It was in the way she moved, in the way she spoke. She was both soft and fierce, both gentle and unyielding. Shango saw this, and for the first time, he saw a challenge in her, a challenge that was not to be conquered, but embraced. "Oshun," he said, his voice like the rumble of distant thunder, "I have watched you. You carry the river within you, and yet you also hold the flame of the sun. Do you know the weight of the storm you have chosen to bear?" Oshun smiled, her eyes sparkling with a quiet understanding. "I know the storm, Shango. And I know that without the rain, the fire cannot burn. Without love, there is no life. Without balance, all falls apart." Shango looked at her for a long moment, his brow furrowed in thought. The Orisha of fire had never been one to easily trust, but there was something in Oshun that called to him, something that made him believe in her. Perhaps it was her wisdom, or perhaps it was the purity of her heart. Whatever it was, he could not deny that Oshun had the strength to keep the balance between all the Orishas, just as she had always kept the balance within herself. "I will stand with you," he said, his voice softer now, his earlier intensity fading. "The storm and the flame must coexist. I will trust you to keep that balance." Oshun nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude. It was the first sign that she was not alone in this task. The Orishas, who had once watched her from a distance, were now beginning to see her as an equal, a necessary force in the grand design. Next came Obatala, the Orisha of wisdom and purity, whose presence was as serene as the quiet dawn. Obatala had always been the voice of reason among the Orishas, the one who held the threads of truth. His eyes, as white as snow, met hers with a steady gaze that seemed to pierce into her very soul. "Oshun," he said softly, his voice like a breeze rustling through the leaves, "your heart is pure, but the path you walk is fraught with shadows. You must learn to navigate the darkness as you do the light. The balance between light and dark is the true test." Oshun nodded, her thoughts deepening. She had always embraced the light of love and compassion, but she had come to understand that darkness had its place, too. Without darkness, there could be no light, and without trials, there could be no growth. "I will learn," she said, her voice steady. "The darkness does not frighten me, Obatala. I know that every shadow holds a lesson, and every light a challenge. It is in the balance that we find our strength." Obatala smiled, a slow, knowing smile. "Then you are ready," he said, and with that, he left her, his white robes fluttering in the breeze. As the days passed, Oshun continued to walk among the Orishas, each encounter shaping her understanding of her new role. She was not just a goddess of love, but a force that brought balance to the world. She was the bridge between opposing forces, the calm after the storm, the warmth after the cold, the life after the death. The Orishas came to her for counsel, and though their powers were vast, they saw that Oshun's power lay not in the extremes she controlled, but in the harmony she created between them. But it was not always easy. There were moments when Oshun felt overwhelmed by the weight of her task. The balance between the Orishas was delicate, and every decision she made seemed to echo across the heavens. When war threatened to break out between Orunmila, the Orisha of wisdom and fate, and Ogun, the Orisha of iron and war, Oshun stepped in, offering a solution that was neither victory nor defeat, but understanding. She helped them see that their strengths could work together, that Ogun's fire could forge the path while Orunmila's wisdom could guide it. It was in this moment that the Orishas began to truly see Oshun as the keeper of balance, for she did not seek to take sides, she sought only peace. Yet there were still moments of doubt. Moments when the storm raged inside her, when the weight of her role felt too heavy. She would often retreat to the riverbank, seeking solace in the water, listening to the sound of the river as it flowed endlessly toward the sea. It was there, in the stillness of the water, that she found her strength. For the river, too, knew balance. It knew when to rush and when to be still. It knew that without both, it would cease to be. And so, Oshun stood, not just as the goddess of love and fertility, but as the keeper of balance, the one who held the hearts of the Orishas in her hands, and through her love, the world itself. The Orishas, with all their power, had learned to trust her, for they knew that in her hands, the balance would always be preserved. Oshun stood in the heart of the forest, her golden gown fluttering gently in the breeze. The sun kissed the earth with a soft, warm glow, and the river at her feet whispered secrets of the ages. It was a peaceful moment, but deep within her, a storm was brewing. She could feel the weight of her role settling upon her, and the more she thought about it, the heavier it became. She was the keeper of balance, but it wasn't always easy. The Orishas, each a force in their own right, were powerful and proud. She had always been one to seek harmony, to be the quiet river amidst the chaos, but now, the balance between the gods was more fragile than ever. Her role had shifted, and the love she had always poured into the world had become the thread that held everything together. It wasn't long before her thoughts were interrupted by a sound, sharp and unmistakable. The crack of thunder. Shango, the mighty god of storms and fire, appeared before her. His presence was undeniable, as fierce as the thunderclaps that followed him. "Oshun," he said, his voice booming like the rumble of an approaching storm. "You hold the world in your hands. The balance of the gods, of all things, depends on you now." Oshun looked at him, her gaze soft, yet unyielding. She had always admired Shango's strength, his intensity, but now she saw a different side to him. The Orisha of fire, known for his fury, was worried. She could feel it in the air, like static before a storm. "I know, Shango," she replied gently. "But the balance is delicate. One misstep and everything could fall apart." Shango's eyes softened for a moment. He knew she spoke the truth. The Orishas were powerful, but their powers were often at odds. Ogun, the god of war, sought to forge with his hammer and sword. Umoja, the great mother of the seas, ruled with an intensity that mirrored the tides. Each one had a place, but they also had their own ambitions. The harmony that Oshun sought was not always easily achieved. "Balance is hard to maintain," Shango muttered. "But we are gods. We can bend the world to our will. You don't need to carry this burden alone." Oshun smiled softly, shaking her head. "I don't seek to bend the world to my will, Shango. I only seek to keep the flow of life steady, to remind us that we need each other." Shango stood in silence for a long moment, the storm in his chest subsiding. "Perhaps," he finally said, "you are the one who can show us that. But don't forget, Oshun, there are times when the storm must rage. And there are times when it must calm," she whispered back, the river's flow mirroring her words. The conversation hung in the air like a cloud, unspoken words swirling between them. But Shango had already begun to retreat, his figure disappearing into the distance, leaving Oshun alone with her thoughts once again. It wasn't long before the next visitor arrived. Obatala, the wise and serene god of purity and wisdom, approached her with his customary calm. His steps were silent, but his presence was a quiet force, as steady as the mountain itself. He had always been the voice of reason, the one who sought to maintain peace through understanding. "Oshun," he said, his voice soft like a whisper of wind. "You have a heavy task before you. The balance of love, of life, is not as simple as you may think. There are forces that seek to disrupt the harmony." Oshun looked at him, her eyes meeting his with a quiet resolve. "I know, Obatala. The path of love and harmony is not an easy one. But I believe that it is the only path worth walking." Obatala's gaze softened. "You have always had a pure heart, Oshun. But even the purest heart can be tested. There will be moments when you must choose between what is right and what is easy. And in those moments, the balance you seek will be hard to find. She nodded, understanding the weight of his words. Obatala had seen countless gods rise and fall, and he knew the cost of leadership. But Oshun had never been one to back away from a challenge. She would not falter now, even when the path ahead seemed uncertain. "Thank you, Obatala," she said, her voice firm. "I will remember what you've said." Obatala nodded, his eyes filled with both concern and faith. "Trust in yourself, Oshun. And remember, sometimes the balance is not just about peace, it's about finding the right harmony between light and dark, love and pain." He left her then, his words echoing in the space between them. Oshun stood still, her heart heavy but determined. It wasn't just about love. It was about finding the right way to let all the forces of the world coexist, no matter how difficult that might be. Days passed, and the weight of her responsibility began to feel like a constant presence at her side. She had met with the Orishas, some with warmth, others with caution, and each one had offered their counsel. But no matter how many words they shared, it always came back to her. She was the one who had to maintain the balance. One evening, as the sun dipped low and the sky blazed with brilliant reds and oranges, Oshun found herself once again by the river. The water was calm, reflecting the fiery sky above. She knelt beside it, her fingers brushing the surface. For a moment, she felt the peace of the world around her. But the peace was fleeting. From the shadows, a figure emerged, Ogun, the god of iron and war. His presence was as intense as a fire, and his eyes burned with the heat of 1,000 forges. There was no subtlety with Ogun. He was always direct, always forceful. "Oshun," he said, his voice like the clash of metal. "You seek balance, but what happens when it all falls apart? When the world needs to be forged, reshaped? What will you do then?" Oshun stood slowly, meeting his gaze without hesitation. "I will remind you, Ogun, that without the iron, there is no river. Without the river, there is no forge. We are all connected. We must work together to build, to create, to shape." Ogun's eyes flickered with something like respect. "Perhaps. But never forget, Oshun, sometimes the world must be torn apart before it can be built again." Her heart raced, but she held his gaze. "And sometimes, Ogun, it must simply flow." The tension hung between them, thick as the air before a storm. Ogun didn't speak, but there was a flicker of understanding in his eyes. In that moment, Oshun knew he would not challenge her. Not today. As Ogun left her side, Oshun felt the weight of her task more than ever. The Orishas, each so powerful and distinct, were forces she had to keep in balance. Their tempers, their desires, their very natures, they all clashed. But it was her love, her understanding of how everything in the world was connected, that could hold them all together. In the silence that followed, she closed her eyes and listened to the river's song, the song that had carried her through all the trials of her life. The balance was fragile, but she knew, deep in her heart, that she was the one to protect it. The world could never be the same without her. Oshun stood alone on the edge of the celestial river, the waters stretching endlessly before her, dark and glistening like a mirror to the heavens. The weight of her crown pressed against her brow, a symbol of her divine role. But today, the crown felt heavier than ever before. The very air around her seemed charged with a kind of tension, like the stillness before a thunderstorm. The trials of divinity had never been so real, so palpable. When she had first embraced her role as a goddess, the world seemed full of promise. Her heart had swelled with the knowledge that she was chosen to bring love and balance to the world. She had danced with joy and let her laughter echo through the heavens, her power flowing like the river she had come from. But now, the joy had faded. The trials were relentless. It was no longer enough to be the embodiment of love and grace. Now, she had to prove her worth. And each trial seemed more impossible than the last. The first trial had come when the sun itself had dimmed, leaving the world in a perpetual dusk. Oshun had rushed to the heavens, where the Orishas gathered in a great council. There, she had found the source of the darkness, a fight between Oya, the goddess of winds and storms, and Umoja, the mother of the seas. Their powers, once in harmony, had collided, and the very fabric of the world had begun to unravel. Oshun had pleaded with them, her voice soft but firm, reminding them of the delicate balance they all shared. But the more she spoke, the more their anger raged. It was in that moment that she realized her new celestial role was not as simple as guiding love, it was about holding the gods themselves together. "Why must we listen to her?" Oya had shouted, her eyes blazing like a storm on the horizon. "You've taken the river, Oshun, but the winds and the seas must not be controlled. We are our own forces." Umoja, usually serene and gentle, had nodded in agreement. "The balance is lost, Oshun. We no longer belong to you." The tension in the air had been so thick that it seemed to choke the very stars themselves. Oshun had fought back the panic rising in her chest, her mind racing. She had always known that love could heal wounds, but could love alone heal the rift between the gods? The answer was unclear. But Oshun, with her heart full of hope, had found the strength to speak once more. "I do not seek control, Oya, Umoja," she had said, her voice trembling but unwavering. "I seek balance. I seek peace. We are stronger together than apart." For a long moment, the gods had remained silent. Then, Oya's storm had slowly subsided, and Umoja's waves had calmed. Oshun had breathed a sigh of relief, but deep down, she knew that the true trial had only just begun. The gods had listened to her that day, but how many more times could she save them from their own discord? The second trial had been far more personal. Her own power had begun to fade. It had started as a whisper, a quiet, unsettling feeling deep within her. She had always been a goddess of love, radiating warmth, light, and life. But now, her touch felt less potent. The river, once teeming with vibrant life, had grown sluggish, its waters muddied and heavy. Her once boundless energy seemed to drain from her, leaving her feeling empty and isolated. The first sign of this weakening had come when she tried to heal a young woman who had lost her child to the river's current. Oshun had reached out, hoping to ease the mother's pain, but her magic faltered. The warmth that had always flowed through her fingers was gone, replaced by an empty coldness. The mother had looked up, her eyes filled with desperation. "You are the goddess of love, aren't you? Where is your power?" The question had pierced Oshun's heart. She had always been able to heal, to bring joy and light. But now, she was struggling to even help herself. She had retreated to the river's edge, staring at the still water, wondering what had gone wrong. The stars above seemed to mock her as they shone brightly, their cold, distant light so different from the warmth she had always given. The days had blurred together, each one a struggle to regain the strength she had once taken for granted. She had reached out to the other Orishas, seeking their guidance. But their answers were vague, their words more cryptic than helpful. Shango, always intense, had told her to fight through it. Ogun, ever the warrior, had urged her to strike with force. But those answers had felt hollow. Oshun didn't need to fight harder, she needed to find the source of her loss. It wasn't until she stood alone by the river, her fingers skimming the surface of the water, that she understood. Her love for the world, her responsibility to maintain the balance, had become a weight. She had poured herself into her duties, her care for others, but in doing so, she had forgotten to care for herself. The balance she sought in the world could not exist if she neglected her own heart. With this understanding came a flood of emotion, a realization that took her breath away. She had been so focused on keeping the gods at peace and the world in harmony that she had forgotten the most important lesson: love begins with oneself. And so, she had slowly started to rebuild herself. Her magic began to flow again, first in small waves, then in torrents. She danced by the river, the water swirling around her like a bright flame, a reminder that she was not only the goddess of love for others, but for herself, too. Yet, even as she began to regain her strength, she knew that the trials would continue. The gods would always need her, but so too would the world. She was their keeper, their protector, their link to harmony. The task was monumental, and the pressure was constant. But with each challenge, Oshun learned more about herself, and about the delicate balance that tied the heavens to the earth. She was no longer just a goddess of love. She was the keeper of harmony itself, the one who could soothe storms and heal broken hearts. But the weight of this new role was not easy to carry. It had changed her in ways she hadn't expected. She had learned that being a goddess wasn't just about power, it was about resilience, about continuing even when everything seemed to be falling apart. And so she stood, the river at her feet, the weight of the stars above her. The trials had not broken her. Instead, they had shaped her into something even more powerful, more capable of holding the balance the world so desperately needed. But she knew that the journey was far from over. The road ahead would be long, and the trials would never truly end. Oshun was ready. It was the season when the earth sighed with relief after the long rains, and the rivers, once swollen with torrents of water, now flowed gently, whispering secrets to those who listened closely. The sun had begun to stretch its golden arms across the sky, bathing the world in a warm, gentle light. It was in this moment, when the balance of nature seemed perfect, that the people gathered by the river's edge, hearts full of reverence and anticipation. The first river festival was to begin. For generations, the people had known Oshun as the goddess of love and fertility, the guardian of the river that had given them life. They had heard the songs of her beauty, the stories of her kindness, and the legends of her power. But today was different. Today, they would honor her not with words alone, but with their very being. They would offer the purest of themselves, each one contributing something sacred, something deeply personal, to the goddess they revered. The air was thick with the scent of fresh flowers, their colors a dazzling array of yellows, oranges, and reds. They had gathered in the clearing by the river, barefoot, their feet brushing the soft earth, feeling the pulse of life beneath them. Mothers held their children close, whispering to them about the goddess, teaching them how to honor her in their own hearts. Fathers stood proud, their faces reflecting the sacred gravity of the occasion. The sky above them began to dim, the sun dipping lower, casting an ethereal glow across the gathering. The first note of the drums echoed in the distance, a single beat, resonant, stirring the soul. It was followed by another, then another, until the rhythm filled the air, vibrating through the very soil. The people responded, their voices rising in unison, singing songs of love, joy, and hope. The sound of their worship carried across the water, and it seemed as though the river itself was listening, swelling with life, as if Oshun herself was near. And then, a hush fell over the crowd. A woman stepped forward, her dress flowing like the river itself, shimmering with golden hues that caught the light of the setting sun. She was not just any woman, she was the first priestess of Oshun, chosen by the goddess herself to lead this sacred ceremony. Her voice, when it rose, was both gentle and commanding, like the soft murmur of a stream, yet with the power of a tidal wave. "Today, we honor Oshun, the mother of the river, the giver of life," she said, her words floating on the breeze. "We give thanks for her love, her grace, and her blessings. Let us offer to her the best of what we have, for it is through her that we live, that we are, that we continue." The people raised their hands, holding small gifts, flowers, fruits, shells, all of them offerings to the goddess. The woman stepped to the river's edge, lifting her arms in a gesture of surrender, and as she did, the crowd followed. Together, they gave their offerings to the water, their hearts unburdened, their spirits open, their voices a single, harmonious prayer. The water seemed to shimmer with something more that day. It sparkled as though touched by 1,000 stars, its surface rippling in rhythm with the people's movements. The wind picked up, swirling around them, bringing the scent of fresh blossoms and the cool, calming embrace of the river's flow. It was as though Oshun herself had kissed the water, blessing them in return. As the first part of the ceremony ended, the people gathered around the fire that had been lit at the center of the clearing. Its flames danced wildly, casting flickering shadows that seemed to mimic the movements of the people. In this sacred space, the air was thick with emotion. Every person there could feel the presence of Oshun. She was not some distant deity high in the heavens, removed from the lives of mortals. She was here, with them, in every breath they took, in every beat of their hearts. The dancing began. It was slow at first, the people moving together in a single, fluid motion. The music, soft at first, then building in intensity, moved through them, carrying them on its tide. As the beats quickened, so did the dancers, their bodies becoming one with the rhythm. It was not just a dance, it was a communion. They were sharing a moment with Oshun, thanking her for every drop of water that nourished them, for every seed that grew from the earth, for every smile, every heartbeat, every moment of love they experienced. The energy in the air was palpable, and for a moment, it felt as though time itself had stopped. There was only the sound of the drums, the laughter, the rustling of the leaves, the splash of water as it lapped against the shore. The river had become a living being, joining in their celebration, embracing their joy. The people danced until they could no longer feel the ground beneath them, until they were suspended in the spirit of the river, in the embrace of Oshun herself. But it was when the moon rose, full and bright in the sky, that the real magic happened. A single figure emerged from the water, stepping slowly onto the shore. She was a vision, her skin golden as the sun, her hair like strands of spun honey, flowing down her back in waves. She wore a gown of shimmering water, the fabric glistening with droplets that seemed to catch the light of the moon. It was Oshun, in her physical form, standing before them, her eyes warm and knowing, full of the wisdom of the ages. The people fell to their knees, overwhelmed by the beauty and power of the moment. Oshun's gaze swept over them, and she smiled, a smile that held centuries of love and compassion, a smile that seemed to lift the weight of the world from their shoulders. She spoke, her voice as soft as the river's current, but carrying the authority of the heavens. "You have honored me, and in turn, I bless you," she said. "Your love, your gratitude, your offerings, they are not in vain. You are the children of the river, and I will always be with you." And just as she had come, Oshun vanished back into the river, her form dissolving into the water as if she had never been there. But the people knew she had not left. She was in the river, in the land, in their hearts. Her spirit was forever intertwined with their own. The first river festival had ended, but its memory would never fade. It was a day that would live on in the hearts of all who had witnessed it, a day when the people had given all they had to honor the goddess who had given them everything. And from that moment on, each year, as the sun dipped low and the river sang its ancient song, the people would gather again to offer their thanks. For in that river, they knew, was life. And in that life, they would always find Oshun. The air was thick with anticipation as the people gathered by the river's edge, their faces glowing with excitement and reverence. The sun had begun to set, casting a golden light over the flowing water, and the sound of the river was like a soft lullaby, whispering to those who dared to listen. This was no ordinary day. It was the day the people would come together to honor Oshun, the goddess who had given them life, love, and fertility. For the first time, the humans were going to celebrate her in the way she truly deserved. Their hearts were full of gratitude, their spirits brimming with joy, but there was also a feeling of nervousness. How could they ever express the depth of their love for the goddess who had blessed them with so much? The festival began with a single beat. A drum, deep and resonant, echoed through the air. The sound was like a heartbeat, steady and powerful, drawing the people closer, uniting them. As the rhythm grew, the earth beneath their feet seemed to pulse in time with the music. It was as though the very ground itself was alive, feeling the energy of their worship. A young girl, no older than 10, stepped forward, holding a basket of flowers in her hands. Her fingers trembled slightly as she offered them to the river. The flowers were bright yellow and orange, colors that shimmered like the sun, and as they floated on the water, they seemed to come alive, dancing in the current. The girl smiled as she watched them, feeling as though she had done something sacred, something important. One by one, the people followed her lead, offering their own gifts to the goddess. Some brought fruits, others brought honey, the sweet nectar that had come from the very land Oshun had nurtured. Still others brought small trinkets, tokens of their love and devotion. They placed their offerings into the river, watching as the water accepted them with a gentle caress, as though the goddess herself was saying, "Thank you." The priestess, chosen to lead the ceremony, stepped forward then. She was draped in a gown made of shimmering gold fabric, the color of the river at sunset. Her voice, when she spoke, was calm and soothing, yet it carried the weight of 1,000 prayers. "Oshun, goddess of love, we honor you today. We give thanks for your grace, for the waters that sustain us, for the love that flows between us like the river itself." The people responded, their voices rising together in a chorus of praise. The air seemed to vibrate with their devotion, and for a moment, it felt as though the world stood still, holding its breath. The river, too, seemed to listen, its surface smooth and calm, reflecting the sky above. As the sun dipped lower, the drums began to quicken, their rhythm growing faster, more urgent. The people began to move, their bodies swaying to the beat. It was not just a dance, it was an offering, an expression of the love they felt for the goddess. The energy in the air grew, building to something almost palpable, something that could be felt in the heart. Then, a figure appeared at the edge of the river. She emerged slowly, stepping out of the water with grace, her presence commanding the attention of everyone gathered. It was Oshun herself, or rather, a manifestation of her. Her skin shimmered like gold, and her hair flowed like the river, a cascade of light and water. Her eyes, dark and full of knowing, swept over the people, and they fell to their knees in awe. The music stopped. The air held its breath. Oshun raised her hand, and the people were still. "My children," she said, her voice soft yet powerful, "you have honored me with your love, and I accept it. The river is your gift to me, and I give it back to you 1,000-fold." As she spoke, the river seemed to swell, its waters rising and falling in a rhythm all their own. The people watched in awe as the waters danced, sparkling in the fading light of the day. It was as though the river itself had come alive, its very essence infused with Oshun's love and grace. The people knew then that the goddess was with them, not in the sky above, but here, with them, in the water, in their hearts. The festival continued long into the night, the people dancing and singing, their voices rising like the river's current, flowing with love and joy. The fire at the center of the gathering burned brightly, its flames casting shadows that danced on the faces of the worshippers. There was no separation between them and the goddess now. They were one, bound together by the water, by the love that flowed between them like an eternal river. As the night deepened, the people grew tired, but their spirits remained light. The festival had been a success, more beautiful and powerful than any of them could have imagined. They had honored Oshun in the way she deserved, not just with their offerings, but with their hearts. The love they had given her had been returned, 1,000 times over, and they felt it in every fiber of their being. And so, the first river festival came to an end, but the memory of it would live on forever. The people knew they had marked the beginning of something sacred, something eternal. Every year, as the sun dipped low and the river began to flow with the warmth of the day, they would gather again to honor Oshun. The river would always be there, a reminder of the goddess's love, her beauty, and the deep, unbreakable connection between her and her people. And in that river, the people knew, they would always find Oshun. There was a village, small and forgotten by many, nestled at the edge of a great river. The people there had lived through countless struggles, their lives shaped by seasons of drought, floods, and famine. It seemed that prosperity had long abandoned them, and the days were a blur of worry and hard work. Yet, there was a quiet hope, whispered in the corners of the village. A hope that one day, the goddess Oshun would smile upon them, blessing them with the bounty they so desperately sought. One evening, as the sun began to dip behind the trees, casting long shadows over the land, a young woman named Adama stood at the river's edge. She had heard the stories her grandmother told, stories of how Oshun had once walked among mortals, blessing the faithful with gifts of abundance. Adama had always felt a connection to the goddess, a pull deep inside her, like a quiet call that only she could hear. Her family's farm was struggling. The crops were wilting, and their livestock seemed to grow thinner each day. Adama's heart ached as she watched the fields that once flourished under the sun now lay barren. She whispered a prayer to Oshun, her voice soft and full of desperation. "Great goddess of the river, the mother of love, please, hear my plea. My family needs your blessing. Let us not fade into the forgotten." As the last words left her lips, a sudden breeze stirred the water, sending ripples across its surface. Adama looked up in surprise. A figure, radiant and golden, stood on the opposite bank of the river, her hair flowing like the current itself. The goddess Oshun. Her eyes locked with Adama's, and in that moment, the world seemed to still. Oshun smiled, her lips curving with the warmth of 1,000 sunrises. "You have called me, child," she said, her voice a melody, soothing and powerful at once. "And I have heard you." Adama's breath caught in her throat. Her knees felt weak, but she stood tall, her heart racing. "Please, my goddess, my family," she began, but Oshun raised her hand, silencing her. "You need not speak further," Oshun said. "I see the burden you carry. I feel the weight of your sorrow. But know this, prosperity does not come from the hands alone. It is born in the heart, in the love you give and receive." With a graceful gesture, Oshun extended her hand towards the river. The water shimmered, its surface turning gold like the sun at dawn. "You must first give, before you can receive," Oshun continued. "Offer me your gratitude, and I will bless you in ways you cannot yet imagine." Adama, trembling, knelt beside the river. She closed her eyes and placed her hands gently on the water, offering up her love and her thanks. She had nothing material to give the goddess, only her heart, her sincerity. The goddess's eyes gleamed, and the river stirred in response. In the space between breaths, it was as though the very air itself changed. When Adama opened her eyes, she could scarcely believe what she saw. The river had changed. What was once a murky, brown stream had become a shining, golden flow. It glittered like the stars, reflecting light in every direction. And there, floating on the surface, were golden fruits, plump oranges, ripe papayas, and bundles of wheat, all floating gently towards the shore. Adama gasped. "Oshun," she whispered in awe. The goddess's voice was soft but firm. "You will now see your fields bloom, your livestock flourish. Prosperity follows those who honor the flow of life, who give without expectation. Your family will thrive again." Over the following weeks, the village was transformed. The once parched earth seemed to drink in the life-giving waters of the river, and the crops began to grow at an incredible rate. Trees bloomed with fruits so sweet that the villagers would gather in the evenings, sharing their bounty beneath the shade. The cows grew fat and healthy, their milk richer than ever. The land that had once been dry and cracked now shimmered with life. Adama's family, too, saw their fortunes change. Her father's farm, once withered and dying, flourished with every passing day. Wheat, corn, and cassava grew taller and stronger, their golden heads bending under the weight of abundance. The family's spirits lifted, their hearts lightened by the prosperity that had blessed them. But it wasn't just the crops that thrived. The love and laughter that filled their home were tangible. The family, once weary and burdened, now found joy in their work, a deep sense of gratitude for the blessings they had received. And it wasn't just Adama's family. The entire village felt the shift. The market was filled with vibrant colors, the air filled with the sounds of people trading, laughing, living. Children ran through the streets, playing without fear, knowing that there was enough for everyone. And always, at the heart of it, was the river. The golden river that had brought them all this prosperity, a constant reminder of Oshun's presence, her love, and her generosity. Every time the villagers gathered by its banks, they remembered the promise the goddess had made, that prosperity would flow as long as they gave with open hearts. The stories of Oshun's blessings spread far and wide, carried on the wind and whispered from village to village. People from other lands came to the river, seeking the goddess's favor. And time again, Oshun appeared to those who had faith in her, those who gave without asking for anything in return. She blessed them with love, with prosperity, with the kind of abundance that made their lives richer in ways they had never imagined. Adama, now a woman of strength and wisdom, never forgot that day by the river. She had seen the power of giving, of loving freely, and of receiving in return. And she knew that Oshun's blessings were not just about gold or wealth. They were about the prosperity of the spirit, the richness of connection, the fullness of love, and the unbreakable bond between the goddess and her people. In the years that followed, the village continued to thrive. The river, though ever-changing, remained a constant reminder of Oshun's love, flowing endlessly, touching every life it met with the promise of abundance. The sky was restless that evening, the winds whispering of change. Oshun stood by the riverbank, her eyes fixed on the dark clouds gathering above. She could feel the stirrings of power, the air thick with electricity. A thunderstorm was coming, one that she knew all too well. Her heart beat faster, not from fear, but from something far more complex, a mix of anticipation and old, unspoken tension. She knew he was near. Suddenly, the first crack of thunder split the sky, sharp and powerful. Lightning flashed, and there he was. Shango, the god of thunder, with his chiseled chest and fiery gaze, his presence commanding and fierce. The wind seemed to bend to his will as he approached, his every step causing the ground to tremble. He stood tall before Oshun, his eyes filled with both admiration and something more, something deeper that neither of them had fully understood. Oshun, he spoke her name, his voice a deep rumble, like thunder itself. The queen of the river, the goddess of beauty. You look even more radiant in the storm. She met his gaze, her golden eyes sparkling like the river she loved so much. Shango, god of thunder and fire, she replied, her voice soft but carrying a weight that only he could understand. Your storms always remind me of the power that lies between us, both the destruction and the creation. There was a long pause, filled only with the sounds of the wind and the distant roar of thunder. They had been bound together by the forces of fate, their love a tempest in itself, wild, untamable, and full of passion. Their connection was like fire meeting water, two forces so different yet so intertwined that neither could exist without the other. And yet, for all their love, there was an undercurrent of tension. They were both gods of immense power, and the nature of their relationship was as volatile as the storms Shango commanded. Shango took a step closer, his eyes darkening with something more than just desire. You've always been the calm to my storm, Oshun. You temper my fire with your cool grace. But sometimes, I wonder if you've tamed me too much. Oshun's heart tightened at his words. She had always tried to bring balance between them, to calm the chaos that Shango often brought in his wake. She had seen the way his temper flared, how his fury could rage like a wildfire, burning everything in its path. But even in those moments, she had never once feared him. Instead, she had loved him, loved the way he burned so brightly, the way his strength and passion made her feel alive. I have never tamed you, Shango, she whispered, her voice trembling with emotion. I have only tried to help you see the beauty in stillness, to remind you that there is power in gentleness as much as there is in fury. But Shango, ever proud and untamed, only chuckled darkly. You speak of gentleness, Oshun, but you've never truly known what it means to be fierce. To let go of restraint and let the storm rage. Sometimes, I wish you could see the world the way I do. The wind picked up, swirling around them, as if the very air was reflecting the tension between them. Oshun's heart ached. She knew Shango's struggles, knew that his desire for power often led him to act in ways that could destroy everything around him. She understood his need for release, his need to feel alive in the most raw and powerful way. But she also knew that the storms he created had consequences. Sometimes too many lives were caught in the destruction, too many innocent souls were lost in his path. I have seen the world, Shango, she said, her voice steady. I have seen the pain that comes from unchecked fury. I have seen the lives ruined by the storms that you bring. I do not want to change you, but I want you to see the value in control, in balance. Without balance, everything falls apart. Shango's gaze softened for a moment, but then his expression hardened once again. You think I don't know that? His voice cracked with frustration. You think I don't feel the weight of what I do? The destruction? The loss? I carry that with me every day. But I am the god of thunder, Oshun. It is my nature to be powerful. And you are the river, the calm, the one who heals. We are two sides of the same coin, yet we are forever at odds. Oshun stepped closer, her eyes searching his. She could feel the conflict within him, the battle between his power and his need for something more. She reached out and placed her hand on his chest, feeling the rapid beat of his heart beneath her fingers. Shango, you are not just the thunder. You are also the man I love. the one who can be gentle and kind when he chooses to be. But you have to choose. Shango closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. The storm began to subside, the winds dying down as if they, too, were waiting for his decision. I don't know if I can change, Oshun, he whispered, his voice barely audible. She smiled, her golden eyes shining with understanding. You don't have to change, Shango. You just need to remember that power, real power, isn't about destruction. It's about knowing when to unleash the storm and when to let it rest. For a long while, neither of them spoke. The sky had begun to clear, and the first stars began to shine through the fading clouds. The tension between them was still there, but it had softened, like the storm that had passed. Shango's hand found hers, his grip tight but gentle. I don't know if I can ever truly be what you want me to be, he said quietly. I don't want you to be anything other than yourself, Shango, she replied, her voice filled with love. But I want you to remember that you are not alone. I am always here, by your side, as the calm to your storm. And in that moment, as the stars twinkled above them, the goddess of the river and the god of thunder stood together, their hearts intertwined by something stronger than their differences. A love that neither could fully understand, but both knew was eternal. They were two forces of nature, bound by destiny, forever dancing on the edge of the storm, forever learning to balance each other's power. The air was thick with anticipation as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm, amber glow across the sacred grove. Oshun stood at the heart of the circle, her movements slow and deliberate, like ripples spreading across the surface of the water. Each step she took was measured, almost as if she were weaving an unseen thread around herself, one that held the secrets of the world in its delicate strands. The rhythm of the drumbeats pulsed around her, growing louder, as if echoing the beat of her own heart. The first veil fell, a golden scarf swirling around her like a stream of sunlight. With each movement, a new veil would unfurl, each one holding a different hue, each one representing a layer of her essence. There were 7 veils in all, each connected to a different aspect of her being: beauty, love, sensuality, fertility, passion, wisdom, and finally, power. As the second veil lifted, a scarlet red shimmered beneath the soft glow of the setting sun. The scarlet symbolized the raw fire of her heart, the deep, uncontainable desire that lay beneath the surface of her calm exterior. It was a power that moved the world, a force that could bring life or take it away with just a breath. Oshun's dance was mesmerizing. It wasn't just her movements, it was the way she seemed to embody the very elements of nature. Her hips swayed like the currents of a river, each tilt and turn reflecting the ebb and flow of emotions that lay hidden in the depths of her soul. The third veil was a rich, emerald green that shimmered like new leaves after the first spring rain. It was the green of renewal, of the lush growth that followed after a storm, representing her role as the giver of life. The sound of the drumbeats became softer, almost nurturing, as Oshun extended her hands towards the audience, as if offering them the gift of nature's beauty. The fourth veil was a shimmering blue, as deep and clear as the ocean's heart. This veil held the calm waters of her wisdom, the quiet strength that she used to sustain those who came to her for guidance. The blue was like a promise, a cool comfort to anyone who felt lost or troubled. Oshun's eyes seemed to hold 1,000 secrets as she danced beneath the blue glow, her every move embodying the patience and serenity that had come to define her. It was as though she were carrying the weight of the world, yet never faltering, as if the secrets of existence lay within her grasp. As the fifth veil appeared, a golden hue like molten amber flowed over her shoulders. This veil symbolized her connection to love and passion, a fiery intensity that burned just beneath the surface of her gentle nature. It was a light that drew others near, a warmth that radiated outwards like ripples from the heart of a still pond. Each motion she made with this veil was filled with a subtle power that seemed to mesmerize everyone present. Oshun's steps were like whispers, flowing smoothly yet urgently, as if inviting the audience to feel the pulse of life that surged within her. The sixth veil shimmered in purple, like twilight, delicate yet filled with depth and mystery. Purple symbolized wisdom and the unseen threads that bound all things together. It was the color of quiet knowledge, of learning that came not through loud proclamation but through stillness and reflection. As Oshun danced beneath this veil, her movements were slow and full of meaning, every twist and turn revealing the hidden truths of existence. She was a mirror reflecting all that was and all that could be, an oracle who knew the secrets of the universe without uttering a word. Finally, as the last veil unfurled, a deep, iridescent gold emerged, a hue like sunlight sparkling on the surface of a river in the middle of a summer's day. It was the color of her power, the essence of her full majesty. The final veil represented the culmination of all that Oshun was, her strength, her might, her ability to command respect and love with a mere gesture. The golden glow intensified around her as Oshun's movements became more assertive, powerful yet still retaining that undercurrent of gentleness that was the hallmark of her nature. Her final steps were like the final rush of a river, filled with uncontainable energy that surged forward, wrapping all who watched in a web of wonder and awe. The people gathered around were spellbound, their hearts pounding in time to the rhythm of the drumbeats, their minds lost in the beauty and mystery of the dance. They could feel the energy building, could sense the power that lay within each veil as it danced and glimmered around Oshun. And then, just as suddenly as it began, the dance slowed to a stop. The last veil shimmered softly, then vanished like a mist in the morning light. Oshun stood in the center of the circle, surrounded by the quiet, almost reverent gaze of the audience. She was a being of pure light, as if all the veils that represented the layers of her soul had merged into one, a powerful, shining whole. From that day on, the dances of Oshun were a rite of passage, a ceremony to honor her beauty and her power. The colors of the veils became a language of their own, a means of understanding the different aspects of the goddess's nature. Each hue was said to hold a different lesson for those who wished to learn: love, patience, wisdom, desire, growth, and renewal. And through it all, the gold remained, the ultimate symbol of her sovereignty, her divine right to rule over all the elements of life. To those who watched her dance, it was a reminder of the many forms of strength and grace, of the power that comes from understanding, from love, and from the art of knowing when to give and when to take. She stood by the riverbank, the weight of the world on her shoulders. The soft murmur of the water lapping at the edges seemed to mock her silence, as if even the river knew her pain. A barren woman, long past the years when hope seemed like a distant star, and yet she still found herself wishing for the child she had never held. Wishing for a future that felt empty, unfulfilled. Her days were spent in the quiet of her home, surrounded by the laughter of others, the voices of children running, playing, living, everything she had always wanted but could never seem to grasp. Her heart ached in the quiet moments when no one was watching, when no one could see the tears that stained her face in the shadows. One evening, as she walked the river's edge, her heart heavy with sorrow, she whispered into the wind, "Oshun, goddess of the river, of fertility and life, hear my cry. My womb is empty, and my spirit is heavy. Please, bless me with the child I long for. Let me know the joy of motherhood. Let me feel the life grow inside me, and bring me the happiness I so desperately need." Her voice was barely a murmur, carried away by the breeze, but somehow, it felt as though the river itself was listening. She sank to her knees, her tears mingling with the flowing water, her heart breaking with each passing year of longing. The river, a mirror of Oshun's own power, seemed to shimmer in the twilight, glowing softly as though to acknowledge her plea. Then, something changed. The air grew warm around her, not with the usual evening coolness, but with the warmth of sunlight reflected on the water. Her breath caught in her throat as she felt a presence, gentle yet undeniable. She stood, slowly, uncertain, but knowing something sacred was unfolding. A soft voice, like the murmur of the river itself, reached her ears. "Why do you cry, my child?" It was Oshun's voice. The goddess stood before her, radiant, bathed in golden light. Her presence was as soothing as it was powerful, as warm as the sun that rose over the horizon and as soft as the night air. Her eyes were filled with compassion, and her smile held a promise that had been waiting to be fulfilled. "Oshun," the woman whispered, her voice trembling with awe and disbelief. "I have no children, and the years have passed me by. I have prayed, but nothing comes. I have nothing but emptiness. Oshun's gaze softened as she knelt beside the woman, her hands gentle as they rested on the barren woman's shoulders. "What is it that you truly seek, my child?" "I seek the joy of motherhood," the woman said, her voice quivering with the weight of her desire. "I long for a child to call my own. I have waited so long, and yet, nothing." Oshun's golden eyes glistened as she looked at the woman. "You are not barren. You are a vessel, waiting for the right moment. The river does not flow on its own. It is the earth that gives it shape, that nurtures it. Your body has the power to nurture life, but it must first learn to flow with the currents of time, of nature, of love." The woman looked up at Oshun, her heart racing. "What do you mean? Will I ever know the joy of a child?" Oshun smiled, her lips curving gently. "You must first learn to believe in the abundance of life around you. You are a part of the river, and in the river, there is always a cycle. Sometimes, the water appears still, but it is always moving, always preparing for something new." The woman's eyes were wide with wonder, but doubt lingered in her heart. "But how can I believe in something that has not happened? How can I trust that the child I long for will come?" Oshun's laughter was soft, like the sound of water flowing over smooth stones. "You must trust in the unseen. You must trust that the river, even when it seems quiet, is always moving, always flowing towards something greater. The child you long for is like the water, waiting for the right moment to be born." The goddess extended her hand, and the woman took it, feeling a warmth spread through her. "Come," Oshun said softly, guiding her towards the river. "Let the river carry you." As the woman stepped into the water, it seemed to wrap around her like a blanket, cool and comforting. She felt a strange warmth in her heart, a flicker of something new, something alive. Oshun's voice whispered again, "You are connected to everything around you. You are not alone in your longing. The world has many children, many beings, and the life you seek is already making its way to you." The woman closed her eyes, allowing the water to touch her skin, feeling the flow beneath her feet. She felt a subtle shift within her, a warmth that had not been there before, a sense of peace that washed over her, as if she had always been meant to stand here, at this river, at this moment. She was part of something larger, part of a great, endless cycle. She felt, for the first time in years, hope stirring deep within her soul. Weeks passed, and the woman continued to visit the river, each time feeling a deeper connection to Oshun, to the flowing waters, to the earth beneath her feet. Slowly, the tension in her heart began to ease. She had learned to trust, to flow with life instead of resisting it. And then, one morning, as she felt the first stirrings of life within her body, she knew. Oshun's promise had been true. The water had moved through her, carrying her to this moment. She was no longer barren. In the months that followed, a child was born, beautiful, healthy, and full of life. The woman's heart overflowed with love and gratitude, for she had not only been given a child but had also been blessed with the gift of believing, of trusting in the unseen forces that shape the world. The woman returned to the river with her child, now laughing in her arms, her heart full of joy. She knelt by the water's edge, her eyes shining with gratitude. Oshun appeared again, her presence as radiant as ever. The woman smiled, her voice thick with emotion. "Thank you, Oshun. Thank you for giving me the greatest gift of all." Oshun's golden eyes softened as she gazed at the woman and her child. "The gift was always inside you," she said, her voice gentle. "You simply had to learn to trust in the river, to trust in the flow of life. And now, your life is full." And as the sun set over the river, the woman, holding her child close, knew that the goddess's blessing had not just brought life to her body, but to her spirit as well. There was a time when the skies above the great river were thick with tension. The golden sun that bathed Oshun's waters, making them shimmer like liquid honey, had caught the attention of others. Other Orishas, powerful and proud, began to watch with growing resentment. Each of them had their own strengths, their own dominion, but none could deny that Oshun had something that they wanted, something they could never fully possess. One day, as Oshun danced by the riverbank, her bright yellow gown flowing like the river itself, she sensed the disturbance in the air. She stopped, her golden eyes narrowing, feeling the presence of the others around her. Her mind reached out to them, and she saw, as clearly as she saw her own reflection in the water, the envy in their eyes. It was Umoja, the mighty mother of the seas, who spoke first. Oshun, you have always been loved by the people. You are their joy, their pleasure, their beauty. But what have you given them that I have not? I am the mother of all waters, the one who nurtures and brings life. Your rivers flow, yes, but my oceans cover the earth. My love is deeper, broader, more powerful. Oshun's heart quickened, but she didn't let the words stir her. She had always known Umoja's pride, but the sting of her words still cut through her, sharp and biting. She smiled softly, her voice calm but strong. Your oceans are vast, Umoja, and indeed they hold much, but my river flows with a different kind of power. It brings joy, hope, and fertility. My love nourishes in a way that the ocean cannot. Umoja's eyes flashed with anger. You dare challenge my power? She asked, stepping closer. We will see who truly holds the heart of the earth. Before Oshun could respond, another voice rang out from the shadows, low and thunderous. It was Oya, the fierce goddess of winds and storms, her dark, swirling cloak billowing around her like a tempest. Enough, Umoja, Oya's voice echoed, a threat hidden in the calmness. We know that the people turn to you for comfort and protection, but there are many who fear the storms. You bring life, yes, but I bring change. I bring strength. I will not be overshadowed by your softness any longer. Oshun, who had already felt the shifting air around her, turned her gaze to Oya. Her beauty, her sweetness, never left her, but there was fire in her now, a fierceness that matched Oya's storm. You bring change, Oya, but change is not always welcome. People turn to you, but only when they are ready to face the winds of challenge. My river flows gently, allowing them to grow, to flourish. Without gentleness, the seeds will not bloom. Your storms may clear the skies, but they also leave destruction in their wake. Oya's storm-dark eyes glinted with the challenge. I will show you the true meaning of destruction. The tension in the air thickened. The sky grew heavy, the winds picking up around them. There was no love lost between Umoja, Oya, and Oshun, but there had never been such a heated moment before. Each Orisha stood their ground, proud and defiant, knowing that the power they wielded was not just for their own enjoyment, but for the balance of the world. The dispute between them was not just a matter of words. It was a contest of power. The great river that had always been Oshun's domain began to tremble beneath her feet. She could feel the presence of Oya's winds, swirling and pulling at her very foundation. Umoja's oceans, distant yet vast, threatened to spill over and flood the land. But Oshun, with a soft smile and the gentleness of her spirit, knew the power of her river. The water beneath her feet began to swirl in response, calm but strong, winding in patterns no one could predict. It was then that Oshun raised her arms, her voice calm but carrying a weight that none could ignore. I am the river that nourishes and sustains. I am the love that flows through everything. It is my touch that brings new life to the earth. I do not need to destroy or to fight for my place. I simply need to exist. The water around her swelled, rising to meet her, shimmering and golden, reflecting the sky. Umoja, though proud and fierce, found herself momentarily caught in the gentle pull of Oshun's river, drawn by its soft power, its unspoken beauty. Oya's storm slowed as the winds found themselves caught in the delicate balance of Oshun's embrace, the soft flow of water calming the raging tempest. For a moment, there was silence. It was a silence full of meaning, full of the weight of the challenge that had just passed. The other Orishas, powerful in their own ways, realized something. They realized that Oshun's power was not one of violence or destruction, but one of creation, of nurturing life in a way that could never be replaced. Umoja, with a softened gaze, spoke again, her voice quieter this time. You are a river, Oshun. And the river cannot be controlled, nor can it be silenced. I see now that your beauty is not just in your form, but in your ability to give. I was blind to it. Oya, her storm clouds beginning to dissipate, gave a slow, approving nod. You are more powerful than I realized, Oshun. Your strength does not lie in the winds or the waves, but in the quiet force of your love. I underestimated you." Oshun, her smile serene, nodded gracefully. "There is no need for rivals among us. The world is vast, and we each have our place in it. Umoja, your oceans are the cradle of life. Oya, your winds bring the spark of change. I do not seek to take what is yours, only to remind the world that love, like water, is the most enduring force of all." The rivalry between them did not vanish, for it could not. But in that moment, they understood each other more deeply. The challenges they had thrown at Oshun were born not out of hatred, but out of a desire to prove their own worth, their own strength. But Oshun had proven something far greater, something that no storm, no ocean, no rivalry could erase. She had proven that her power lay in her ability to nurture, to flow with life, to love. And with that, the three Orishas, though still rivals in some respects, walked away from the confrontation not as enemies, but as sisters, each one with her own gift, her own domain, each one playing her part in the great, ever-flowing cycle of existence. The river was quiet that morning, the golden light of dawn spilling softly over the water. It was a time of peace, the kind of quiet stillness that always seemed to precede something extraordinary. But on this morning, something unseen rippled just beneath the surface, as if the river knew that its time to shine had arrived. Its waters, once simply a source of beauty and sustenance, would soon take on a new, mysterious power, a power to heal. Oshun, standing at the water's edge, gazed down at the river with a knowing look in her eyes. She had felt the change in the earth, the quiet stirring of something greater than herself. Her golden hair, a cascade of light, shimmered in the morning sun, and her heart fluttered with anticipation. She had always known the river was special, that her love could bring joy, beauty, and fertility. But today, the river felt different. It hummed with an energy that she could not explain, an energy that called to those in need. In the village just beyond the river, news had begun to spread. Whispers of the river's newfound power fluttered through the air like the wings of a bird. A child with a fever too high for her body to handle. A woman who had been trying for years to carry life within her womb, only to find herself disappointed time and time again. An elder, whose joints ached with every movement, whose spirit had begun to fade under the weight of age. Each of them, along with countless others, had heard the rumors. And one by one, they came to the river's edge, desperate, hopeful, yearning for something they could not yet understand. At first, there was hesitation. They had always come to the river for blessings, for comfort, but this was different. They were not sure what to expect, and even more so, they were unsure of what Oshun's healing waters might bring. But the desperate had nothing to lose, and in their hearts, they believed that Oshun, the goddess of beauty and love, could offer something more profound than they had ever dreamed. It was a man who first stepped into the water. His child had been sick for days, and no remedy had worked. He waded slowly, hesitantly, feeling the cool water slip over his feet, then his ankles, then up to his knees. And as he sank deeper into the river, something extraordinary began to happen. The pain, the heaviness in his heart, lifted. His breathing steadied. The fire of worry that had burned within him began to fade, as though the river was washing it all away. When he stepped out of the water, it was as though he had been reborn. The heaviness in his chest was gone, and there was lightness in his step. The fear in his heart had been washed away by the golden waters of Oshun. The word spread like wildfire. And one by one, the people came, all with their own wounds, both physical and emotional. They came carrying their broken hearts, their deep sorrows, their unbearable pains. They came in search of a cure, in search of a miracle. Oshun watched quietly from the riverbank, her heart both heavy and light. She had known the pain of the world, the suffering that gripped so many. But now, in the quiet of the river, she saw something else, a hope that had not been there before. She could feel the power that flowed through her, through the water. It was not just a power of beauty, of love, but something greater. The water had become a vessel of healing, a balm for the aching soul. A woman, once barren and broken with grief, waded into the water with trembling steps. Her hands clutched her abdomen, her heart heavy with years of loss. She had come to the river, not knowing what to expect, but with a glimmer of hope that maybe, just maybe, the waters would heal her in ways she had never imagined. As the water rose to her waist, she closed her eyes, feeling the coolness embrace her, feeling the warmth of Oshun's love surrounding her. A tear slipped down her cheek, and for the first time in years, she felt the stirrings of life within her. The river's magic was not just in the water, it was in Oshun's gift of love, her gift of life. She stepped out of the river, her heart lighter, her body changed. In the months that followed, she would learn that the river had given her a gift more precious than gold, life itself. She was pregnant, the child she had dreamed of finally growing inside her. But not every story was one of instant healing. Some of the villagers came to the river carrying burdens that could not be healed so quickly, the wounds too deep, the scars too old. There were those who sought forgiveness, those who sought peace, those whose pain could not be washed away in a single moment. But even for them, the river brought something vital, hope. It was the belief that healing could begin, that the weight of their burdens might one day be lifted. The river became a place of refuge. Not just for the body, but for the soul. People would come to it in silence, sitting by the water, letting the stillness of the river seep into their bones. They would drink the water, they would wash their faces with it, they would bathe in its gentle current. It was as if, with each touch, the river was speaking to them, offering a message of peace, of love, of understanding. It wasn't just the ill who came to Oshun's river. Those who had been touched by joy, who had been blessed with abundance, came too, to offer thanks, to give thanks for the beauty of the world, for the love that flowed through it. They knew the healing power of the river was not just in curing illness, but in restoring balance to the spirit. Every blessing, every joy, was a gift that came from the river, a gift from Oshun herself. "Why do you wander?" she asked, her voice soft yet carrying the weight of 1,000 years of wisdom. The young man stammered, unsure of how to answer. But Oshun smiled, a gentle, knowing smile that reassured him that there was no need for words. She reached out her hand, and in that moment, he felt the weight of his doubts, his fears, his confusion, all melt away. It was as if the very essence of who he was had been seen and understood by someone who truly cared. In that moment, he realized that he was not lost, not in the way he had thought. He was simply waiting for the right moment, for the right sign. And here, in the presence of Oshun, that moment had arrived. Oshun's visits to the mortal realm were not limited to grand gestures or miracles alone. Sometimes, it was the quiet moments, the brief encounters, that left the deepest marks on those who were lucky enough to witness them. She appeared not just in times of crisis, but in times of peace, in moments of reflection, teaching mortals to see the beauty in the everyday, to recognize the divine in all things. And so, Oshun continued to walk among mortals, leaving her mark on the world in ways both small and profound. With every visit, she reminded them that the gods were not distant, unreachable beings. They were here, among them, in the quiet moments, in the simple acts of love and kindness, and the healing touch of a goddess who walked the earth not to show her power, but to share her love. The village was on the brink of despair. Crops withered under the unrelenting sun, the rivers ran dry, and the laughter of children had been replaced by cries of hunger. Day by day, hope seemed to seep away like water through cracked earth. People whispered in hushed tones about curses and punishment, their hearts heavy with fear and uncertainty. Families huddled together under the starless sky, praying to the Orishas for salvation. Then, one fateful evening, a strange glow appeared at the edge of the forest. It shimmered softly, golden and inviting, like the first light of dawn after a long, endless night. The villagers gathered cautiously, murmuring among themselves, unsure of what to make of the radiant light that seemed to pulse like a heartbeat. From the heart of the glow emerged a figure, luminous and resplendent. It was Oshun, her golden robes flowing like liquid sunlight, her every step a promise of hope. In her hands, she carried a calabash unlike any other. It gleamed with a brilliance that rivaled the stars, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and dance as if alive. The calabash was not just beautiful, it radiated a power that made the air hum and the ground beneath their feet feel alive again. Oshun's gaze swept over the gathered crowd. Her eyes, warm and knowing, seemed to see every fear, every hunger, every desperate plea hidden in their hearts. She raised the golden calabash high, and a hush fell over the crowd. The world seemed to hold its breath, as though even nature itself recognized the importance of this moment. "I bring you a gift," Oshun said, her voice ringing out like a melody carried on the wind. "A gift of abundance, of life, of hope. But remember, true abundance comes not from greed, but from gratitude and balance." With those words, she knelt and placed the calabash on the ground. The moment it touched the earth, the air around it shimmered, and a golden mist began to rise, curling like tendrils of smoke. The villagers watched in awe as the barren ground beneath the calabash transformed before their eyes. Grass sprouted, lush and green, followed by wildflowers of every color. A nearby well, long dry and cracked, began to overflow with crystal-clear water. But the miracles did not stop there. A man whose fields had yielded nothing but dust found his land suddenly teeming with crops, corn, yams, and cassava growing tall and strong as if the soil had been reborn. A woman who had not eaten in days felt the pangs of hunger melt away as her hands filled with ripe fruit that seemed to appear out of thin air. Children, once frail and weak, laughed and danced as they ate to their heart's content. The golden calabash became the heart of the village. Every day, it offered more, enough food to feed every mouth, enough water to quench every thirst. The villagers quickly realized that the calabash was not just a vessel, it was a living symbol of Oshun's love and generosity. It provided exactly what was needed, no more and no less. The balance was perfect, and for the first time in months, the village flourished. But with abundance came temptation. One night, when the village was quiet and bathed in moonlight, a man named Iadil crept toward the golden calabash. He was not content with enough, he wanted more. Driven by greed, he thought of the riches he could claim if only he could take the calabash for himself. He reached out a trembling hand, his heart pounding with the thrill of his plan. But as his fingers brushed the calabash, a sudden force knocked him back. He cried out, clutching his hand, which now burned as though it had been touched by fire. The golden light of the calabash flared brightly, and Oshun's voice echoed in the night. "Greed destroys what abundance creates," her voice rang, firm but sorrowful. "The calabash is not yours to take. It belongs to all who honor balance and gratitude." Ashamed and humbled, Iadil fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. He begged for forgiveness, and Oshun, ever merciful, forgave him. But the lesson was clear: abundance thrives only in the presence of humility and shared blessings. Over time, the golden calabash became more than a source of sustenance. It became a symbol of the village's unity. The people, once divided by fear and scarcity, worked together to protect and honor the gift Oshun had bestowed upon them. They celebrated the goddess with songs and dances, their voices rising to the heavens in gratitude. Oshun smiled softly as she watched the people, each of them coming to the river in search of something different, each of them finding what they needed in their own way. Some found peace, some found joy, some found life. All found healing, in one form or another. She had always known that love was the greatest healer of all, and through the river, she had shared that love with the world. The golden waters of the river flowed on, carrying with it the whispers of those who had come before and those who would come after. And in those waters, and the healing waters of Oshun, the world found what it needed: hope, love, and the promise that no matter how broken one might be, there was always the possibility of healing. It was in the early morning, just before the sun began to peek over the horizon, that the villagers first saw her. A woman, radiant as gold, walking slowly down the dirt path toward the town. She moved with the grace of a goddess, her every step as if the earth itself was honoring her presence. Her hair, long and flowing, seemed to shimmer with a golden light that made the very air seem to vibrate with energy. The villagers, still half asleep, thought they were dreaming, but the feeling of her presence was undeniable. There was something in the air, a tension that made their hearts race. It was a moment they would never forget. As she approached, her eyes locked with theirs, deep, full of wisdom, yet kind. It was Oshun. The goddess herself had descended from the heavens and was standing before them, as real and tangible as any mortal. They had heard the stories, the whispers passed down from generation to generation about Oshun's love and power, about her beauty and grace. But seeing her with their own eyes, that was something no one could have prepared for. She smiled, a soft, knowing smile that seemed to hold 1,000 unspoken words. The villagers, stunned by her presence, didn't know how to respond. Some fell to their knees, others simply stood frozen, not daring to move. They had heard the tales of the gods and goddesses, but seeing one of them in the flesh was something far beyond their wildest imaginations. Oshun's gaze softened as she looked over them. She could see their pain, their struggles, the weight they carried in their hearts. Her eyes seemed to shimmer with understanding, as though she knew every sorrow they had ever known, every joy they had ever felt. She knew them, perhaps even better than they knew themselves. And in that moment, all the fear and uncertainty that had once gripped them began to melt away. She stepped closer to the villagers, her voice gentle yet filled with authority. "Do not be afraid," she said, her words like music, flowing smoothly into their hearts. "I am here to remind you of the beauty within yourselves, to show you the love that exists even in your darkest moments. You are not alone." One by one, the villagers began to approach her, drawn to her warmth, to the light that seemed to surround her. A young woman, with tears in her eyes, stepped forward. "My child," she said, her voice trembling. "She is sick. The healers say there is no hope left. I have prayed, but the gods do not answer." Oshun looked down at the woman's child, a small, pale figure lying in her arms. Her heart ached, and she placed her hand gently on the child's forehead. The air around them seemed to shimmer, and for a brief moment, time itself seemed to stop. The village held its breath. Then, slowly, the child's eyes fluttered open. The color returned to her cheeks. A faint smile touched her lips. The villagers gasped. The child, once sick and weak, was now awake, her body alive with energy. The woman clutched her to her chest, sobbing with joy, while Oshun simply watched, a serene expression on her face. "I have heard your prayers," Oshun said softly. "And I have answered them." The villagers fell to their knees, overwhelmed by the miracle they had witnessed. Oshun's magic was not just in her appearance, in her beauty or grace, it was in her ability to heal, to bring life where there was death, to fill the emptiness in their hearts with a love so powerful, so pure, that it seemed to transform the very air they breathed. But this was only one of many visits Oshun would make. In the years that followed, she appeared time and time again to mortals, offering her blessings, her love, and her healing. There was the farmer who had lost his crops to a terrible drought, his land cracked and barren. With Oshun's touch, the earth bloomed once more, green and fertile, as if the soil itself had been kissed by the goddess. The mother, whose son had been taken by a deadly fever, was gifted with the sight of Oshun at her bedside, holding the boy in her arms as he awoke from death's grasp. There were countless others, too many to count, each one marked by Oshun's quiet grace and power. Each time Oshun appeared, it was as though the world itself paused to listen, to take note of her divine presence. But what the villagers did not know was that these visits were not just for their healing, their miracles. They were also a reminder of the beauty of life, the preciousness of each moment, the deep love that flowed through all things. Oshun's visits were never just about the physical cures, the miracles that seemed impossible, they were about her giving mortals a glimpse of something greater. A glimpse of the divine love that flowed through her, that connected all beings, mortal and immortal alike. One night, as the moon hung low in the sky, Oshun appeared to a young man who had lost his way. He had spent years wandering, searching for meaning, struggling to find his place in the world. He was on the edge of despair, unsure of where to go next, unsure of what to do with the pieces of his life that felt so broken. He had heard the stories of the gods, of the powerful and wise beings who walked the earth. But he never thought he would encounter one himself. Yet, there she was. Oshun, standing in front of him, her golden hair flowing like liquid sunlight, her eyes full of understanding. She said nothing at first, simply looked at him with a gaze that seemed to pierce straight through his soul. One evening, as the villagers gathered around the calabash, Oshun appeared once more. Her presence was as radiant as ever, her smile soft and knowing. "You have honored the gift," she said, her voice filled with pride. "And in doing so, you have honored me. Remember this, true abundance lies not in what you possess, but in how you share it." With those words, Oshun lifted the golden calabash and held it close to her heart. The villagers watched in awe as it dissolved into golden light, scattering like fireflies into the night sky. Though the calabash was gone, its blessings remained. The land, once barren, stayed fertile. The well continued to flow with water as pure as the goddess's love. And the villagers, forever changed by Oshun's gift, carried her lessons in their hearts. Even now, they say, if you listen closely to the rustle of the leaves or the babble of the river, you can hear Oshun's voice, a gentle reminder of the power of gratitude, the beauty of balance, and the everlasting abundance that flows from a heart open to love. The forest was alive with tension. Shadows danced among the trees, and the air buzzed with an almost electric hum, as if the earth itself was holding its breath. Somewhere in the distance, the steady, rhythmic clang of iron against stone echoed, a sound both ominous and mesmerizing. It was Ogun, the god of iron, hard at work in his forge hidden deep within the wilderness. His power was legendary, his temper feared, and his solitude impenetrable. None dared to approach him, not even the Orishas, for Ogun's wrath was as sharp and unforgiving as the blades he crafted. Yet, Oshun walked toward him that day, her golden robes catching the flickering light that filtered through the canopy. She was unhurried, her steps soft but resolute. Her honeyed scent mingled with the metallic tang of the forge, creating a strange harmony that seemed to soothe the restless energy of the forest. The clash of Ogun's hammer grew louder as she approached, each strike resonating in her chest like a heartbeat. She knew the risk of disturbing him, but she also knew the strength of her purpose. Ogun's forge was a sight to behold. Flames licked the air, casting an eerie glow over the countless tools and weapons scattered around. Ogun himself stood in the center, his muscular frame glistening with sweat, his focus unbroken as he shaped molten iron with his bare hands. His presence was overwhelming, his power undeniable, yet Oshun did not falter. She stepped closer, her voice soft but steady. "Ogun," she called, her tone carrying a sweetness that could calm even the fiercest storm. "I come not to disturb your work, but to seek your strength." For a moment, the hammer paused mid-swing, and the forge fell silent. Ogun turned to face her, his eyes like embers, burning with intensity. He was a being of iron and fire, unyielding and untamed, and he regarded Oshun with a mixture of curiosity and wariness. "Why would the goddess of rivers and love come to me?" Ogun asked, his voice as deep and resonant as the earth itself. "What need do you have of iron when your power flows freely like water?" Oshun met his gaze, her own eyes gleaming with determination. "Even water needs the strength of iron to carve its path," she replied. "There is a great threat to the balance of the world, one that cannot be faced alone. Your strength and my grace, together, we can forge a force unbreakable." Ogun steadied her for a long moment, his expression unreadable. He was a god who trusted no one, a loner who had withdrawn from the other Orishas long ago. Yet there was something about Oshun's presence that stirred something deep within him, a sense of purpose he had not felt in ages. "Words are easy, Oshun," he said finally, his tone laced with skepticism. "But iron demands action. If you wish for my alliance, show me that your resolve is as strong as your beauty." Without hesitation, Oshun stepped forward, her hand reaching for a piece of raw iron lying on the anvil. The metal was blistering hot, its surface glowing red, but she did not flinch. She held it firmly, her golden light intertwining with the fiery glow of the iron. The sight was mesmerizing, a perfect union of opposites, softness and strength, fluidity and solidity, water and fire. Ogun's eyes widened ever so slightly, a flicker of admiration breaking through his stoic exterior. "You are bold, Oshun," he said, his voice softer now. "Perhaps there is more to you than I thought." He took the iron from her hand, his touch impossibly gentle despite his strength. Together, they worked at the forge, their energies merging in a way that seemed almost otherworldly. Oshun's presence tempered Ogun's fire, softening its edges without diminishing its power. Under her guidance, the blades he crafted became not just tools of war but symbols of protection and balance. As they worked, a bond began to form between them, one forged not from words but from shared purpose. Ogun, who had always valued solitude, found himself drawn to Oshun's unwavering spirit and quiet strength. And Oshun, who had always been underestimated for her gentleness, saw in Ogun a depth that others failed to recognize. Their alliance was tested when the threat Oshun had spoken of finally revealed itself, a monstrous force that sought to disrupt the balance of the world. The skies darkened, and the earth trembled as the creature emerged, its presence a harbinger of chaos. It was a beast born of greed and destruction, its form ever-shifting, its power seemingly limitless. Ogun and Oshun stood side by side, their energies united. Ogun's iron blades, infused with Oshun's golden light, gleamed like suns in the encroaching darkness. With every strike of Ogun's weapon, the beast recoiled, its form destabilizing. And with every movement of Oshun's hands, streams of water surged forth, quenching the beast's fiery core. The battle was fierce, the ground shaking with every clash of power. But the bond between Ogun and Oshun proved unbreakable. Together, they struck the final blow, a harmonious blend of iron strength and water's resilience. The beast let out a deafening roar before disintegrating into nothingness, its threat vanquished. As the skies cleared and the earth stilled, Ogun turned to Oshun, his expression one of quiet respect. "You were right," he said simply. "Iron and water, together, we are unstoppable." Oshun smiled, her golden light softening the harsh lines of the forge. "Strength is not measured by what we can do alone," she said. "It is measured by what we can achieve together." Though their paths would lead them in different directions, the alliance between Ogun and Oshun remained a legend among the Orishas, a testament to the power of unity, the beauty of balance, and the strength that comes from recognizing the value in others. The air was thick with tension as the gathering murmured among themselves, their voices blending into a restless hum. A dispute had erupted in the village, tearing the community into bitter factions. Crops had failed, rivers had dried, and even the trees seemed to bow under an unseen weight. The elders had tried every ritual they knew, but nothing worked. Desperation clung to the air, a suffocating presence. Then, someone whispered her name, Oshun. The golden goddess was known for her wisdom, her power to heal both hearts and lands. Yet calling upon her was no small act. She did not answer to those who sought her lightly. It was said that Oshun demanded truth, devotion, and most of all, sweetness. Still, the people decided to try. They gathered their offerings, gold, shells, and beads, but their hearts carried doubt. Would she hear their cries? On the morning of the ritual, a young girl stood apart from the others, clutching a small clay pot to her chest. Her name was Adin, and she was no more than 12, her eyes wide with innocence yet sharp with determination. She had nothing to give except the pot, filled to the brim with golden honey. It was a humble gift, one that made others smirk and whisper as they laid their riches at the altar. But Adin didn't care. She had heard stories from her grandmother, stories of Oshun's love for honey, how its sweetness was a reflection of the goddess herself. Adin believed, with all her heart, that this was what Oshun wanted. As the priestess began the invocation, the villagers watched with bated breath. The air shimmered with anticipation, the scent of incense rising like a plea. The priestess's voice was strong, but the atmosphere remained heavy, as though the earth itself were unconvinced. Then, Adin stepped forward. Her small frame trembled as she approached the altar, but her grip on the clay pot was steady. The priestess paused, her brows furrowing at the interruption, but something in Adin's eyes made her nod. With careful hands, Adin poured the honey onto the altar, its golden stream catching the sunlight. The air changed instantly. A sweet aroma filled the space, wrapping around the villagers like a comforting embrace. A murmur ran through the crowd, soft, unsure, but filled with hope. Then it happened. The wind, still and heavy moments before, stirred. It danced through the village, carrying with it the sound of laughter, soft, melodic, and unmistakably divine. The villagers fell silent, their eyes wide with awe. From the altar, a golden glow began to spread, weaving through the crowd like sunlight breaking through storm clouds. And there she was. Oshun appeared not in thunder or fire, but in a cascade of light, her presence both soothing and electrifying. Her skin glowed like the finest gold, and her eyes held a warmth that melted every heart in its gaze. She moved with the grace of flowing water, her golden robes rippling like waves. In her hand, she held a calabash, its surface adorned with intricate carvings that seemed to shimmer with life. Her gaze swept over the crowd, lingering on the offerings piled high on the altar. Then her eyes found Aden, still standing with her empty pot. A smile spread across Oshun's face, one that radiated approval and something deeper, pride. "You have given the sweetest gift of all," she said, her voice like the first rain after a drought. She reached out and touched Aden's cheek, leaving a golden mark that glowed faintly before fading into her skin. Sweetness is not in gold or riches. It is in the heart, in the willingness to give even when you have little. As she spoke, the honey on the altar began to glow, its golden light spreading to the fields, the rivers, and the trees. The air grew lighter, the tension dissolving like mist in the morning sun. Leaves rustled with renewed life, and a distant rumble hinted at rain. The villagers gasped as green shoots sprouted from the barren earth, and the once dry riverbed began to glisten with water. Tears streamed down Aden's face as she watched. The villagers, too, were overcome, their disbelief replaced by gratitude. They fell to their knees, their voices rising in songs of praise. Oshun stood among them, her presence a reminder of what they had forgotten, how sweetness could heal wounds that strength alone could not. But Oshun's gaze remained on Aden. She knelt before the girl, her expression soft yet serious. "Never forget, little one," she said, "that sweetness holds the power to transform. In honey lies not just taste, but healing, joy, and unity. Let it remind you of what truly matters." With that, she stood and lifted her calabash high. A golden rain began to fall, each drop a blessing. The villagers laughed and danced, their sorrow replaced by a joy so pure it seemed to cleanse their souls. Oshun's laughter mingled with theirs, her golden light a beacon of hope that would linger long after she was gone. As the rain ceased and the villagers celebrated, Aden looked down at her clay pot. Though it was empty, it felt heavier than before. When she peered inside, she found a single drop of honey, glowing faintly with Oshun's golden light. She knew then that she had been given something far greater than she had offered, an eternal reminder of the goddess's gift. The village flourished in the days that followed, its fields lush, its rivers full, its people united. And in every celebration, every song of gratitude, honey became sacred. It was more than food or offering, it was a symbol of Oshun's love, her ability to heal and bring abundance. And though Aden grew older, she never forgot the day the goddess chose her humble gift to remind a broken village of the power of sweetness. The earth trembled, as if the very bones of the world were groaning under the weight of something terrible. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, blotting out the sun and casting an eerie shadow over the land. The winds howled, ferocious and unyielding, whipping through the trees and tearing the earth apart. A storm unlike any before had come, raging with such intensity that it seemed to threaten the end of everything. It was as though the gods themselves were in turmoil, and the world would soon be swallowed by the waters. In the midst of this chaos, there was one who did not fear the flood that was coming. She stood on the riverbank, her golden skin shimmering in the fading light, her eyes glowing with a quiet determination. Oshun, the goddess of love, beauty, and fertility, who had always been a source of joy and healing, now felt the weight of the world pressing down on her. Her heart, full of compassion, could not bear the thought of the destruction that loomed. The people had long forgotten the ancient ways, the balance between earth and sky, river and sea. They had grown careless, their greed for power and wealth blinding them to the signs of nature's distress. And now, as the skies darkened, the waters began to rise, swallowing villages and fields alike. Desperation and fear spread like wildfire among the mortals, but they had lost their connection to the divine. They called out to the gods for help, but their voices were drowned out by the thunder and the wind. Oshun stood alone, watching the storm rage, her heart breaking for the world she had once loved. The floodwaters rose higher, inching closer to the homes of those who had turned their backs on her. She could feel the pull of the earth beneath her feet, the weight of the river urging her to act. She had never been a goddess of war, never one to call upon violence to settle disputes, but this was different. This was a threat to all life, and she would not stand by and let it consume everything. Her voice, soft but powerful, rose above the noise of the storm. I will not let this world be swallowed by the flood. I will save you, even if you do not know to ask for it. With those words, the waters calmed for just a moment, as if the earth itself had paused to listen. Oshun's eyes shone brighter than ever before, and with a graceful movement, she stepped into the river. As she waded deeper into the rushing waters, the river seemed to recognize her presence. The waters parted, swirling around her in a dance of light and water, as though they had become her servants, her loyal companions in this struggle. She raised her arms high, her golden fingers tracing the air, calling upon the forces of nature that were her birthright. She spoke then, not to the heavens or the earth, but to the waters themselves. O great river, O mighty flood! You have come to claim what is not yours. But I will not let you take what has been given to the people. You will not destroy the lives of the innocent. You will retreat, and I will show you the power of life. The floodwaters began to slow, as if held back by an unseen force. The rain that had been falling in torrents grew lighter, more gentle, and the thunder that had shaken the heavens quieted to a soft rumble in the distance. The wind, too, began to settle, no longer tearing through the trees, but instead swaying gently, as though in respect to Oshun's command. With a mighty roar, the waters surged again, as if fighting her will. But Oshun was not deterred. She stepped forward, deeper into the river, her feet finding solid ground where there had been none before. Her heart was filled with fierce love for the world, and she knew that she had the power to protect it. She did not need armies or weapons, she had the strength of nature itself on her side. Oshun lifted her hands once more, and this time, the river obeyed. Slowly, as if it were listening to her every word, the waters began to pull back. It was not a retreat in fear, but a submission to the goddess's will. The flood that had threatened to drown everything began to recede, the water's edge drawing back like a child obeying a loving parent's command. The storm continued to rage above, but the land below began to dry. The once flooded fields slowly revealed themselves, the grass rising from beneath the water like a promise of life to come. The villages, which had been consumed by the flood, were now safe from its wrath. Oshun stood in the midst of the river, her golden presence shining brighter than the sun had ever shone. Her hair, like a cascade of gold, whipped around her in the wind, but she did not flinch. The world had been saved, and it was because of her love for the earth, for the people who had so often turned away from her. As the storm passed and the world grew quiet, Oshun stood still, allowing the river to rest beneath her feet. Her task was not yet done. She knew that the people would need her guidance in the days to come. They would need to remember what they had almost lost, the delicate balance between them and the natural world. She would help them rebuild, but this time, they would understand the importance of listening to the rhythms of the earth. Her gaze softened as she looked over the land, the sun breaking through the clouds to bathe the earth in a warm, golden light. It was a new beginning, one that had been saved by her love and her power. And though the storm had passed, Oshun knew that her work was never truly done. She would always be there, her waters waiting to heal, her heart open to those who sought her kindness and protection. The world had been saved by a goddess who believed in the power of love, and in that love, the waters had been calmed, the flood had been turned back, and life had been given another chance. The people would never forget the goddess who had saved them, nor the sweetness of her love that had stopped the flood in its tracks. The silence of the village square was unsettling, broken only by the faint rustle of leaves in the evening breeze. Women huddled together, their eyes filled with a mix of fear and defiance. The air felt heavy, charged with unspoken anger and a sense of injustice that had been festering for too long. Men stood on the opposite side, some stern-faced, others looking away, uncomfortable with what was unfolding but unwilling to intervene. A single woman, bold and unyielding, stood in the center, her voice shaking but unbroken as she defended herself against accusations that were as old as the earth and just as heavy. Her name was Adunni, and she had dared to do what many before her feared, to refuse a forced marriage to a cruel, older man. She had declared that her life was her own, her choices hers to make. But this act of defiance had drawn the wrath of her community, and now she stood accused of bringing shame to her family and the village. The elders muttered among themselves, calling her words dangerous, her actions rebellious. Her punishment was to be decided that night, under the watchful eyes of the gods. Oshun had been listening. From her sacred river, she had heard the whispers of pain and injustice carried to her on the wind. She had felt the weight of Adunni's tears as they fell to the earth, a silent prayer for help when no one else would come. Oshun, the goddess of love and protector of women, could not ignore such a plea. She rose from her waters, her golden radiance casting ripples of light across the darkened skies, and began her journey to the heart of the village. As Adunni stood alone, her voice growing hoarse with every word, the men of the council grew restless. "Enough," one elder bellowed, his voice heavy with authority. "You speak of rights and freedom, but you forget your place. A woman is meant to obey, to serve, to honor her family. You bring shame upon us all." The crowd murmured in agreement, some shouting insults, others remaining silent but complicit. Adunni's knees threatened to give way beneath her, but she stood firm, refusing to let her fear consume her. "I will not be silenced," she replied, her voice trembling but fierce. "I will not let my life be dictated by those who do not see my worth. I am not property. I am not yours to control." The sky above seemed to tremble, as if echoing her defiance. The wind grew still, and an eerie hush fell over the square. Then, a soft, golden glow began to spread, illuminating the space like the gentle touch of dawn. Gasps rippled through the crowd as Oshun appeared, her presence both calming and commanding. Her golden skin shimmered like sunlight on water, her flowing robes seemed to carry the essence of the river itself, and her eyes held a depth that silenced even the harshest critic. She spoke, her voice like a melody, soft yet unyielding. "You speak of shame and obedience, yet you do not see the injustice in your own actions. You call yourselves guardians of tradition, but what is a tradition that silences the voices of your daughters, your sisters, your mothers?" The elders stared in awe, some falling to their knees in reverence. Oshun's gaze turned to Adunni, and for a moment, it was as if the world melted away, leaving only the goddess and the woman she had come to protect. "You are brave," Oshun said, her voice filled with warmth. "You have spoken the truth, even when it cost you everything. I am here to ensure that your courage is not in vain." Oshun turned back to the crowd, her eyes blazing with an intensity that sent shivers down their spines. The worth of a woman is not in her obedience, but in her strength, her wisdom, her compassion. To dishonor her is to dishonor me, and I will not stand for it. The ground beneath the village square began to tremble, a soft but unmistakable reminder of Oshun's power. The river that bordered the village swelled, its waters shimmering with golden light as they rose higher, threatening to breach their banks. "You have taken too much from the women of this village," Oshun declared. "Tonight, you will make it right." The elders, shaken and humbled, knelt before Oshun, their voices trembling with apologies. "Great goddess," one of them pleaded, "we did not mean to offend. We only sought to preserve the ways of our ancestors." "The ways of your ancestors," Oshun replied, her voice tinged with sorrow, "were meant to bring balance and harmony, not oppression. You have twisted them to serve your own fears and desires. This ends now." She turned to Adunni, her expression softening. "What do you wish, child? Speak your heart, and it shall be done." Adunni, overwhelmed by the presence of the goddess, struggled to find her voice. I wish for freedom," she said at last, her words trembling but resolute. "For myself, and for every woman who has suffered as I have." Oshun nodded, a smile touching her lips. "So it shall be." The waters of the river receded, their golden light fading as the village square grew still once more. The men of the council, humbled and chastened, vowed to honor Oshun's command. They decreed that no woman would be forced into a marriage against her will, and that their voices would be heard in matters of the village. Oshun, her task complete, began to fade, her form dissolving into the golden light that had brought her to the village. But before she disappeared, she spoke once more. Remember this night. Remember that the strength of a woman is not to be underestimated, and that those who seek to oppress will find themselves standing against the power of love itself. As the light faded, Aduni stood tall, her heart filled with a strength she had never known. The women of the village came to her side, their eyes shining with newfound hope. Together, they began to sing, their voices rising like a hymn of gratitude to the goddess who had given them back their dignity and their power. And though Oshun was no longer visible, her presence lingered, a reminder that she would always be there, watching, protecting, and fighting for those who could not fight for themselves. On the edge of a quiet village, beneath the silver glow of a full moon, a young sculptor sat in despair. His name was Akin, and his hands, once steady and filled with the spark of creation, now trembled as he stared at the block of stone before him. Days had turned into nights, and still, the stone remained untouched. His tools lay scattered, forgotten, their edges dulled not by use, but by neglect. Inspiration, the lifeblood of his craft, had abandoned him, leaving only emptiness in its place. Akin's work had once been celebrated. People traveled from distant lands to see the way his hands transformed stone into life. But now, as the villagers whispered of his lost gift, he felt their words like stones pressing on his chest. Even the wind, which used to carry the melodies of his chisel's rhythm, seemed to taunt him with its silence. He had prayed to the gods, begged for their guidance, but none had answered. That night, with his spirit on the brink of breaking, he called out once more, his voice raw and pleading. Oshun, he whispered into the night. Goddess of beauty, love, and inspiration, if you hear me, please, help me remember who I am. The air grew still, and a warm breeze suddenly wrapped around him like an embrace. Akin looked up, startled, as the scent of sweet honey and blooming flowers filled the air. The darkness seemed to shimmer, and from it stepped a figure so radiant that his breath caught in his throat. Oshun stood before him, her golden skin glowing like sunlight on water, her movements as fluid and graceful as a melody. You have called me, Akin, she said softly, her voice like a song that lingered in the soul. Why do you doubt yourself, when your heart still holds the spark of creation? Akin fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. I have lost it, Great Mother. The spark, the light, it is gone. My hands are empty, and I do not know how to bring it back. Oshun knelt before him, lifting his chin so that their eyes met. Her gaze held a warmth that melted his shame, replacing it with something he had not felt in a long time, hope. Creativity does not abandon those who honor it, she said. It only rests, waiting for the moment it is needed most. Let me show you. With a wave of her hand, the village square transformed. The ground shimmered like gold, and the night filled with a symphony of sounds, drums beating, flutes singing, voices lifting in harmonious joy. Around them, dancers twirled in vibrant colors, their movements weaving stories of love, loss, and triumph. Painters appeared, their brushes gliding across vast canvases, capturing the world's beauty with every stroke. Musicians played as though their instruments were extensions of their souls, pouring their hearts into each note. Akin stood, mesmerized. He had never seen such beauty, such raw and unfiltered expression. Oshun turned to him, her eyes alight with pride. This is what you carry within you, she said. Art, in all its forms, is a reflection of life. It is joy, sorrow, longing, and celebration. It is not something you lose, Akin. It is something you live. As she spoke, Akin felt a stirring deep within his chest, a faint warmth that grew stronger with every beat of the drums, every movement of the dancers. His hands itched to create, his mind filling with images that demanded to be brought to life. He turned back to his stone, now glowing faintly under Oshun's touch. Tentatively, he picked up his chisel, the weight of it familiar and comforting. Let your heart guide you, Oshun said, stepping back. Do not think. Feel. Akin closed his eyes, and for the first time in what felt like eternity, he let go of his doubt. His chisel struck the stone, and the sound resonated like music. Each strike brought forth something new, a curve, a line, a detail that breathed life into the unyielding rock. The world around him faded, leaving only the connection between his hands and the stone, his heart and the image taking shape. Time slipped away, and when Akin finally stepped back, his creation stood before him. It was a figure of Oshun, her arms outstretched as if inviting the world to share in her beauty and love. Her expression held a serenity that mirrored the newfound peace in Akin's heart. He turned to thank her, but Oshun was gone. In her place was the faintest ripple of golden light, dancing on the night breeze. Yet, he felt her presence in every fiber of his being. She had not left, she was within him now, as she was within every artist, every musician, every poet who dared to create. The next morning, the villagers gathered around Akin's workshop, their eyes wide with wonder. His sculpture of Oshun stood in the center, a testament to the power of inspiration and the goddess who nurtured it. As they admired his work, Akin picked up his tools once more, his heart brimming with gratitude and purpose. And in the whispers of the wind, in the songs of the birds, in the colors of the morning sky, Akin could hear her voice. Create, Akin. Share your light with the world. For art is not merely a gift, it is a calling, and through it, you honor me. The cries of the child echoed through the forest, soft and trembling like a bird's fragile song. Barely audible over the rustling leaves, it was a sound of pure desperation. Anyone hearing it would have felt their heart twist, but on this night, there was no one to answer. The moon hung high, its light casting silver shadows on the trees. Alone beneath its glow was a small boy, his face streaked with tears and his body trembling with cold. His name was Ade, and he had no one. War had stolen his parents, and hunger had driven him from the smoldering remains of his village. Now, barefoot and shivering, he clutched his knees to his chest, his small frame swallowed by the vast, uncaring world around him. As the night deepened, Ade's sobs quieted, replaced by the faint rustle of leaves nearby. At first, he thought it was the wind, but then it grew rhythmic, like footsteps. Fear gripped him, and he shrank back against a tree, his heart pounding like a trapped bird in his chest. Why do you cry, little one? The voice was soft, warm, and filled with a kindness Ade had almost forgotten. He looked up, and before him stood a woman draped in golden cloth, her skin shimmering like the first rays of dawn. Her hair flowed like a river of sunlight, and her eyes held a depth that seemed to see into his very soul. I'm alone, Ade stammered, his voice breaking. There's no one left. No one to help me. The woman knelt before him, her presence both comforting and powerful. You are not alone, she said, reaching out to brush a tear from his cheek. Her touch was warm, like the sun after a long rain. I am Oshun, and I am here for you. At her words, the forest seemed to awaken. Flowers bloomed where her feet touched the earth, their vibrant colors chasing away the gloom. A gentle hum filled the air, as if the trees themselves were singing. Ade felt his fear ebb, replaced by something he had not felt in days, hope. Come, Oshun said, extending her hand. Let us find you shelter. Ade hesitated, his small hand trembling as he placed it in hers. The moment their hands met, a surge of warmth spread through him, banishing the cold that had seeped into his bones. Together, they walked through the forest, Oshun's presence transforming the shadows into a sanctuary. As they walked, she began to sing. Her voice was soft and melodic, weaving a lullaby that spoke of love, of safety, and of belonging. The words wrapped around Ade like a warm blanket, soothing the ache in his heart. He didn't know where they were going, but for the first time in a long time, he felt safe. They arrived at a clearing, where a group of children sat around a fire. Their laughter rang out, bright and carefree, a stark contrast to Ade's tears. Oshun led him to the group, and the children looked up, their eyes wide with curiosity and kindness. This is Ade, Oshun said, her voice gentle but firm. He has lost much, but he has found his way here. Will you welcome him? The children nodded, their smiles wide and genuine. A girl with braids offered Ade a piece of roasted yam, while a boy handed him a blanket. Their kindness overwhelmed him, and tears filled his eyes once more, not from sorrow, but from gratitude. As Ade settled in, Oshun watched from the edge of the clearing, her heart swelling with pride. These children, once lost and broken, were now a family, bound not by blood but by love and shared resilience. She had found each of them in their darkest moments, offering them not only her care but also the strength to care for one another. The firelight danced on their faces as they ate and talked, their voices filled with the innocent joy of childhood. Ade looked around, his heart full for the first time since the war had torn his life apart. He glanced back at Oshun, who met his gaze with a smile that spoke of infinite compassion. Weeks passed, and Ade thrived under Oshun's watchful eye. She taught him and the other children not just how to survive, but how to live with dignity and hope. She showed them the beauty in the world, even in the smallest things, a blooming flower, the song of a bird, the warmth of the sun. One evening, as the children gathered around the fire, Ade stood and walked to Oshun. "Why do you help us?" he asked, his voice soft but steady. "Why do you care for those who have no one?" Oshun knelt before him, her golden light flickering like the fire behind her. "Because no one is truly without someone," she said, her voice filled with emotion. "I am the mother of the motherless, the protector of the forgotten. To care for you is my purpose, my joy. And one day, you will carry this care forward, spreading love and kindness to those who need it most." Ade nodded, her words settling deep within him. He understood, in a way he could not yet explain, that her love was not just for him or the other children, it was for the world. It was a love that healed, that mended what was broken, and that gave strength to those who thought they had none left. That night, as the children slept, Oshun stood beneath the stars, her golden light blending with their glow. She closed her eyes, her heart filled with the knowledge that her work was far from over. For every child she saved, there were others still crying in the dark, waiting for her warmth to find them. And so, she walked into the night, her footsteps soft but sure, her light guiding her to the next lost soul. The moon hung low in the sky, round and luminous, casting its silver glow over the gathered crowd. The air was alive with anticipation, heavy with the scent of flowers and incense. Women dressed in flowing white garments adorned with golden sashes stood barefoot on the soft earth, their hands trembling with offerings of honey, fruit, and fresh water. A quiet hum filled the night, a vibration that seemed to rise from the ground itself, carrying a promise of something sacred. In the heart of the gathering, an altar made of smooth river stones stood under a large, ancient tree. Bowls of honey glistened like molten sunlight, and ripe oranges were piled high alongside shimmering calabashes of water. Candles flickered in the soft breeze, their flames dancing to the rhythm of unseen forces. Amara stood among the women, her heart pounding in her chest. She had prayed for this night, prepared for it, yet doubt whispered in her mind. She glanced at the older women beside her, their faces serene and radiant with faith. They had walked this path before, witnessed Oshun's power transform lives. But for Amara, this was the first time she sought the goddess's blessing, and the stakes had never felt higher. A rhythmic drumming began, soft at first, then growing louder, pulling the crowd into its hypnotic spell. The sound seemed to echo deep in Amara's chest, as though her own heartbeat had merged with the rhythm. The priestess emerged from the shadows, her presence commanding yet gentle. Her robes shimmered like sunlight on water, and her head was crowned with a diadem of golden leaves. The priestess raised her arms, and the drum ceased. Silence fell over the gathering, heavy and expectant. "Oshun," she called, her voice carrying across the clearing, "Mother of rivers, bearer of sweetness, hear our plea tonight. These women come to you with open hearts, seeking your blessing, your grace." A murmur of agreement rippled through the group. Amara felt her knees grow weak, not from fear but from the enormity of the moment. She clutched the offering in her hands, a jar of honey she had prepared herself, infused with wildflowers from her garden. It was a small thing, but she poured into it every ounce of hope she carried. The priestess began to chant, her voice rising and falling like waves on a shore. The women joined her, their voices weaving together in a melody that seemed to carry their prayers into the night sky. The energy in the clearing shifted, growing warm and vibrant. The air felt alive, as if Oshun herself were listening. One by one, the women stepped forward, placing their offerings on the altar and whispering their desires to the goddess. A child to cradle in their arms. The healing of a barren womb. The strength to nurture life and love. Each voice carried a different story, yet all were bound by the same yearning. When it was Amara's turn, her legs felt like lead. She took a shaky step forward, then another, until she stood before the altar. The priestess smiled at her, a silent reassurance that she was not alone. Amara knelt, placing her jar of honey among the other offerings. For a moment, she hesitated, her voice caught in her throat. Then, with trembling lips, she spoke. "Oshun, I have longed for this blessing," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "My heart is open, my hands are ready. Please, hear me." As she rose and stepped back into the circle, the drumming resumed, slower this time, like the steady pulse of the earth. The priestess lifted a golden chalice filled with water from Oshun's sacred river. She dipped a feather into the water and walked among the women, sprinkling them with the blessed droplets. When the water touched Amara's skin, she felt a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace she hadn't known in years. The chanting grew louder, more fervent, as the women swayed in time with the drums. The firelight flickered, casting shadows that seemed to dance with them. Then, as if carried by the wind, a golden mist began to form above the altar. It shimmered and swirled, taking shape until it resembled the outline of a woman. Gasps filled the clearing, and some women fell to their knees, their faces radiant with awe. The presence of Oshun was undeniable. Her form was luminous, her every movement graceful and deliberate. Though she did not speak, her essence communicated a love so profound it brought tears to Amara's eyes. The goddess moved among them, her golden light brushing against each woman like a mother's gentle touch. When she passed by Amara, the warmth she felt earlier intensified, becoming a fire that burned away her fears and doubts. The golden mist lingered for a moment longer, then began to fade, leaving behind a profound stillness. The priestess turned to the women, her face glowing with the afterglow of Oshun's presence. "The goddess has heard you," she said. "Trust in her wisdom. Trust in her timing." As the ceremony ended and the women began to disperse, Amara lingered by the altar. She placed her hand on the smooth stones, feeling a connection that went beyond words. For the first time in years, she felt truly seen, truly loved. The fire of hope that had been ignited in her heart would not be easily extinguished. That night, as she lay under the stars, Amara felt a peace she could not explain. She closed her eyes, and in her dreams, she saw a river flowing through a lush, golden valley. At its center stood Oshun, her arms outstretched, a smile of infinite kindness on her face. Amara woke with the feeling that something within her had shifted, as if her prayers had already begun to bear fruit. The night was alive with music, a hypnotic rhythm carried on the warm breeze. Drums pulsed like a heartbeat, steady and primal, while flutes weaved a melody that seemed to caress the very air. The gathering was large, gods and mortals alike drawn together under a moon that hung impossibly low, casting everything in a silver glow. Whispers moved through the crowd, some excited, some reverent, and some fearful. Everyone knew why they had come. Oshun stood at the edge of the clearing, her golden ornaments catching the flickering firelight, making her seem almost otherworldly. Her honey-colored eyes sparkled with mischief, yet there was something deeper within them, a confidence that could not be shaken. She hadn't yet moved, but her presence alone had already silenced the crowd. They felt her power in the way she held herself, and the effortless grace of her stillness. The air grew heavy with anticipation, every eye fixed on her, waiting. The first movement was small, almost imperceptible. A tilt of her head, a slight sway of her hips. It was as if the music itself had summoned her, pulling her into its embrace. The drums quickened, their beat growing bolder, and Oshun responded. Her body became fluid, a river flowing to the rhythm, each movement rippling out like waves. The gold beads at her waist caught the light as she spun, sending sparks of brilliance into the night. Gasps filled the air, followed by a silence so profound that even the insects seemed to hold their breath. As she danced, it was no longer clear where Oshun ended and the music began. Her arms painted stories in the air, her feet whispered secrets to the earth. She twirled, her skirts flaring like a burst of sunlight, then slowed, her movements deliberate, her gaze locking with those in the crowd. Mortals froze, their hearts pounding as if she had reached into their chests and held their very souls. Gods shifted uneasily, their divine powers seeming insignificant before her. She moved closer to the fire, its flames leaping higher as if trying to touch her. Each step she took was a symphony of grace, her anklets chiming softly, a counterpoint to the rising music. The tempo shifted, the drums pounding faster, the flutes climbing higher, and Oshun answered. She dropped to the ground, her hands tracing the earth in fluid arcs, then rose again in a single, impossible motion, her body bending and twisting as if she were made of water. Whispers turned to murmurs, murmurs to cries of awe. Men and women felt their hearts race, not with desire, but with an aching admiration, a longing for something they couldn't name. Her dance was not just beautiful, it was a force of nature, a spell that bound everyone who watched. There was power in her every step, a defiance in the way she moved as if she were saying, "Look at me. See me. I am more than you can comprehend." Then came the moment none could forget. The music fell away, leaving only the soft beat of a single drum, slow and steady like the heartbeat of the world. Oshun stood still, her chest rising and falling with her breath. The silence was deafening, the crowd holding onto it as if breaking it would shatter something sacred. Slowly, she raised her arms, her fingers curling as though she were drawing something unseen from the air. Her hips began to move again, a slow, hypnotic sway that seemed to pull the very stars closer. The gods felt it first, a pull, an undeniable force drawing them toward her. They, who had bent the will of creation, now found themselves powerless, mesmerized. Shango, the thunderous warrior, stood with fists clenched, his mighty form trembling with the effort of restraint. Ogun, the unyielding blacksmith, leaned forward, his breath caught in his throat. Even Orunmila, the wise and all-seeing, seemed lost in the spell she wove. Oshun's movements were not just a dance, they were a challenge, a declaration that even divinity could not escape her allure. Mortals in the crowd fell to their knees, tears streaming down their faces, overwhelmed by the beauty before them. They felt a longing that was not of the flesh, but of the spirit, a yearning to be close to something so pure, so powerful. Women wept openly, inspired by her strength, her defiance, her ability to command the world with nothing but her body and her will. Men found themselves humbled, their hearts filled with a reverence they had never known. Oshun moved faster now, the music returning in a wild crescendo. Her feet barely touched the ground, her body a blur of gold and light. She spun, her laughter ringing out like a melody of its own, full of joy and mischief and an unshakable confidence. The gods could do nothing but watch, their pride and power rendered meaningless in the face of her brilliance. And then, as suddenly as it began, it ended. Oshun came to a halt, her chest heaving, her body glistening with sweat that caught the firelight like 1,000 tiny stars. The crowd was silent, stunned. No one dared speak, afraid that words might ruin the magic still lingering in the air. She stood there for a moment, her gaze sweeping over them all. It wasn't arrogance in her eyes, nor was it triumph. It was something softer, something that spoke of understanding. She had danced not to conquer, but to remind them all, mortals and gods alike, of the beauty, power, and strength that could be found in the human spirit. Without a word, Oshun turned and walked away, her golden ornaments jingling softly in the silence. The crowd watched her go, the spell she had cast lingering long after she disappeared into the night. The music had stopped, but the rhythm of her dance still beat in their hearts, a reminder of the night they had witnessed something extraordinary. The ships rocked violently against the waves, their creaking hulls filled with the sorrow of countless souls torn from their homeland. The air was thick with despair, yet amid the darkness, a whisper persisted, a soft melody of hope carried in the hearts of those who refused to let their spirits be broken. Among the captives were those who clung fiercely to their stories, their songs, and their gods. Oshun traveled with them, not bound by chains, but carried in the memories, prayers, and quiet resilience of her people. The first time her name was spoken in a foreign land, it was whispered in the shadows of sugarcane fields, where the enslaved gathered after the overseers had gone to rest. By the light of a flickering candle, an elder spoke of the river goddess, her beauty, her power, and her unyielding compassion. The younger ones listened, their weary eyes brightening as they held on to every word. Oshun was no longer a distant deity from their homeland. She was there with them, her presence as real as the tears that fell from their cheeks. In the Caribbean, Oshun transformed. She wore new colors, spoke in new languages, but her essence remained the same. In the pounding rhythms of the drums, her spirit danced. In the sacred waters where offerings were made, her laughter could be heard. Those who sought her guidance found her in the beauty of the islands, in the golden light of the sun, and in the sweet honey that was left at her altars. In Cuba, she became Oshun, revered in the practices of Santeria. Her devotees, known as Santeros, called upon her for love, prosperity, and healing. They adorned her with yellow and gold, offerings of oranges, cinnamon, and sunflowers placed lovingly at her feet. Her energy flowed through the bata drums, her stories interwoven with those of Catholic saints. To some, she was Our Lady of Charity, her image blending with the Virgin Mary to protect her followers in their times of need. In Brazil, Oshun's spirit blossomed in the vibrant traditions of Candomblé. She was Oxum, goddess of rivers and wealth, a beacon of femininity and grace. Her ceremonies were a feast for the senses, bright yellow dresses swirling in the air, the scent of sweet perfumes mingling with the earthy aroma of cooked yam and honey. The music was alive, the atabox creating a rhythm that seemed to call her directly into the room. Women moved with elegance, their movements a tribute to the goddess who had taught them to embrace their strength and beauty. Each ritual carried layers of emotion, joy, pain, gratitude, and defiance. Slaves had brought Oshun with them, a piece of their identity that could not be stripped away. In honoring her, they honored themselves, reclaiming their dignity in a world that sought to deny it. Her myths were told in secret, her presence a quiet rebellion against the forces that sought to erase their culture. Even as centuries passed, Oshun's influence grew stronger. In New Orleans, she appeared in the chants of voodoo ceremonies, her essence mingling with that of Ursule, the goddess of love. In Haiti, her energy intertwined with the Loa, becoming part of a tapestry of spirituality that carried the echoes of Africa. Across the Americas, wherever the African diaspora had taken root, Oshun thrived. Her worship evolved, yet it always carried the same heartbeat, a call to remember, to resist, to find joy even in the face of unimaginable hardship. In every song sung in her name, every dance performed in her honor, there was a reminder that Oshun was not just a goddess of rivers or beauty, she was a goddess of survival. She taught her people to find sweetness in life, to protect their hearts, and to fight fiercely for their right to exist. The women of Bahia would tell stories of how Oshun walked among them, her golden bracelets jingling as she passed through the markets, blessing the fishmongers and fruit sellers with prosperity. They said her laughter could still be heard in the rippling waters of the Paraguaca River, a sound that brought luck to those who listened closely. Mothers taught their daughters to leave offerings by the water, to ask Oshun for guidance in love and family. Men sought her blessings before important decisions, trusting her wisdom to lead them to success. During festivals, her spirit seemed to take over the streets. Parades of gold and yellow filled the air with celebration, the vibrant colors a tribute to her radiance. Musicians played with a fervor that seemed to transcend the physical, their hands moving faster than thought, their eyes closed in reverence. Dancers moved like flowing water, their feet pounding the earth in rhythms that spoke of freedom and faith. Those who watched felt her presence, a warmth that filled their chests and brought tears to their eyes. In her, people found a mother, a sister, and a protector. She was the one who understood their struggles and lifted their burdens. Oshun was the river they cried into, the honey that sweetened their bitter days, the light that guided them through darkness. Her evolution across continents and cultures was not a loss of identity but a testament to her power, her ability to adapt and thrive no matter the circumstances. Her name carried weight, spoken with reverence in the quiet of prayer and the noise of celebration. Even those who did not worship her directly felt her influence, her energy rippling out like the waters she commanded. Oshun had crossed oceans and endured centuries, her essence unbroken, her spirit unyielding. She was more than a memory of Africa, she was a living force, a reminder of the strength and beauty that could never be taken away. The golden shimmer of sunlight kissed the flowing river, and a soft breeze carried the sweet fragrance of wildflowers. At the edge of the water, a young woman knelt, her hands trembling as she unwrapped a small bundle. She placed a golden comb beside a delicate mirror, its polished surface catching the sunlight and reflecting her hopeful face. A jar of honey, smooth and glistening, was next, and finally, a handful of sunflowers, their petals as vibrant as the sun itself. She whispered Oshun's name, her voice barely audible over the gentle current, her heart full of quiet anticipation. Every symbol placed at Oshun's altar carried meaning beyond its physical form. The mirror represented more than beauty, it was a portal to self-awareness, a reminder to look inward with honesty and courage. It was said that Oshun herself used her mirror not just to admire her own reflection, but to peer into the hearts of those who sought her blessings. Many claimed to feel her gaze, warm yet piercing, as though she could see the truth buried beneath their words. The air vibrated with quiet reverence, but as the sun climbed higher, the stillness gave way to celebration. A group of drummers began to play, their hands striking rhythms that echoed across the water and into the surrounding forest. Women in vibrant yellow and gold dresses began to sway, their movements fluid like the river itself. Their feet moved in unison, splashing gently against the water's edge, their dance an offering to the goddess who ruled over love, beauty, and fertility. In the midst of the crowd, a young boy stood with his father, his wide eyes taking in the sights and sounds. His father leaned down and whispered to him, pointing toward a small shrine nestled on the riverbank. It was adorned with mirrors that reflected the sunlight in dazzling patterns, as well as offerings of fruit, honey, and flowers. The boy's gaze lingered on the shrine, a quiet awe filling his chest as he clutched the small bracelet he had brought to offer. He had spent weeks weaving it from golden thread, and now he would place it at the shrine, hoping Oshun would hear his wish to protect his mother, who had fallen ill. As the day wore on, the river seemed to glow, its waters catching the light and reflecting it back as though alive. People waded into the shallows, their hands cupped to pour water over their heads, symbolically washing away pain and sorrow. Others knelt by the banks, their voices raised in songs of joy, gratitude, and longing. The river wasn't just a place of ritual, it was a place where burdens were shared, where stories were told, and where faith was renewed. Farther downstream, a group of women worked together to create an intricate offering. They wove garlands of yellow flowers, threading them with delicate beads and small golden charms. When their work was done, they carefully placed the garlands into the water, watching as they floated away, carried by the current toward the heart of Oshun's domain. Their leader, a priestess draped in yellow silk, raised her arms to the sky and sang a prayer so full of emotion that even the birds seemed to pause and listen. One of the most sacred moments of the day came as the sun began to set. A hush fell over the crowd as a priest stepped forward, holding a small golden pot. He knelt by the river and dipped the pot into its waters, lifting it high above his head. The gathered devotees watched in silence, their breaths held as the priest poured the water back into the river, the act symbolizing unity between the people and the goddess. It was a reminder that the river's blessings were endless, flowing freely for all who came to honor her. As darkness fell, lanterns were lit and placed on the water's surface. They drifted gently downstream, their soft light illuminating the night and casting golden reflections across the faces of those gathered. Children laughed as they ran along the banks, their joy uncontained, while elders sat in quiet reflection, their hearts full of gratitude. The river seemed to sing along with the people, its currents harmonizing with their songs and prayers. The young woman who had arrived at dawn now stood with her feet in the water, her hands clasped over her heart. She felt a warmth spread through her, a quiet assurance that Oshun had heard her prayers. The clay pot she had brought was empty, its contents offered to the goddess, but she felt lighter than she had in months. The river's magic wasn't just in its water but in its ability to bring people together, to give them a place to lay their fears and hopes. By the time the last lantern had floated out of sight, the riverbank was quieter, though the air still buzzed with the energy of the day. Those who had come to honor Oshun began to make their way back to their homes, their spirits lifted, their hearts full. The river, as always, flowed on, carrying with it the prayers, songs, and dreams of the people who had placed their faith in its goddess. The village sat beneath a blanket of stars, its silence broken only by the occasional rustle of the wind through the tall grass. A man knelt in the center of the square, his shoulders trembling as he sobbed into his hands. Around him, villagers watched with wary eyes, their torches casting flickering shadows across his face. His name was Ade, and his crime was known to all, a betrayal so deep it had left the community in disarray. He had stolen from his own brother, not for survival but for greed. Now, stripped of all dignity, he begged for mercy he was certain would never come. Among the crowd, an elder woman stepped forward, her cane tapping against the hard-packed earth. Her voice was steady but sharp. "You have shamed your bloodline," she said, her words cutting through the night. "Do you think forgiveness is so easily earned?" Ade's cries grew louder as he clutched the elder's feet. "Please," he choked, his voice barely audible. "I will do anything. I cannot bear this guilt." As the whispers among the villagers grew, a figure emerged from the shadows. Draped in golden cloth that shimmered in the torchlight, she walked with the grace of a flowing river. Her beauty was otherworldly, her presence commanding. It was Oshun. The crowd fell silent, their heads bowing in reverence as the goddess approached. Oshun's eyes, warm and piercing, rested on Ade. She crouched down, her golden bangles jingling softly, and placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. "What is it you seek, child?" she asked, her voice a soothing melody. Ade raised his tear-streaked face, astonishment etched into his features. "Mercy," he whispered, his voice breaking. "I have wronged my family. I have wronged myself. I beg you to help me find redemption." Oshun tilted her head, studying him for a moment that felt like an eternity. Then she rose and turned to the villagers. "Let him speak," she commanded. "Let him confess fully." With trembling hands, Ade stood and began to recount his crime. His voice was raw with regret as he described how envy had clouded his heart, how he had taken what was not his and left his brother to suffer. His words hung in the air, heavy and unvarnished. The villagers listened, their expressions a mix of anger and sorrow. When he finished, Oshun stepped closer to him. "You admit your guilt," she said. "But do you understand the weight of forgiveness? It is not simply given, it must be earned. Are you willing to do what it takes?" "Yes," Ade said, his voice firm despite his shaking frame. "I will do anything." Oshun nodded and gestured for his brother to step forward. The man hesitated but eventually approached, his face hard with betrayal. Oshun placed a hand on his chest, her touch calming the storm within him. "Forgiveness begins not with the one who wronged you, but with your own heart," she said softly. "Can you let go of your anger?" The brother's jaw tightened, and for a moment, it seemed he might refuse. But then, his shoulders sagged, and tears began to fall. "I do not know how," he admitted. "He has hurt me so deeply." The golden comb, its teeth smooth and glinting, symbolized order and care. To offer it to Oshun was to acknowledge the importance of tending to life's tangles, of smoothing the knots of hardship and turning chaos into harmony. Those who brought a comb to her altar often prayed for clarity, for the wisdom to untangle their problems and find peace in the midst of turmoil. But the honey was sacred. It was more than sweetness, it was a promise, a balm, a connection to the goddess herself. Honey was Oshun's essence, her laughter and grace distilled into golden liquid. Legend spoke of a time when the world was barren, the rivers dry, and life withering. Oshun, angered by humanity's disregard for love and kindness, had withdrawn her blessings. When the people, desperate and lost, finally sought her forgiveness, it was the offering of honey that softened her heart. She returned, bringing life back to the rivers, laughter to the air, and hope to the people. To this day, the scent of honey in the air was said to signal her presence, a silent acknowledgement of an offering accepted. Sunflowers, with their golden faces turned always toward the light, represented Oshun's warmth and unwavering strength. They were a symbol of loyalty and faith, a testament to her ability to find beauty and hope even in the harshest conditions. To lay a sunflower at her feet was to pledge trust in her guidance, to promise to follow her light no matter how dark the path might seem. As the young woman placed her offerings on the altar, a ripple moved through the water, and the air grew still. Her heart raced as she felt the presence of something greater, something watching. She had heard stories of Oshun appearing to her devotees, sometimes as a gentle breeze, sometimes as a golden fish gliding through the water, or even as a vision of unmatched beauty, her skin glowing like the sun. The girl closed her eyes and whispered her prayer, her voice steady now, filled with hope and determination. In another village, far away, an elder sat beneath a sprawling tree, her hands moving deftly as she carved a small figure from wood. The statue of Oshun took shape, adorned with intricate patterns that spoke of rivers and flowing water. The elder's movements were careful and deliberate, every stroke of the blade carrying reverence. When the figure was complete, she placed it on her altar, surrounded by offerings of cinnamon and oranges, their spicy sweet aroma filling the air. This was another symbol of Oshun's essence, the fluidity and vitality of water, the richness of life, the sweetness of love. The elder's eyes sparkled as she recounted a tale to the children gathered at her feet. She told them of Oshun's bracelets, golden and heavy, that jingled with every movement. It was said that the sound of those bracelets could calm storms and mend broken hearts. She spoke of her fans, made of peacock feathers, their vibrant blues and greens representing her power to heal and transform. The children listened in awe, their imaginations painting vivid pictures of the goddess adorned in her symbols, radiant and powerful. Not all offerings were physical. There were those who offered dances, their movements fluid and graceful, mimicking the flow of water and the sway of tall grass in the wind. Others sang songs, their voices rising in harmony, each note a tribute to the goddess who inspired them. Even the simplest acts, like lighting a candle or whispering her name, were imbued with meaning, an acknowledgement of her presence and a request for her blessings. Oshun's symbols were more than objects or gestures, they were connections, threads that tied her to her people, her essence woven into their lives. Through these emblems, she was both tangible and ethereal, a force that could be felt even in her absence. Each offering, each prayer, was a bridge, a way to reach her and feel her touch. The young woman by the river opened her eyes, her prayer complete. The breeze returned, carrying with it the faint scent of honey. She smiled, her heart lighter, her spirit uplifted. She gathered her things and rose, leaving the offerings behind, trusting that Oshun had heard her and would guide her steps. In the days that followed, her path seemed clearer, her burdens less heavy. She spoke of the golden shimmer she had seen in the water that day, of the warmth that had filled her chest as if Oshun herself had reached out to comfort her. Others listened and nodded, their own stories of the goddess bubbling to the surface, each one different yet carrying the same thread of love, hope, and faith. Oshun's symbols lived on, not just in the objects and rituals, but in the hearts of her devotees. They were a reminder that even in the hardest of times, beauty and grace could be found, that the river would always flow, and that Oshun's light would never fade. The river shimmered under the golden light of dawn, its surface alive with the gentle ripples of moving water. The air was thick with the scent of wildflowers and the earthy aroma of damp soil. In the distance, faint melodies floated on the breeze, the sound of voices rising and falling in song, carrying words of devotion that had been sung for generations. A young woman stepped carefully onto the soft riverbank, her hands clutching a small clay pot filled with fresh honey. She wasn't alone. All around her, others approached the water's edge, each bearing gifts and prayers, their hearts heavy with hope and gratitude. The Oshun River, named after the goddess herself, was sacred ground. It was said that here, the veil between the mortal world and Oshun's presence was thinnest. Every year, people traveled from villages and cities far and wide, their steps guided by faith and reverence. They believed the river wasn't just water but a living manifestation of Oshun's essence, her laughter in its bubbling currents, her tears in its calm depths, her power in its endless flow. One elder, her face lined with the wisdom of many years, knelt by the water. Her hands trembled as she scooped a handful of the river's cool liquid, letting it trickle through her fingers as she whispered a prayer. Her voice was steady despite its softness, a melody of words asking for healing for her ailing grandson. She dipped her fingers into the honey she had brought and let it melt into the river, her offering carried away by the gentle current. Nearby, a man lowered a gourd filled with palm wine into the river, letting it drift for a moment before retrieving it. He believed the wine, now touched by the goddess's waters, held blessings he could share with his family. His eyes glistened as he turned to his daughter, the little girl clutching a string of sunflowers, ready to cast them into the river in her own simple act of devotion. Oshun smiled gently and reached into a small pouch at her side, drawing out a handful of river stones. She placed one in each brother's hand. "These stones carry the burden of your pain," she said. "Throw them into the river together, and let the water carry away what you can no longer hold." The brothers followed her to the riverbank, the villagers trailing behind in a solemn procession. The moonlight danced on the water's surface, illuminating the path ahead. Oshun led them to the edge, where they knelt side by side. She spoke no words, only watching as the brothers looked at each other, their faces etched with years of love and hurt. With a deep breath, Ade was the first to release his stone. It hit the water with a soft splash, the sound seeming to echo in the still night. His brother hesitated, his hand gripping the stone tightly. Then, with a trembling sigh, he let it fall. The water rippled, and for a moment, it felt as though the entire world held its breath. Oshun stepped forward, her voice filling the night like a hymn. "The river takes what you have given it," she said. "But forgiveness is not a single act. It is a choice you must make every day. Do you understand?" The brothers nodded, tears streaming down their faces. They turned to each other, and without a word, they embraced. The crowd, which had been silent until then, erupted in murmurs of awe and relief. The weight that had hung over the village began to lift, carried away by the river just as Oshun had promised. But Oshun's work was not done. She turned to the villagers, her gaze sweeping over them. "You have witnessed the power of mercy tonight," she said. "Let it remind you that no heart is beyond healing, no bond beyond repair. Carry this lesson with you, for it is in forgiveness that we find true strength." The villagers fell to their knees, their voices rising in a song of gratitude. Oshun smiled, her golden aura glowing brighter before she turned and began to fade into the night. The brothers remained by the river, their arms still around each other, the water at their feet a symbol of the mercy that had saved them. Long after Oshun's figure had disappeared, her presence lingered. The river seemed to flow with a renewed vitality, its currents whispering stories of forgiveness and healing to all who came to its banks. The villagers returned to their homes with lighter hearts, their faith in each other, and in Oshun, stronger than ever. The city hummed with life, its streets alive with the sound of horns, footsteps, and voices that carried stories of hope and struggle. Beneath the towering buildings and bustling lights, a quiet ceremony was taking place. A small group of people had gathered in a park, their faces illuminated by flickering candles. In the center of their circle was a woman dressed in a golden wrap, her head crowned with flowers. She moved with deliberate grace, pouring honey onto a dish while whispering a prayer. Passers-by slowed their steps, drawn by the serenity of the scene amidst the chaos of the city. Her name was Amara, and she carried Oshun's name in her heart. Every week, she led this small gathering to honor the goddess of love, rivers, and abundance. For some, it was a way to connect with their heritage. For others, it was a search for guidance in a world that often felt cold and unkind. Amara's voice, soft yet steady, carried a timeless truth as she spoke. "Oshun does not belong to the past," she said, her words flowing like water. "She is here, in every act of kindness, every moment of joy, every time we choose love over hate." A man in the circle shifted uncomfortably. His name was Daniel, and he had come only because his sister had insisted. He was skeptical, weary from a life that had shown him little mercy. The idea of a goddess watching over him felt distant, almost laughable. Yet, as he listened to Amara's words, something stirred within him, a faint, unfamiliar warmth. Amara began to tell a story, her voice weaving a thread that connected ancient rivers to modern lives. She spoke of a young mother in the neighborhood who had been struggling to make ends meet. She had visited the park one evening, tears streaming down her face, and left an offering of oranges and honey at the base of a tree. The next day, she found an unexpected opportunity. A neighbor offered her a job that helped her rebuild her life. Coincidence? Amara asked, her eyes sweeping over the group. Perhaps. But Oshun works in ways that remind us to keep faith, even in the darkest moments. Daniel frowned, the cynicism in his heart wrestling with the flicker of hope the story had ignited. He thought of his own struggles, the crushing weight of debt, the loneliness that clung to him like a shadow. Could it really be possible that something greater was at work, guiding him through the storm? As if sensing his doubt, Amara stepped closer, her gaze steady and kind. Oshun doesn't demand blind belief, she said. She asks only that we pay attention. Look for her in the small things, a stranger's smile, a sudden burst of laughter, the way the sunlight dances on water. She is there, waiting to be seen. The group began to hum a soft melody, their voices blending in a hymn that felt ancient and new all at once. The sound wrapped around Daniel, filling the empty spaces inside him. He closed his eyes, letting the music carry him to memories he had long buried, the warmth of his mother's hand, the joy of splashing in a river as a child. For the first time in years, he felt something crack open within him, as though a dam had given way. Amara continued, her words a gentle current. In the modern world, we often lose sight of what truly matters. We rush, we compete, we forget to feel. But Oshun reminds us to slow down, to savor life, to cherish the beauty around us. She is the voice that says, you are enough, just as you are. A woman in the group spoke up, her voice trembling with emotion. She shared how she had been on the verge of giving up, overwhelmed by the pressures of work and family. One day, she had stumbled upon a mural of Oshun painted on the side of a building. The goddess's image, radiant and powerful, had stopped her in her tracks. It was as if she was telling me to keep going, the woman said, tears streaming down her face. That I wasn't alone. The group nodded, their faces glowing with understanding. Each of them had their own story, their own way of feeling Oshun's presence. For some, it was in the rhythm of a drumbeat at a community festival. For others, it was in the sweetness of honey shared with a friend. In a world that often felt fractured, Oshun's spirit was a thread that wove them together. As the evening wore on, the candles burned low, and the group began to disperse. Daniel lingered, his thoughts a whirlpool of doubt and possibility. He approached Amara, his voice hesitant. Do you really think she's still here? Even now? Amara smiled, her eyes shining with a quiet certainty. She reached into her bag and handed him a small vial of honey. Try this, she said. When you feel lost, taste it and remember, life is sweeter than it seems. Daniel took the vial, his fingers brushing against hers. It was such a simple gesture, yet it felt profound. He walked home that night with a lighter step, the weight on his shoulders a little less heavy. In his pocket, the honey felt warm, as if carrying a piece of Oshun's light. In the weeks that followed, Daniel began to notice things he had overlooked before, the kindness of a stranger holding the door open for him, the laughter of children playing in the park, the way the rain brought a fresh, earthy scent to the air. He started to believe, not in the grand miracles he had once scoffed at, but in the quiet, everyday magic that made life worth living. One evening, he returned to the park, the vial of honey still unopened in his hand. The group was there again, their voices lifted in song. This time, Daniel didn't stand on the sidelines. He stepped into the circle, his heart open, ready to feel the river's flow. The sound of music echoed through the small community center, mixing with the hum of excitement in the air. A group of young people, full of energy and curiosity, had gathered to talk about something that had shaped their lives in ways they couldn't fully understand yet. Oshun, the goddess of love, rivers, and abundance, was more than just a figure from the past. She was a presence they could feel in the very pulse of the world around them. Jade, a young woman with braids that fell like a waterfall down her back, was the first to speak. She wasn't much older than 22, but there was a wisdom in her voice that made the room fall silent. Oshun isn't just an ancient goddess, she said, her words careful but certain. She's part of us. She's the water that runs through our veins, the love we give to each other, the sweetness in the simplest things. For our generation, she's a reminder that even when the world feels broken, there's beauty in healing. And there's power in kindness. The group listened intently. Jade's words felt like a bridge between the past and the present, connecting the stories of Oshun with the struggles and triumphs of a new generation. They weren't the first to hear these stories, but they were the first to understand them in their own way. They had grown up in a world that was fast, digital, and often overwhelming. But there was something about Oshun's story that resonated with them. Oshun's myths, once told around campfires or in quiet corners of family gatherings, had become something more. They weren't just stories anymore, they were lifelines, guiding the young people through a world full of noise and chaos. For Jade, it was her relationship with water, something she had always felt connected to since she was a little girl. She had learned to swim before she could walk, her body at peace whenever she submerged herself in a river or a pool. To her, Oshun was the goddess of water, but also the goddess of emotional flow. When life felt heavy, she would close her eyes and imagine herself floating in a river, carried by the current, trusting the water to carry her through. Kofi, sitting next to Jade, nodded in agreement. He was a man of few words, but when he spoke, people listened. "I see Oshun in my art," he said softly. "In every stroke, in every color, in every moment of creation. When I'm painting, it's like I can hear her voice guiding my hand, telling me that what I create is enough. That's what she teaches me, how to believe in my own power." His words hit hard, and for a moment, there was silence. They all knew the pressure that came with being young in today's world, the weight of expectations, the constant comparison to others. But when they spoke of Oshun, it was as if the weight lifted, even if just for a moment. She wasn't just a figure of the past, she was real, she was alive, and she was showing them that it was okay to be vulnerable, to be human, and to make mistakes. Across the room, Amina was nodding, her fingers tapping rhythmically on her knee as she thought about what to say next. She was a poet, and her words carried a rawness that could pierce through the noise of everyday life. For me, Oshun is about self-love. It's about knowing that you deserve the love you give so freely to others. I think in our generation, we've been taught to give, to serve, but we forget to fill our own cups first. Oshun reminds us that loving ourselves isn't selfish, it's sacred. Her words stirred something deep within the group. It was a reminder that, despite the chaos of the world, there was always room for self-care, for embracing the beauty of life and giving back to yourself. Oshun wasn't just about receiving abundance from the world, she was about creating that abundance within, about making space for your own joy. And then there was Tariq, who had been mostly quiet throughout the conversation, his arms crossed, his expression thoughtful. But now, he stood up, his tall frame casting a long shadow in the dim light. "We've got to talk about how Oshun's power is about resistance too," he said, his voice carrying a weight that was impossible to ignore. "Look at all the women who've been fighting for their place in this world, for their right to be seen, for their voices to be heard. Oshun was the original revolutionary. She's about fighting for what you deserve, even when the world tells you no." The room seemed to hold its breath. Tariq wasn't just speaking about Oshun's love, he was speaking about her strength. About her ability to fight against injustice, to claim space in a world that often tried to silence the very people she protected. It wasn't just about the love she gave, it was about the love she demanded for herself and for others. One evening, as the group gathered by the river for a celebration, Saad stood at the edge of the water, her golden bracelet glinting in the fading light. She held it up, feeling its weight in her hand, and then gently placed it in the water. It wasn't a gesture of loss, but of gratitude, a way of giving back to the goddess who had shown her that even in the darkest times, there was always a spark of light waiting to be found. The river carried the bracelet away, its golden glow fading into the distance. But Saad didn't feel sad. She felt whole, knowing that Oshun was with her not in the bracelet, but in her heart. She turned back to the group, their faces lit with joy and warmth, and joined them in a dance that celebrated life, love, and the unbreakable connection between them all. The village square was silent as Ebel stepped forward, her voice steady but trembling with the weight of what she was about to say. "It's not right," she began, her gaze meeting those of the elders seated before her. The crowd murmured, some in support, others in disbelief. A young woman speaking against tradition was a rare sight, and many feared what might follow. But Ebel's eyes burned with determination. "We can't continue to silence the voices of women. We all deserve a seat at the table." Her words carried a boldness she hadn't known she possessed, and yet, as she stood there, her heart pounded so fiercely she thought it might burst. Days before, she had been ready to give up, to stay quiet, like so many others, and accept her place in the background. But then the dream came, vivid and unshakable. Ebel had been walking through a forest, her feet bare against the cool, damp earth. She followed the sound of laughter, melodic and soothing, until she came upon a river that shimmered like gold under the light of a setting sun. There, sitting on a rock with a crown of sunflowers in her hair, was a woman unlike any she had ever seen. Her presence radiated strength and warmth, her smile a mixture of mischief and wisdom. "You're afraid," the woman said, her voice soft but commanding. Ebel nodded, tears stinging her eyes. She hadn't needed to explain, the woman seemed to understand her fears without words. "But fear cannot guide you," the woman continued. "It is your voice that will break the chains, not just for you, but for everyone." "Who are you?" Ebel had asked, though in her heart she already knew. "I am Oshun," the woman said with a smile. "And I am with you." When Ebel woke, the words echoed in her mind, filling her with a courage she hadn't felt before. She knew then that her silence would serve no one, that the time had come to speak not just for herself, but for every woman who had ever been told her place was beneath a man. But what surprised her most was that Oshun's words didn't speak only to women, they were a call for balance, for unity between men and women, for a world where no one was diminished. As Ebel's voice rang through the square, she saw something remarkable. Men who had once looked at her with indifference were nodding, their eyes softening with understanding. One of them, Nkem, stood up. "She's right," he said, his deep voice breaking the tension in the air. "We've been holding ourselves back by holding others down. How can we build anything strong if half of us are silenced?" The murmurs grew louder, and then another man stood, and then another. Ebel's heart swelled as she realized this wasn't just about her, it was about something far greater. Oshun's message wasn't confined to women, it was an invitation to everyone to step into their fullest selves, to see each other as equals. Later that night, Ebel sat by the fire with Nkem and a few others who had joined her cause. They shared stories of their struggles, their hopes, and the ways they had been shaped by the roles they were forced to play. Nkem spoke of the pressure to always be strong, to never show vulnerability, and how it had left him feeling isolated and exhausted. "Maybe Oshun wants more for all of us," he said thoughtfully, his voice filled with wonder. "Not just for women to rise, but for men to be free too." As the weeks passed, the village began to change. Women who had once been confined to the shadows were stepping forward with ideas, their voices shaping decisions that affected everyone. Men were learning to listen, to share their burdens, to embrace a strength that came from collaboration rather than dominance. It wasn't easy, change never is, but it was undeniable that something powerful was unfolding. One day, as Ebel was walking along the riverbank, she came across a group of children playing. They were acting out a story, their laughter ringing through the air. "I am Oshun," a little girl declared, her voice filled with pride. "And I will bring balance to the world." A boy stepped forward, pretending to bow before her. "And I will stand beside you," he said, his tone earnest. Ebel's chest tightened with emotion as she watched them. These children would grow up in a world shaped by a goddess who saw the value in everyone, who inspired not just women but men to rise to their best selves. The thought filled her with hope, a warmth that seemed to come from the river itself. That night, Ebel stood by the water, her reflection shimmering in the golden ripples. She felt the same presence she had felt in her dream, the same quiet strength that had guided her to this moment. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the sound of the current. The wind picked up, carrying with it the faint scent of honey and wildflowers. It was a reminder, a promise, that Oshun was still there, her influence weaving through the lives of those who dared to believe in something better. Ebel closed her eyes, letting the peace wash over her. She didn't know what challenges lay ahead, but she knew one thing for certain: she was not alone. The air was thick with tension as the village elder, Bayo, stood in the middle of the square, his voice echoing with authority. "The boy must be punished," he declared, his tone leaving no room for argument. A young man, Ade, knelt in the dirt, his face streaked with sweat and fear. He had been accused of stealing food from a market stall, and the crowd around him buzzed with anger and judgment. But in the shadows of the gathering, Ebony stood silent, her heart aching. She knew Ade. She knew the desperation that had driven him to take the bread, the hunger that had gnawed at him and his siblings for days. Her mind raced with thoughts of what to do, the stories her grandmother had told her of Oshun stirring in her memory. Oshun was a goddess of love, Ebony reminded herself, but she was also one of justice. Justice didn't mean cruelty, it meant understanding, balance. As the crowd's shouts grew louder, she stepped forward, her voice cutting through the noise. "Wait," she cried, her hands trembling but her resolve firm. "Before we punish him, shouldn't we hear why he did it? Shouldn't we understand?" The crowd quieted, their faces a mix of curiosity and suspicion. Bayo raised an eyebrow, clearly annoyed. "What is there to understand?" he snapped. "He stole. The law is clear." Ebony took a deep breath, her gaze meeting Bayo's. "But isn't our law also meant to guide us toward compassion? Punishment without understanding serves no one." The murmurs began again, softer this time. Ade looked up, his eyes filled with shame and gratitude. Ebony knelt beside him, her voice gentle. "Why did you take the bread?" she asked. He hesitated, his voice barely above a whisper. "My sisters," he said, his words choked with emotion. "They hadn't eaten in 3 days. I tried to find work, but no one would hire me. I was desperate." The crowd shifted uncomfortably, their anger melting into unease. Ebony straightened, turning to face them. "What justice is there in punishing someone who only wanted to feed his family? If we are to call ourselves a community, should we not care for one another instead of casting stones?" Her words hung in the air, heavy with truth. Slowly, one by one, the villagers began to nod. An elder woman stepped forward, placing a hand on Ebony's shoulder. "She's right," the woman said, her voice strong despite her age. "Let us show mercy." The crowd began to disperse, their anger replaced with a quiet resolve to help. Some brought food to Ade's family, others offered work. In the days that followed, the village began to change. They saw that justice wasn't about punishment, it was about healing, about building each other up rather than tearing each other down. As the village transformed, Ebony often thought of Oshun. She saw the goddess's hand in their newfound unity, and the love and justice that began to flow through their lives like the river itself. Months later, during the festival of Oshun, the villagers gathered by the river to give thanks. Ebony stood among them, her heart full as she watched Ade and his sisters laughing and playing by the water. She felt a warmth in her chest, a quiet assurance that they were on the right path. But Oshun's lessons didn't end there. One day, a violent storm swept through the village, leaving homes destroyed and crops ruined. The people were thrown into chaos, their fear threatening to undo the bonds they had worked so hard to build. But Ebony, now a trusted voice in the community, stood before them once again. "We are resilient," she said, her voice steady despite the devastation around them. "We have faced hardship before, and we have risen. This storm will not break us, it will make us stronger." The villagers listened, their fear giving way to determination. Together, they rebuilt their homes, their fields, their lives. And as they worked, they carried Oshun's lessons in their hearts: love for one another, justice for all, and the resilience to endure even the fiercest storms. One night, as Ebony sat by the river, the moonlight dancing on the water, she felt a presence beside her. Though she saw no one, she felt a warmth, a quiet strength that filled her with peace. She closed her eyes, offering a silent prayer of gratitude. For love. For justice. For resilience. For Oshun. The forest was unnervingly silent, the kind of quiet that makes even the bravest heart quicken. The air carried an electric charge, hinting that something extraordinary was about to unfold. At the center of the grove, Oshun stood tall, her golden robes shimmering as though they were made of sunlight itself. Her gaze was steady, unyielding, as she faced the figure before her, Voya, the fierce goddess of storms and transformation. Oya's eyes crackled with the fury of a tempest. The wind around her howled, leaves and branches swirling in a chaotic dance. Her voice was thunder, resonating through the trees. You think your charm and beauty can win every battle, Oshun? She demanded. You think rivers alone can tame the storm? Oshun didn't flinch. Her voice was soft but sharp, cutting through the storm like a blade. It's not about taming the storm, Oya. It's about understanding its purpose. Even the fiercest winds shaped the earth. The tension between them was palpable, as if the world itself held its breath. This was no ordinary quarrel. It was a clash of forces, water against wind, grace against fury, patience against raw power. The dispute had arisen over the loyalty of the people in a nearby village, who had begun neglecting Oya's rights to focus solely on Oshun's. Oya's anger wasn't born of jealousy, it was a deep, burning sense of betrayal. The people had called upon her to protect them from storms, to bring the rains that nourished their crops, but now they seemed to forget her role in their survival. Oshun understood this, but she also knew the villagers turned to her because they needed comfort, love, and peace in their hearts. You claim to bring peace, Oya said, her tone cutting, but peace without strength is a fragile thing. When the floods rise and the winds tear through the land, who will they call then? Oshun stepped forward, her movements fluid like the rivers she governed. Strength without peace leaves only destruction. And when the floods recede, and the winds die down, who will heal what has been broken? For a moment, the storm calmed, as if Oya herself was considering Oshun's words. But then, with a crack of thunder, she raised her arms, summoning a gale that sent trees bowing to her might. Oshun stood her ground, her golden robes untouched by the chaos. Instead of retaliating with force, she extended her hand, her palm glowing softly. Look, Oshun said, her voice carrying a weight that silenced even the wind. From her palm, a stream of water flowed, forming a small pool at her feet. In its surface, a vision appeared, villagers rebuilding their homes after a storm, their faces lit with hope and gratitude. Beside them stood effigies of both goddesses, their offerings placed equally. This is what balance looks like, Oshun said. When we work together, the people thrive. They need both the storm and the calm, the strength to endure and the love to heal. Oya hesitated, the storm around her faltering. She saw the truth in Oshun's vision, but her pride held her back. She couldn't forget the sting of being cast aside, even if only for a time. Do you think balance comes without struggle? Oya asked, her voice softer now, almost sorrowful. Do you think they will honor us both equally when the rains fail, or when love feels distant? They turn to whoever answers their prayers quickest, and we are left fighting over scraps of devotion. The younger generation, with all their trials and triumphs, were seeing Oshun in a new light. She was no longer just a myth to be passed down, she was a force that transcended time and place, living in the hearts of those who needed her most. In a world where love was sometimes difficult to find, they saw Oshun as a guide, showing them that love could heal, love could resist, and love could create. As the conversation carried on, it was clear that Oshun's relevance wasn't just in the stories passed down through the ages. She was alive, living in every moment of connection, in every moment of pain, and in every moment of triumph. Her power was not just for the past, it was for now. For them. Jade stood up, her voice filled with quiet certainty. We carry Oshun with us, in everything we do. She is in our music, in our art, in our love, and in our resistance. And just like she always has, she will guide us, no matter where we go, no matter what the world tells us. Because Oshun is not a goddess who is confined to ancient myths. She's a goddess who is alive, living in the hearts of those who believe. The group stood in quiet solidarity, the energy in the room thick with an unspoken understanding. The stories of Oshun, once told by ancestors and elders, had now become the stories of a new generation, stories of resilience, love, and power. And they, like the river itself, would carry Oshun's legacy forward, not as something of the past, but as something vital for the future. The air was heavy with tension as Saad sat alone by the riverbank. Her hands trembled as she clutched a golden bracelet, its once brilliant shine dulled by years of wear and neglect. She had come here not knowing what she sought, only that she could no longer carry the weight of her pain. The world had taken so much from her, her dreams, her joy, her sense of self. It felt like her soul had been drained, leaving behind a hollow shell that moved through life without purpose. The bracelet had been a gift from her grandmother, who had whispered stories of Oshun late into the night when Saad was just a child. She remembered the warmth in her grandmother's voice, the way her eyes would light up as she spoke of the goddess who brought love and healing to those in need. But Saad had grown up, and the world had taught her to doubt such things. Myths, she had thought then, were just stories meant to comfort children. But now, as she sat by the river, her heart broken and her spirit weary, she felt something stir deep within her. It was a pull she couldn't explain, a quiet voice urging her to let go of the hurt she had clung to for so long. She loosened her grip on the bracelet and let it dangle from her fingers, the gold catching the faint light of the setting sun. As the water rippled gently at her feet, a strange calm washed over her. It wasn't loud or overwhelming, it was soft, like the whisper of a breeze through the trees. And in that moment, she began to cry, not the sharp, jagged sobs of someone consumed by despair, but the kind of tears that felt like they were cleansing something deep inside her. She hadn't even noticed when she started speaking aloud. "Oshun," she said, her voice shaky but clear, "if you're listening, I need help. I don't know who I am anymore." The air around her seemed to change. It wasn't dramatic, there was no flash of light or booming voice from the heavens, but the space felt alive in a way it hadn't before. The wind brushed against her skin, carrying with it the faint scent of honey and wildflowers. The water lapped gently at the shore, almost as if it were reaching for her. She didn't understand what was happening, but she felt, for the first time in years, that she wasn't alone. Weeks later, Saad found herself standing in front of a small community center, her hands clutching a bundle of notebooks filled with poems she had written in the days since her visit to the river. She had always loved words, but she had buried that passion under the weight of self-doubt and fear. Now, it felt as though the dam inside her had broken, and the words flowed freely, spilling onto the pages like water from a spring. Each poem felt like a conversation with Oshun, a way of thanking her for the small but steady stream of hope she had found. Inside the center, she met others who had their own stories of transformation. There was Marcus, who had struggled with anger and resentment for years, unable to forgive the father who had abandoned him as a child. He spoke of a dream he had one night, where a golden woman had appeared to him, her voice soft but commanding. She had told him to stand before the river and release his pain, to let it flow away with the current. When he woke, he felt lighter, as though the burden he had carried for so long had finally been lifted. Then there was Adunni, a single mother who had spent years working herself to exhaustion to provide for her children. She had always felt invisible, unworthy of love or recognition. But one afternoon, as she sat alone in her tiny apartment, she felt an overwhelming urge to dance. She put on music, closed her eyes, and let her body move freely. For the first time in years, she felt beautiful, powerful, alive. "It was Oshun," she said with certainty. "She reminded me that I'm more than just my struggles. I'm a woman, and that's something to celebrate." The stories poured out like water from a fountain, each one different but connected by a thread of hope and renewal. Saad listened, her heart swelling with gratitude and awe. She realized that Oshun's power wasn't in grand gestures or miracles, it was in the quiet, personal moments that reminded people of their worth. It was in the way she spoke to each person in a language only they could understand, guiding them back to themselves with a gentle but unshakable hand. As the weeks turned into months, Sada's life began to change. She found herself smiling more, reaching out to others, and embracing the parts of herself she had once tried to hide. She started a poetry group at the community center, inviting anyone who wanted to share their stories or simply listen. It became a space of healing, a place where the spirit of Oshun was felt in every laugh, every tear, and every word spoken from the heart. Oshun stepped closer, her eyes filled with a compassion that disarmed even the tempestuous Oya. "Let them struggle," she said. "Let them falter and learn. But let them see us as allies, not rivals. The storm can carve the river's path, and the river can calm the storm's rage." The grove fell silent once more, the air thick with the weight of their unspoken truce. Oya lowered her arms, and the wind ceased its howling. Oshun let the pool of water fade, leaving only the soft glow of the moonlight on the forest floor. "We will try your way," Oya said finally, her voice heavy with both resolve and doubt. "But if they forget me again—" "They won't," Oshun interrupted, her tone as soothing as the river's flow. "Because I won't let them. Just as I know you won't let them forget me." The two goddesses stood there, their energies mingling in a rare moment of harmony. It wasn't a friendship, not yet. But it was a beginning. Years later, the villagers spoke of how the storms seemed gentler, their rains more nourishing, and how the rivers seemed to sing after the winds had passed. They said it was because the goddesses had found a way to work together, their rivalries shaping not only their legends, but the world itself. And somewhere in the quiet of the forest, beneath the moonlit skies, Oshun and Oya would meet again, not as enemies, but as two forces learning to coexist, their power stronger together than apart. The market square pulsed with life, a vibrant explosion of colors, sounds, and scents. Traders shouted their prices, hawking baskets overflowing with ripe fruit, shimmering fabrics, and jewelry that caught the sunlight like tiny flames. At the center of it all stood a fountain, its waters sparkling gold as they cascaded down its tiers. No one questioned why the fountain shimmered so unnaturally, they knew it was Oshun's blessing. Amara, a young woman with eyes that held more dreams than her hands could carry, stood at the edge of the square, clutching a small pouch of coins. They jingled faintly, a reminder of how little she had. Her heart ached with longing as she gazed at a golden bracelet displayed on a trader's stall. It wasn't the wealth she craved, but what it symbolized: freedom, a better life, the chance to rise above the endless cycle of scarcity. As she stared, lost in thought, an elderly woman approached. Her hair was a cascade of silver, her movements fluid and graceful despite her age. She carried a small calabash filled with honey and wore a bright yellow scarf that glowed like the sun. Something about her presence was magnetic, drawing the attention of everyone nearby without her saying a word. "You like the bracelet?" the woman asked, her voice soft but carrying an authority that silenced the market noise around them. Amara nodded, embarrassed by the truth. "It's beautiful," she admitted. "But I can't afford it." The woman smiled, her eyes crinkling with warmth. "Wealth isn't always about what you hold in your hands," she said. "Sometimes, it's about what flows through your spirit." Before Amara could respond, the woman dipped her fingers into the calabash and let a drop of honey fall into the fountain. The water shimmered even brighter, and a hush fell over the market as the golden glow seemed to spread, bathing everything in its light. "Oshun teaches us that abundance isn't just gold and riches," the woman continued, her voice rising so all could hear. "It's love, creativity, and the courage to see beauty where others see none." Amara felt a strange warmth in her chest, as though the sunlight had seeped into her very soul. She didn't understand it, but it felt as if something inside her had shifted, like a door opening to possibilities she hadn't dared to dream of. That night, she sat by the riverbank, the moonlight reflecting off the water in shimmering ribbons. The bracelet still haunted her thoughts, but now it wasn't just about owning it. She thought of what the old woman had said, of finding beauty, of creating her own abundance. With trembling hands, she pulled out the scraps of fabric she'd collected over the years, remnants discarded by the wealthier families in the village. Her fingers moved instinctively, stitching patterns and weaving stories into the cloth. The hours passed in a blur, and by dawn, she held a small tapestry in her hands. It wasn't perfect, but it was hers, an offering of her creativity and resilience. The next morning, she returned to the market square and laid her tapestry on a stall she borrowed from a kind neighbor. At first, no one stopped to look, but then a child pointed at it, marveling at the vibrant colors and intricate design. Soon, a crowd gathered, and by midday, she had sold her first piece. Weeks turned into months, and Amara's creations became sought after. People came from neighboring villages to buy her work, and her small pouch of coins grew heavier. But it wasn't just wealth that filled her life, it was the joy of creating, the connections she made with others, and the quiet pride in knowing she had built something from nothing. One evening, as she counted her earnings by the riverbank, the old woman appeared again, her yellow scarf glowing in the twilight. "You found your abundance," the woman said, her smile as radiant as ever. Amara nodded, tears welling in her eyes. "It's more than I ever imagined." "But why did you help me?" The woman's expression softened, and for a moment, the glow around her seemed almost otherworldly. "Because Oshun doesn't just grant wealth, she teaches it. True abundance isn't given, it's grown. And now, you can share it with others." As the woman disappeared into the night, Amara looked down at her hands, still calloused from years of hard work. They were no longer empty. They were full of the power to create, to transform, to give. From that day forward, the golden fountain in the market square seemed to glow even brighter. The villagers whispered that Oshun had walked among them, blessing the young woman who had turned her dreams into reality. Amara never confirmed the stories, but she carried Oshun's lessons in her heart, spreading her abundance far and wide. And in the quiet moments, as she stitched her tapestries by the river, she would sometimes hear the faint, melodic laughter of a goddess who had shown her the true meaning of wealth. The drums echoed through the night, their rhythm steady and powerful, like the heartbeat of the universe itself. Beneath the starlit sky, the sacred grove shimmered with a life of its own. The air was heavy with the scent of burning herbs and the hum of whispered prayers. All eyes were drawn to the altar at the center, where offerings of fruit, honey, and vibrant flowers reflected the soft glow of the moon. It was a night of reverence, a night to honor not just one, but all the Orishas. Standing at the edge of the gathering, Odissa felt his heart pound in time with the drums. He was no stranger to the tales of the divine, but tonight felt different. There was a charge in the air, a sense of something larger than life. The elders spoke of the Orisha pantheon as a family, a tapestry of powerful spirits each wielding their own unique strengths, bound together by love, rivalry, and purpose. The first to be invoked was Obatala, the father figure of the Orishas. His essence was calm and steady, like a mountain untouched by time. As the priests poured white chalk over the altar, the crowd grew silent, their awe palpable. Obatala represented wisdom and purity, the light that guided the world through its darkest hours. Odissa watched as the elders raised their arms in unison, their voices low and steady, praising the Orisha who had shaped humanity with his own hands. Then came Shango, the thunderous king of fire and lightning. The drummer's tempo quickened, and the crowd erupted in cheers as his name was called. Flames danced in the fire pits, their heat warming the faces of those gathered. Shango was strength and passion, a force that commanded both respect and fear. Odissa felt a jolt of energy surge through him, as if the Orisha himself had sent a spark to ignite his spirit. One by one, the Orishas were honored: Ogun, the relentless warrior; Yumaya, the nurturing mother of the seas; and Orunmila, the keeper of destiny. Each had their moment, their power recognized and celebrated. And yet, as the night deepened, Odissa felt a growing anticipation, a sense that the ceremony was building toward something extraordinary. The priests moved with deliberate grace, clearing the altar and spreading a golden cloth embroidered with intricate patterns. They scattered petals of marigold and sunflowers, their bright colors glowing under the moonlight. A calabash filled with honey was placed at the center, its sweetness drawing the attention of everyone present. Odissa knew who was coming next. The drummers slowed their rhythm, letting the sound fade into a soft hum. The crowd held its breath as the head priest stepped forward, his voice rich and melodic. "Oshun," he called, his tone both reverent and tender. "The Golden One, the river's embrace, the bringer of love and joy." Adissa felt his chest tighten as the name resonated through the grove. Oshun's presence was unlike the others. Where Shango roared, she whispered. Where Ogun struck, she healed. Her power was no less formidable, but it came wrapped in beauty, in laughter, in the gentle ripple of water that could erode even the hardest stone. The air seemed to shimmer as the priest spoke of her place among the Orishas. She was not merely a goddess of beauty and fertility. She was a diplomat, the one who mended the rifts between her siblings when tempers flared. She was the protector of the vulnerable, the advocate for justice in a world that often forgot its gentler side. Adissa closed his eyes, imagining the stories he had heard since childhood. He pictured Oshun standing at the center of the Orisha pantheon, her golden adornments catching the light as she smiled with the confidence of one who knew her worth. She had once been underestimated, dismissed as frivolous and vain by some of her siblings. But when the world was in peril, it was Oshun who had saved it. The tale of her intervention echoed in his mind. When the other Orishas descended to Earth to create life, they neglected to include Oshun in their plans, believing her contributions unnecessary. Yet, without her, their efforts faltered. Crops withered, rivers ran dry, and the land refused to bear fruit. It was only when Oshun was called upon, her laughter and grace returning balance to the world, that life flourished once more. As the head priest poured honey into the golden cloth, he recounted how Oshun had fought for her place among the divine. She had shown that love was not a weakness, but a force capable of healing the deepest wounds. She had proven that joy was not frivolous, but a necessity, a balm for the weary soul. And she had reminded the Orishas, and humanity, that abundance was not just material wealth, but the richness of connection, creativity, and compassion. The drummers began again, their rhythm slow and steady, like the gentle flow of a river. The crowd swayed, their movements fluid and harmonious, as if Oshun herself guided them. Adissa felt tears sting his eyes, unbidden and unexpected. It was not sadness he felt, but an overwhelming sense of gratitude, of awe. Oshun's power was not in thunder or flame, but in the way she touched hearts, her presence leaving a golden imprint that lingered long after she was gone. As the ceremony continued, Adissa found himself wondering what it meant to honor Oshun. It wasn't just about offerings of honey and flowers. It was about carrying her lessons into the world, standing up for justice, seeking joy even in the darkest times, and embracing love in all its forms. It was about recognizing the divinity in every drop of water, every burst of laughter, every act of kindness. When the ceremony finally came to an end, the crowd dispersed slowly, their faces glowing with the light of the candles and the warmth of Oshun's spirit. Adissa lingered by the altar, his heart full and his mind racing. The Orishas were a family, each with their role, their strengths and flaws. And among them, Oshun stood as a reminder that power could be soft, that beauty could be fierce, and that love could change the world. The sound of the river was soft yet insistent, a soothing melody that called out to anyone who dared to listen. Amara stood at its edge, her feet sinking slightly into the damp soil, her hands trembling with a mixture of fear and hope. The moon hung low, its silvery light casting an otherworldly glow over the water. She wasn't sure what had brought her here tonight, only that something deep within her had stirred, an unshakable pull she couldn't ignore. Her life had been in chaos for months. Every effort to mend the broken pieces seemed to crumble beneath her hands. She had prayed, cried, and fought, but the weight of it all refused to lift. A friend had told her about Oshun, the goddess of love, beauty, and abundance, revered for her power to heal hearts and transform lives. Amara had listened with polite curiosity, not truly believing, until one sleepless night when she felt a sudden urge to seek her out. The wind shifted, carrying the faint scent of honey and flowers. Amara's breath caught as she noticed the river begin to shimmer, as if it were laced with gold. The air around her grew warm, wrapping her in an invisible embrace. She whispered a hesitant prayer, her voice breaking, "Oshun, if you are here, if you hear me, please help me. I don't know what to do anymore." The response was immediate. The golden shimmer in the river grew brighter, and Amara swore she could hear laughter, soft, melodious, and comforting. It wasn't a mocking sound, but one that seemed to say, "Child, do you not see? You've had the strength all along." Tears spilled down her cheeks, and her knees gave way, bringing her to the ground. The warmth intensified, filling her with a sense of peace she hadn't felt in years. Images flashed in her mind, not visions of grandeur or prophecy, but simple, powerful moments. She saw herself smiling again, her hands creating art, her laughter filling the air. It was as though Oshun was showing her a glimpse of what could be, a life not defined by sorrow, but by joy. Amara wasn't the only one who had felt Oshun's touch. In a small village miles away, an elderly woman named Yemi sat by her garden, humming a tune she claimed Oshun had taught her in a dream. Yemi's garden was unlike any other. Flowers bloomed in colors that seemed to defy nature, their scent so intoxicating that visitors often lingered for hours. Yemi said it was Oshun who blessed her garden after she had offered a bowl of honey and sang her praises by the river. Her story spread, and soon, others came to seek guidance. One man, desperate to save his failing marriage, approached Yemi with skepticism but also with hope. She handed him a small vial of water from the river, blessed under the moonlight, and told him to sprinkle it in his home while speaking words of love and forgiveness. Days later, he returned with tears in his eyes, thanking her and Oshun for rekindling the warmth that had been lost between him and his wife. In the bustling city, a young dancer named Kimi had her own encounter. Struggling with self-doubt, she had nearly given up on her dream of performing on a grand stage. One night, as she practiced alone in a dimly lit studio, a strange light filled the room. It wasn't the harsh glare of the overhead bulbs, but a soft, golden glow. Kimi froze, her heart pounding, as she felt an unseen presence. A voice, gentle and sweet, whispered in her mind, "Dance, child. Show them who you are." She obeyed, her body moving with a grace and confidence she hadn't known she possessed. The next day, she received a call from a renowned choreographer who had seen her perform at a small showcase months earlier. He offered her the chance of a lifetime, and Kimi knew in her heart that Oshun had been watching over her. These stories were not rare. Across lands and generations, people spoke of Oshun's presence in moments of despair and triumph. She came to those who sought her with open hearts, her guidance subtle yet profound. Sometimes, it was a sudden idea that solved a lingering problem. Other times, it was the strength to walk away from a toxic situation or the courage to take a leap of faith. One merchant, plagued by financial ruin, prayed to Oshun for abundance. That night, he dreamed of a golden fish swimming in a clear river. The next morning, he felt an unexplainable urge to invest in a small, seemingly unremarkable venture. Within months, his fortunes turned, and he credited the dream to Oshun's wisdom. But Oshun's gifts were not always material. For many, her blessings came in the form of inner peace, a reminder that their worth was not tied to their struggles. She taught that resilience was not just about enduring hardships, but finding beauty and joy despite them. Amara sat by the river until dawn, her heart lighter than it had been in years. The golden shimmer faded with the first rays of sunlight, but she didn't feel alone. Oshun's presence lingered, her warmth etched into Amara's soul. She rose to her feet, her step steady, her spirit renewed. She didn't know what the future held, but she knew she would face it with love, strength, and an unshakable belief that she was never truly alone. The river shimmered in the golden light of dawn, its surface alive with ripples that seemed to carry whispers of an ancient language. Children played along its banks, their laughter mingling with the gentle rush of the current. Nearby, an elder sat beneath a sprawling tree, his gaze fixed on the water as though it held the answers to questions he had long stopped asking. For as long as anyone could remember, this river had been more than a source of life. It was the heart of the land, the soul of the people, and the voice of Oshun herself. In the quiet moments of early morning, farmers would kneel at the river's edge, scooping water into their hands and letting it fall back in streams of light and shadow. They whispered thanks, not just for the sustenance the river provided, but for the spirit it carried. The river wasn't merely water to them, it was a living being, pulsing with Oshun's love and strength. Its flow was her breath, steady and unyielding, bringing life to the fields and forests it touched. But the river's significance went beyond its life-giving properties. In times of sorrow, People came to its banks to weep, letting their tears blend with its waters. They believed the river carried their pain away, bearing it into the vast embrace of the earth. One widow, still draped in mourning, spoke of how she had come to the river every evening for a month after losing her husband. She would sit silently, watching the water, until one night she felt a warmth ripple through her. The sorrow that had weighed her down lifted, replaced by a sense of peace she could not explain. "It was Oshun," she said, her voice trembling. "She took my grief and gave me back my strength." Fishermen, too, spoke of the river's mysteries. They told tales of golden fish that appeared in the shallows during times of celebration, shimmering like sunlight trapped beneath the waves. To catch one was considered a gift, but only if done with respect and gratitude. Those who took without reverence were said to face misfortune, their nets coming up empty for days on end. The river demanded care, not exploitation, and its people understood this as an unspoken covenant. In the village square, artisans wove the river into their stories, their songs, and their crafts. The flowing patterns of their fabrics mimicked its currents, and their drums echoed its rhythms. A storyteller once recounted how Oshun herself had danced on the river's surface, her golden skirts twirling as she sang blessings into its waters. Each turn of her feet brought abundance, he said, his voice rising with emotion. And each note of her song promised love and renewal. Yet the river was more than legend, it was the lifeblood of the land. It fed the crops that sustained families, filled the wells that quenched thirst, and nourished the animals that roamed the plains. During the dry season, when its waters receded, the air grew heavy with worry. People gathered to offer prayers, leaving gifts of honey and flowers by its dwindling banks. They knew that the river's flow was not guaranteed, it was a gift that required respect and care. The elders often spoke of a time when the river had nearly vanished. Long ago, a group of settlers, eager to expand their lands, had diverted its course without thought for its spirit. The river shrank, its waters growing murky and still. Crops withered, animals died, and sickness spread. In desperation, the people turned to Oshun, begging for forgiveness. They offered her their most precious belongings, golden trinkets, rare spices, and even the last of their harvest. But it wasn't the gifts that restored the river. It was the promise the people made to protect it, to honor its spirit as a living part of their world. Only then did the waters return, clear and abundant, bringing life back to the land. Today, the river still bore the marks of its resilience. Its banks were lush with greenery, its depths teeming with life. But it was not invincible. The elders worried about the changes they saw, new industries upriver polluting its waters, careless visitors leaving behind waste. They warned the younger generation, reminding them of the river's history and the cost of neglect. "The river is not just ours," one elder said, his voice heavy with urgency. "It belongs to Oshun, to the land, and to those who will come after us. If we harm it, we harm ourselves." And yet, the river persisted, a testament to its strength and the spirit within it. On a warm evening, a group of children gathered at its edge, their laughter ringing out as they splashed in the shallows. One of them, a girl named Ao, paused to look at the water. She swore she saw a flash of gold beneath the surface, a glimmer that vanished as quickly as it appeared. Her grandmother, watching from the shore, smiled knowingly. "Oshun is with us," she said softly. "She watches over her river and her people." The river's story was one of balance, between giving and receiving, between respect and neglect, between nature and humanity. Its waters carried not just the memories of the past, but the hopes of the future. And as long as it flowed, so too would Oshun's love, binding the people to the land, to one another, and to the divine spirit that made life possible. The drumbeats echoed in the twilight, steady and hypnotic, as if the earth itself had begun to hum a sacred song. Beneath the canopy of stars, a circle of people gathered, their faces lit by the flickering glow of firelight. In the center of the circle, a woman adorned in golden cloth stepped forward. Her movements were slow at first, her feet barely brushing the ground, but with each beat of the drum, her rhythm grew stronger. She raised her arms, her body swaying like a river in motion, and suddenly it was as though Oshun herself had descended among them. The air was electric, alive with an energy that made hearts race and eyes shine. Some whispered prayers under their breath, their hands clasped tightly to their chests. Others wept silently, overcome by the sheer beauty of what they witnessed. The dance was not just movement, it was a language, a story told through every turn and gesture. It spoke of love that healed wounds, of joy that burst through sorrow, of abundance shared freely like water flowing through parched lands. In this moment, Oshun was more than a goddess. She was a presence that could be felt, a spirit that lived in the music, in the flames, and in the collective heartbeat of those who believed in her. Her eternal dance was not confined to myth or memory, it was alive, woven into the fabric of everyday life. Long ago, it was said, Oshun first brought her dance to the world in a time of great despair. The people were divided, their hearts hardened by anger and mistrust. Crops failed, rivers dried up, and laughter became a distant memory. Oshun saw their suffering and knew that no words could heal the wounds that ran so deep. Instead, she chose to speak through her dance. She stepped onto the barren earth, her golden skirts shimmering like sunlight, and began to move. At first, the people watched from a distance, their faces etched with skepticism. But as Oshun spun and swayed, something began to shift. Her movements were filled with a grace that seemed otherworldly, her joy so radiant it was impossible to look away. Slowly, one by one, the people came closer, drawn in by a force they could not explain. And then, as if by magic, they began to move too. Feet that had been heavy with sorrow found new life, hands that had only known toil reached out to join others, and voices that had long been silent rose in song. By the time Oshun's dance came to an end, the divisions among them had dissolved, replaced by a sense of unity they had forgotten was possible. Her dance was not just a moment, it became a tradition, a sacred act passed down through generations. In times of celebration, people danced to honor Oshun's blessings, their movements echoing her grace. In times of hardship, they danced to call upon her strength, to remind themselves that even in the darkest moments, joy could still be found. It was said that whenever the people danced, Oshun danced with them, her spirit twirling among the flames and shadows. Stories of her dance spread far beyond the lands where they first began. Travelers brought tales of a golden goddess who moved like the wind and whose presence brought healing and abundance. Artists painted her image, their brushes capturing the fluid motion of her dance, while poets tried to put into words the emotion she stirred. Even those who had never seen her felt her influence, for her spirit was carried in the stories and songs that reached every corner of the world. There were those who claimed to have seen her, not as a vision but as a living, breathing presence. A young boy once told of how, on the night of his mother's passing, he had wandered to the river in his grief. As he sat by the water, he saw a figure in gold dancing on the surface, her feet barely skimming the waves. She did not speak, but her dance seemed to say all the things he needed to hear, that his mother's love would never leave him, that he would find strength in the days to come, and that life, though fragile, was filled with beauty. In marketplaces, Oshun's dance was invoked by merchants who laid out their goods with care, hoping to attract her favor. They believed that her spirit moved through the bustle of trade, her golden touch bringing prosperity to those who honored her. During festivals, her name was called out in chants and prayers as dancers filled the streets, their movements mimicking the flow of her river. Each step was an offering, each spin a celebration of her presence. Even in quiet moments, her dance was felt. A woman stirring a pot of stew, her hips swaying to an unheard rhythm, smiled as she thought of Oshun's grace. A farmer planting seeds paused to let the wind guide his movements, sensing her spirit in the gentle breeze. In these small, everyday acts, Oshun's dance continued, a reminder that her presence was not confined to grand ceremonies but lived in the simple, sacred rhythm of life itself. Her influence extended beyond faith, weaving itself into the folklore of countless communities. In one tale, Oshun's dance was said to have saved an entire village from a devastating storm. As thunder roared and winds howled, the people gathered in desperation, unsure of what to do. Then, a woman stepped forward, her golden scarf glinting in the lightning. Without a word, she began to dance, her movements bold and fearless. The storm seemed to falter, its fury giving way to a calm that spread like ripples across a pond. When the storm finally passed, the woman was gone, leaving behind only the memory of her dance and the peace it had brought. To this day, Oshun's dance is a symbol of resilience, love, and the unbreakable connection between the divine and the human. It is said that as long as people move to her rhythm, her spirit will never fade, and her golden light will continue to shine. And so, the dance goes on, eternal and unyielding, a testament to the goddess who moves not just through the stories of old, but through the hearts of all who believe in her.